Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. Good day, good day. And there it is right there. So good day. Hold on. So good day. Good to see you again. How are you? Good to see you again. So good to see you again. Good day. So another session, another dollar, or however that metaphor goes. So good to see you is the sum total of that. Like I always say, I start nervously. I don't know why, but the nerves just kick in as soon as my face lands on that space. But a good day, nevertheless, good day. So let's bring you the headlines. Actually, before we do the headlines, let's just kick off with a bit of administrative stuff. So of course, click on the headline, not the headline. Click on the like button. So it's always a thing, when I say click on the like button, then you see me look to the side. I'm actually looking to see the numbers of the viewership versus the like button. And if you look on your screen, it just makes for depressing viewing, doesn't it? So just click on the like button. If you have no visceral reason, if you are not some hardened, obedient person that doesn't that thinks anybody that is not shouting Obi is an enemy of humanity, if you are a balanced mind, then click on the like button. For the hardened, ones that are out in the interlands, I somewhat give up on them. But if you are a balanced mind, even if you're obedient or not, click on the like button because you are engaged in some form whenever you participate. So click on the like button. And then, of course, if you are not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. We only really ask for this. By we, I mean every platform that you go to. We only really ask for this because that helps with the YouTube algorithm. It just is a hierarchical thing, and then the more interaction you get, the better you go up the hierarchy. So that's why people always agitate for your likes and your subscription. It's for no other reason than just to go up the scales within the YouTube space. So do that. Click on like and subscribe, and then if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's your open invitation to come join us on the screen. So that's the hyperlink highlighted on the screen right there. So if you want to come join us on the screen, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. So you'll be held in some not a holding bill because you're not a good. You'll be held in a waiting area. So you'll be held in the waiting area, and as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. That's just how it works. It's an open microphone space, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Nothing complex, nothing complicated. Just click on it, and up you pop, bang, on the screen. So do that. So click like and subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard at your discretion if you want to join. And as ever, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. As you see, I already have a cup. All it needs filling now is coffee. So you can go there, and in 3 quick steps, easy steps, you can buy your host. But don't go there and be a punk, or don't go there and do the barest minimum. Go there only if you're feeling especially, don't go there and be a punk. Just go there and be as liberal as you like. It's not compulsory, but if you do go there, they buy the coffee thing, don't go there and be a punk. Nobody likes a punk. So all that. So to the headlines. So yes, in Wayamu, I did not call Yoruba political rascals. So this is now the man from the East trying to reverse what we all. We played. We still got the clip on the screen, by the way. Hopefully, it's still saved there somewhere. It said quite clearly that the Yorubas are political rascals. That he's going to deal with them in Lagos State, but the backlash, of course, are quickly leading to reversal of position. I did not call Yoruba's political rascal. So now we'll play that clip where he did say those words before we read that out, just to see if they mirror each other. So this story broke yesterday, and it looks as though it's now being firmed down and nailed down. So it's being firmed up and nailed down, I should say, firmed up and nailed down. Our court restrains Ayu from acting as PDP chairman. So, of course, is a local ward in Boko in Benue State. They, for some obscure, meaningless reason, said they've suspended him indefinitely. So now that suspicion now, the PDP hierarchy said it was a nonsense, and they were going to go and dismiss the Boko ward. But it looks as though somebody has not been able to procure a court judgment to defend then that suspension. So it looks as though that holds, and the PDP space are now gathering around that suspension to push this guy out of the party completely. I'll be bringing you narrative from both Yemsin Wike and Bode George in this space. So this space now moving very quickly to usher, I say usher, but really push this guy out of that chairmanship seat. So as soon as they push this guy out of the chairmanship seat, that's their election petition tribunal, it collapses. Then the final hurdle then, if Tinubu is going to be president to surmount, is Peter Obi, who Femi Falana, by the way, is already mocking. So all of that in play. Court restraints Ayu from acting as PDP chairman. So we visit that. PDP crisis, are you looking for trouble if he disregards court order on suspension? So that's Bode George, who quickly goes then to nail down and hold firm that suspension. So still with that suspension, Ayu fight just begun, Wike declares. So I think I'm not really expecting a long-winded fight in that space. I expect them to usher Ayu out fairly swiftly. But then, of course, the broader question is, does that then lead to the collapse of their electoral petition? I have no regret supporting Jandor for Lagos governor. This is Bode George again, who doubles down. So he, on the one hand, insisting that Ayu must leave the party for reasons of anti-party activity, but on the other hand, he is supporting a rival candidate from a different party against his own candidate from his own party in an election, and doubling down to tell us that he has no regrets. So the chairman leaves, according to him, because he's anti-party, but he supports a candidate from a different party, but he holds steady. Hypocrisy? No. Politics. I have no regret not supporting Jandor for Lagos governor election. So that's Bode George, the hypocrite that is. So now, in the eras of lawsuit and probity and integrity, Peter Obi pops up again, and we go back in time and history. So this is the back to the future sort of headline. So if we're digging archives, it looks as though archives are being dug on Peter Obi as well. Pandora Papers, law firm writes CCB demands prosecution of Peter Obi. So I have said countlessly on endless spaces that Peter Obi, but nobody seems to listen, but although, or more to it, probably they don't want to hear it. But I've said endlessly on different spaces that out of the 18 people fielded in this election, the most indictable is Peter Obi. So a lot of the allegations against a lot of the presidential candidates, they are all innuendos and not really substantiated in facts. But the things against Peter Obi are substantiated in fact. The Pandora Papers, where he used to hide his assets, and some by extension says ill-gotten gains, they are factually established things. The 500 million naira that he took in cash from the local government in Anambra State when he was governor, they are factually established in fact. The fact that he parked the Anambra State budget into banks owned by him are factually established in fact. You know, the most indictable of all of the presidential candidates is Peter Obi, but then just by some quirk of magic, which is quite alarming and impressive, they've rebranded him as a saint. The most indictable in the field, rebranded as a saint. So it looks as though that space now been reopened. Pandora Papers, law firm writes CCB demands prosecution of P to B. So a lot of that, and then the headline, we're going with Falana and his commentaries on the vexatious Abuja narrative around the election, because a lot of people are arguing that Abuja is a standalone within the electoral cycle with a special requirements as part of the required gains. What am I even saying? What I'm saying essentially is that that Abuja space that people are saying 25% should be gotten or not. So the law is now clearing it up. and Falana, of course, the law. So we hear from Falana on that space, and we hear from Wiki as well on the EU space. So plenty to go through. A rich and diverse menu. When is it ever not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want, there's still spaces on the studio now. So if you want to come join, then this will be the time to come in. Not much later when the place is fully booked and then you're struggling to come in. So if you do want to come in, this is the perfect time to click on that like button to come join us. So let's take another micro musical intermission, and then when I come back, I delve into the throes of it. First, let's go to the Kegites. We go to the Kegites.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa o naido.
Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ibe sodi akẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Obi master kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila ti kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So may death have nothing to do with us. Ikoko Neru Agbeshe. So we'll be spending a lot of time with this it's not a clip, with this video that you're seeing on your screen. We'll be spending a lot of time there. But before we go there, let's just do the readouts quickly. Nwanyanwu, I did not call Yorubas political rascals. Chairman of Elders Forum, and by the way, how can this guy even be the chairman of an Elders Forum with the way he uses language? Actually, let's remind ourselves of how this guy does use language. If this guy is the chairman of an Elders Forum, then I'd hate to hear what the chairman of the Youth Forum sounds like. This is him, the chairman of the Elders Forum. See how he speaks.
Seemingly calling Yoruba people rascals went viral, but then.
No, that's not the one. That's Reno Mockery making excuses for him. Perhaps I've deleted the clip. Hopefully not. Yeah, I've got it here.
We appreciate you and we support you and we're very proud of you. So now I saw the Trader Association coming here from Lagos. I want to let our people in Lagos to know that on Wednesday, I called a meeting of Organizing Council of Elders worldwide, and we expressed the events in Lagos. And I want to tell you that we have people who attended the branches in America, in Canada, in Europe, in London, and Nigeria. We have resolved, and I want those from Lagos to go home and tell those in Lagos, we have resolved that never again can we allow anybody to take the life of any innocent Igbo person. All of us are going to fight the person. We are going to fight the person. Never again. We are in Nigeria.
Oh, all right, so that's the chairman of an elders forum using language in that manner. So that's the chairman of an elders forum, and his name is Nwanyanwu. Chairman of Elders Forum of Ohaneze Indigbo Worldwide, Chief Emmanuel Nwanyanwu, has denied reports alleging he described Yorubas as, we will listen to that clip again, by the way, because he did say that there. Chairman of the Elders Forum of Ohaneze Indigbo Worldwide, Chief Emmanuel Nwanyanwu, has denied reports alleging that he described Yorubas as political rascals. He described the report as fake news. Can you imagine that? Something caught on video, and with, oh God. He described the report as fake news and warned the purveyors that it is a criminal offense to circulate fake news on social media. Nwanyanwu had, while speaking at Governor Soludo's one-year in office event in Oka, Anambra State last weekend, reacted to the reported suppression of Igbo voters in Lagos during the March 18 governorship election. Video clips believed to have been doctored, trending on social media, showed portions where Nwanyanwu purportedly described the attack of Igbos in Yoruba in Lagos. Let's do that again. Video clips believed to have been doctored, trending on social media, showed portions where Nwanyanwu purportedly described the attackers of Igbos in Lagos as Yoruba rascals. The Igbo leader, however, debunked the reports and described the video as doctored, urging those interested in knowing the truth to watch the full video on Arise TV and other television channels which covered the event live. So here's a full text. I'll give you just one paragraph of his statement. Refutal of malicious and wicked fake news in the social media. My attention has been drawn to a fake news circulating on social media, completely misrepresenting the statement I made in Oka, Anambra State, in connection to the killings, destructions of properties, and harassment of Igbos in Lagos during the recent elections. My statement was covered live by Arise TV channels and many other electronic and print media houses. All Nigerians of goodwill who care should get the true transcript of my statement from any of these media houses. I want to make it abundantly clear that at no time did I make the statement credited to me by blackmail circulating on social media that Yorubas are political rascals, as this was fraudulently manipulated. I want to warn all purveyors of fake news that it is a crime, that it is a criminal offense to. I want to warn all perpetrators, not purveyors, but perpetrators. I want to warn all perpetrators of fake news that it is a criminal offense to circulate fake news against a peace-loving Nigerian, and on it goes in that vein. But then, of course, we played the clip severally on this platform, and it did say those words. Okay, we go on to Iyocha Ayu. Let's go on to Iyocha Ayu. Let's go on to Iyocha Ayu. Court restrains Ayu from acting as PDP chairman. So that judgment, that pronouncement, that position that was taken by the PDP local ward in Boko, just as early as yesterday, has now transmuted into a legally binding position. Makurdi High Court, presided by Justice Wilfred Ochi, has issued an interim order restraining Dr. Iyocha Ayu from parading himself as the national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The order of the court issued on Monday followed an ex parte application brought before the court by a PDP stalwart, Mr. Conrad Utan, against Dr. Ayu and the PDP in suit number XYZ. The application was supported by a 15-paragraph affidavit and 3 exhibits, including the applicant's PDP membership card, receipt of payment of dues, and a copy of the resolution of the PDP executive of XYZ Council of Boko local government area that suspended Dr. Ayu. The plaintiff in the application argued that the national chairman should cease to operate in any capacity, having lost membership of the party, pending the hearing and determination of motion of notice already filed. In his ruling, Justice Pochi held that the court, after listening to the plaintiff's counsel, moved the application, and upon a dispassionate consideration of the facts placed before me in the pool of the affidavit evidence, and again, upon the consideration of issues distilled in the written address by the plaintiff's counsel, it is my candid view that this is a proper case to grant the interim injunction as craved. Consequently, this application is hereby granted in terms of reliefs captured in the motion papers as herein before reproduced. So it goes on and on. So there it is. So the suspension of your chair Ayu, the suspension of your chair Ayu now has legal backing, and it cannot henceforth parade. And by the way, the party won't let him, or especially now they have the people like Wike won't let him, especially now they have a legal judgment, so they won't let him. So the suspension of your chair Ayu as the PDP chairman, it now has legal backing. But what does this mean for the presidential petition with the tribunal? So what does this mean? So because this comes into play, of course, the chairman no longer in situation, and what's being circulated now, I'll try and see if I can find it. What's being circulated is that it is Olusegun Mimiko that they are looking to install as an interim position, and they're moving very quickly to install Mimiko. And if they install Mimiko, then there's the very live possibility of that petition being withdrawn. So all up for grabs, all up for grabs. So there it is, all intrigues within the political space. So all intrigues within the political space. Let's go on to this one. Still within that same storyline. PDP crisis. Are you looking for trouble if it disregards court order on suspension? So this is now Bode George now double downing on that verdict that they got from Boko or somewhere in Benue State. Amidst the party rocking the People's Democratic Party PDP, a chieftain of the party, Bode George, says the PDP national chairman Iyoche Ayu will be looking for trouble if he shuns a court order on his suspension. On Monday, a high court in Makurdi, Benue State, issued an interim injunction restraining Ayu from parading himself as the PDP chairman. The presiding judge, Justice W.I. Pochi, gave the interim order in suit number XYZ filed at the court by a party member from Benue State, Tahid Utan, with Ayu and the PDP as defendants. Appearing on Channels TV's Politics Today, George, a deputy national chairman of the PDP, advised Ayu to obey the court order to avoid problems. If there is that court that a judge has issued, the national legal advisor representing the party, Ayu should go to that court and plead with the judge that this kind of order cannot hold because of A, B, C, D. If you don't do that and you disregard the order from the court, then you are looking for trouble, as George said. Apart from measures to resolve the crisis rocking the main opposition party, George called for calm and unity in the party. According to him, so it goes on and on in that vein, but so he added, it is a matter of wanting, okay, let me actually give you the fullness of it. As part of measures to resolve the crisis rocking the main opposition party, George called for calm and unity in the PDP. According to him, a divided house is a defeated house. He called on both PDP supporters and leaders who love the party to conduct what he described as a post-mortem. The reason for the analysis, George stated, is to avoid making the same mistakes that has plagued the PDP into its current internal crisis in the nearest future. He added, it is a matter of wanting, are you or not. That should be, it should not be a matter, but that's what they said. It is a matter of wanting, are you or not. All I was saying as a respecter of rule, so it should be, it should not. So let me just reread that to read it as it should read. He added, it is not a matter of wanting, are you or not. All I was saying as a respecter of the rules of the party is a respecter of the rules of the party, of course, but he supported Chinedu Rosevivor over his own party's candidate, Jandor. He added, it is not a matter of wanting, are you or not. All I was saying as a respecter of the rules of the party was that when the founding fathers came, they made it exceedingly clear that whoever emerges as the president cannot come from the same zone as the national chairman. I remember what Ayu told us, that if the presidential candidate emerges from the north, I will resign. Now, he did not. But those mistakes have been made. The underbelly of the party is still rumbling. Whether I like him or not, that is not the issue now. The main issue is that we must stabilize this platform. Let everybody cool down. If we start firing ourselves and make the party look like a divided house is a defeated house. So Ayu is out. That's just the thing. Ayu is out. Ayu, fight has just begun, Wike declares, but I have a clip on this, so I won't give you the readout from there. So let me give you just two more readouts and then we come into the room. I have no regrets. I have no regret not supporting Jandor. I have no regrets not supporting Jandor for Lagos governorship election, but the judge. A former deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Bode George, said he has no regret not supporting the candidate of his party, Olajide Adediran, popularly known as Jandor, in the March 18 governorship election in Lagos State. George disclosed this in an interview on Channels Television's Politics Today on Monday. He said he followed the decision of a group he belongs to, which was to support the best amongst all the candidates, irrespective of political affiliation. So that wasn't what happened, of course, because there is nothing to suggest that Chinedu Rosevivor was the best. He has no work history. He has no antecedent in anything. He has no history in either politics or private business. We have tracked his trajectory right from graduation from university up to when he was contending for the Lagos State governorship seat. And there is no body of work in between coming out of school and contending for the Lagos State governorship seat. So what Bode George is saying is an absolute categorical lie. He said he followed the decision of a group. He said he followed the decision of a group he belongs to, which was to support the best amongst all the candidates, irrespective of political affiliation. The PDP chieftain said he followed the decision of a group he belongs to, which was to support the best amongst the, so that repeats. He said, if you say that I supported somebody from another party, it is not me as PDP. There is a group called Omo Eko Pataki, and as a bona fide Lagosian, we sat down, we took each of those candidates from Governor Sanwo-Olu to Jandor and others, and we weighed them. And there was a new movement going on in the country, and we said, look, who has the capacity? Who has the educational background? So we want to weigh Gbadebo Chinedu Vivor. If you want to weigh his education against Sanwo-Olu, and I think Sanwo-Olu will outmatch him there as well. It's just Sanwo-Olu is superior to him by whichever metric you choose to measure with. So it's just a total lie. It was they were trying to get at Tinubu, and as ever they failed. They failed so often you would have thought that they'd have given up by now. And there was a new movement going on in the country, and we said, look, who has the capacity? Who has the educational background? Who has the moral background to handle my state? So the moral background, of course, is an acerbic reference to Sanwo-Olu not being of Lagos origin, which is, of course, the narrative that goes around a lot of the people that govern Lagos State. They are usually from further into the interlands. But in this instance, it's telling us that a true Lagosian is actually on the ticket in this instance, which is Gbadebo, which they are telling us that his family history goes back 3-4 generations within Lagos State. But I think his family history goes further back in Lagos and then into the Atlantic and then on a ship from somewhere in Newfoundland. So a lot of people will tell you that the guy is not probably even a Nigerian. But let's carry on. Yes, let's pick it up from here. I said, and there was a new movement going on in the country. And we said, look, who has the capacity? Who has the educational background? Who has the moral background to handle my state? As a PDP, the fellow who got the ticket was on another planet. So that is just a complete... And by the way, you have to say that there's no reason why Bodejo should have any real loyalty to Jandor, because Jandor is an APC guy who just recently crossed over to PDP, and then, of course, after this election, he'll pack his bags and go somewhere else. As a PDP, the fellow who got the ticket was on another planet. George said, no regrets whatsoever for not supporting Jandor. And let me tell you something. I said it publicly to our presidential candidate that if they do not honor the Southwest, I won't vote for Atiku. I did not hide it. Recall that George had backed Labour Party's Gbadebo Rose Vivo for Lagos State governorship election. But Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the All Progressive Congress APC eventually, what do you mean eventually won the election? He won the election by his landslide, eventually as though there was a stretch or a push to win it. The PDP chieftain said that the party must come together and resolve differences within it, adding that it must probe what made the G5 governors and other elders in the party to withdraw their support from the party. So article out, argue out, essentially what he's saying there. So this is now the last readout. Pandora Papers, law firm writes CCB, demands prosecution of P to B. A Lagos State-based law firm, Lawflex, has asked the Code of Conduct Bureau, CCB, to prosecute the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 25th of February election, Peter Obi, for failing to declare the assets he stashed in tax havens while serving as a state governor. In a letter written on Thursday, signed by Olukoya Ogunbeje and received by the CCB the same day, the law firm said its purpose is to bring this to the CCB's notice an investigation on the issue done by Premium Times. The Premium Times in 2021, in a 2021 investigation, provides details of Mr. Obi'S investment in some notorious tax havens, which he did not disclose in his mandatory CCB filings before and after office as governor of Anambra State. The businesses were set up and operated overseas, including in notorious tax and secrecy havens in ways that breach Nigerian laws. Other prominent Nigerians involved in similar offshore dealings include the former Aviation Minister Stella Odua, the acting managing director of Nigerian Ports Authority, Mohammed Bello Koko, former governor of Osun State, Boyega Oyetola, and his Kebbi State counterpart, Atiku Bagudu. they have all denied any wrongdoing. The law firm said that Mr. Obi flouted the code of conduct for Nigerian public officials and urged the CCB to act appropriately by arraigning the former governor before the Code of Conduct Tribunal for contravention of the Code of Conduct for Nigerian public officers as spelled out in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. Mr. Obi failed to declare his offshore holdings and their associated assets. As a governor, he also continued to operate and maintain foreign accounts, including with Lloyd's. But Lloyd's even no longer, I think it's called TSB. What has Lloyd's turned into now? Lloyd's no longer exists as a bank. Or does it? I'm not quite sure. I've not seen it on the high streets. Mr. Obi failed to declare his offshore holdings and their associated assets. As a governor, he also continues to operate and maintain foreign accounts, including with Lloyd's in the UK. The former governor admitted that he did not. So this is why I said, out of all of the candidates, Peter Obi is the most indictable. So he is not even denying that he has committed this crime. So he's not denying that he has committed this crime, and ignorance of the law is not a defense in law, and certainly a state governor and a former chairman of the bank, of a bank, or even several banks, cannot really claim ignorance of the law. The former governor admitted that he did not declare these companies and the funds and properties they hold in his asset declaration filing with the Code of Conduct Bureau, the Nigerian government agency that deals with issues of corruption, conflict of interest, and abuse of office by public officers. He said he was unaware. He said he was unaware. If he's unaware, it's either dumb or criminal, both of which are disqualifiers. If you, as a state governor, you're not aware of what the law compels you to do, as basic as to declare your assets, if you're not aware of that, a former chairman of a bank, if you're not aware of that, then you're not fit for purpose, and otherwise you're lying. He said he was unaware that the law expected him to declare assets and companies he jointly owns with his family members or anyone else. Is that not the dumbest thing? Anyway, let me just leave that, because we've tackled that space as a conversation before on this platform. After becoming the governor, he continued to be a director of Next International UK Limited for 14 months. Mr. Ogungbeje urged the CCB to immediately investigate the violation and invite Mr. Obi for questioning. The lawyer warned that if the CCB refuses to take constitutional action within 30 days, his firm would seek a judicial review by way of an order of mandamus in a court of competent jurisdiction in a bid to compel performance of public duty. So there it is, Pandora Papers back in play. Pandora Papers back in play. So there it is, Pandora Paper back in play. So I've never seen this greeting before. So same to you, Sally. Showers of blessings to everyone. Look at that. Let me remove this from the screen so you can see it. So that's Sally. Showers of blessings to everyone. Let me see if I remember. So there it is. I've never seen that as a greeting ever before in my life, but there it is. So let's bring on the panelists as they are. Emmanuel joins us today. Thomas joins us as ever. The mighty Ajale Koko, of course, and the OJ. So this guy called Black Experience, he chases me from platform to platform, just raging. And guy, you can come on the screen now. Don't be a keyboard warrior. Come on the screen. You can have it out with me. Oh, I don't throw my weight around. If you don't shout abuse, then nothing gets you off the screen. So you can come here and have a pop at me, but or continue to be a keyboard warrior. So keyboard warrior, let me play this clip then. Let's kick it off from here. Yemson Wike on the audio space.
Well, for a lot of people, well, maybe for some members of the PDP, when the news broke yesterday, yeah, they might have seen it coming, but some others wondered what exactly was going on, especially when you look at the video of those who were announcing the suspension of the chairman, Iyorchia, which you had mentioned that all was not well with the party. But now that the suspension has been announced, I don't think the national body has made any statement as of yet. What informs the suspension?
First of all, if you're a member of the party, will you be happy the way the party is today? It's in this part of the country where you've seen somebody who has failed woefully and without any conscience would like to still occupy that position. If you're in advanced countries like say, and you are the head of the party, and fail with such colossal failure, first of all, you don't need anybody to tell you to train the towel. So those from his ward in Benue are angry. Why are they angry? Before now, you ought to have left that office. Before now. And people said, oh, we are pushing for you to leave. We have a hidden agenda to make PDP to fail. You remained. PDP didn't win. And it's what was look. You lost your unit as a national chairman of the party. You lost your ward as national chairman of the party. You lost your local government as national chairman of the party. Not only did you take a distant third in the presidential election in your state, you also lost the state as for the governorship election. And they know the antics of Ayu. You know, if you know Ayu very well, he has told us before now that he is very close to the president-elect, Benaswaji Bola Tinubu. He also claims that he is very close to the presidential candidate of PDP. So whoever that emerges, whoever that wins, he has nothing to lose.
He said that?
Yes. Let him challenge me that he never said so.
Is it wrong to be close to both of them?
No, that's not what the point I'm making. The point is that who is that attached to? If this person wins, it's okay. If this person wins, it's okay. How can such person be the leader of the party?
Are you behind the suspension?
I'm in support of the suspension. In fact, if Ayu had left before now, they would have said he left and that was why PDP failed the election. But thank God, he presided over the colossal failure of the party. And so staying there doesn't make sense again. You have to look for a way how the party can be rebuilt. And that is the truth of the matter.
The question.
So there it is. So that was Yemson Wike. Let's also have let's have a little bit of a look at what Falana said as well. So what Femi Falana is speaking to in this space is that vexatious Abuja situation where a lot of people say that win 2/3 of 36 plus Abuja, but then the Constitution tells us that Abuja should be considered as a state, which then tells us that it is win 2/3 of 37. But Femi Falana gives legal backing to that narrative. What this?
Let's do some kind of post-mortem of the elections, which many have criticized as lacking in integrity, while others believe, well, there are some positives that could be taken away from the process. In fact, there has been a major controversy over the requisite parameters for a president to emerge in a presidential election as stipulated and enshrined in the Section 134 of the Constitution. The spread and the issue of the 2/3 required in 24 states, which is 2/3 of the 25% in 2/3 of the state, which is 24 plus the FCT as stipulated by the law. Let's get some insight. Don't forget, I told you we'll be speaking with the governor of Adamawa State on the program, but let's touch base with a prominent Nigerian senior lawyer, Mr. Femi Falana, senior advocate of Nigeria, who is live with us virtually. It's good to see you, Mr. Falana. Thank you so much indeed for your time tonight. What a time it is in our political history. Our elections have been debated, and issues coming out of this election are also being heavily debated. I know you are a reputable lawyer in the land, and I know that you know the rules guiding substantial cases before the court, and I know you might not want to delve into those matters, but without having to touch on the meat of the petitions before the Presidential Election Tribunal, there's been a lot of controversy. Can you please give some kind of explanation and some kind of explainer on what has divided many Nigerians on the issue of the Section 134 of the Constitution in just simple terms, without delving into the meat of what is before the court?
Well, I had expressed an opinion on Section 134 of the Constitution on the 23rd of January this year. That's about a month before the presidential election. On that occasion, I expressed a legal opinion. And that was why I was very hesitant to join the bandwagon when lawyers started giving political interpretation of that section. My position this year, in January this year, and I think it was my respected colleague Olisa Agbakova that expressed concern and drew the attention of the INEC to Section 134 of the Constitution, and that it might create some problem. And on that occasion, through your medium, I did state that there is no electoral college in Nigeria, and therefore, the votes cast, or recorded in any part of are equal. Section 134 of the Constitution specifically requires a winner of a presidential election to meet certain requirements. The first one is to score the majority of lawful votes, and the second one is the territorial spread. 2/3 majority of the states and the Federal Capital Territory. And since the Federal Capital Territory has been interpreted to be the 37th state in Nigeria for the purpose of the Constitution, I didn't see any controversy at the material time, and that was when I expressed my opinion. But now that it has become a serious legal issue, and the matter is now pending in court, I'm very, very reluctant to speak definitively on
all right. So I think it's landed on the point that we were really looking to hear. So that's a definitive interpretation. That's a legal interpretation of Abuja's status, which we've discussed before on this platform. So that's a legal interpretation of Abuja's status. Abuja, by the Constitution of Nigeria, to all intents and purposes, has the status of a state. So if it has the status of a state, then it's inclusive in the states, essentially, that you have to score 2/3 of, which was surpassed with Tinubu scoring 25 in 30. So there is no constitutional backing to the dispute that Peter Obi, because what Peter Obi and by extension Atiku are now asking is a reinterpretation of Abuja's status which the law courts have already told us has not the law courts, but the Constitution has already told us that it has a state status. So a state status. So let's kick off the conversation, and let's kick it off with Emmanuel if he's ready. So Emmanuel, are you ready?
Yes, oh man, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to see you. So straight to it then, and actually let me kick it off from the Yemsin Wiki space. So there it is. In your chair, are you now? It looks as though there is no way back for him. So you heard Wiki in that video clip, and you heard Bode George in that readout. So they are all lining behind this judgment now to usher Iyorchia Ayu out of situation as the chairman of the party. So if they succeed, which they are probably will, and of course, if they usher him out with this court judgment, then you would think that they will move very quickly to have an interim person in position, because you cannot have a vacuum. So if they usher him out, how does that affect their petition at the Electoral Tribunal Council, Emmanuel?
Oh, okay. One man. Thank you very much. But meanwhile, before I answer that question, I want to ask, is Atiku in Nigeria?
Well, a lot of people are asking, but it should be, especially with the situation as it is. With Atiku, he lives in Abu Dhabi. We all know that. But there's no sighting of him in Nigeria, I have to say. But you have the expectation that he should be somewhere in Nigeria. But what do you ask?
I think the whole thing is showing the sign the man is not around, because his own power is not playing towards Ayu, because it's just like they left him behind and everybody is bouncing on him from states, from world to state to to the national stage. So everybody just left, as in his main man left him, and Wike is bouncing on him. Everybody is bouncing on him. But let me go straight to the question. I think, to me, Ayu is the main reason, even the main reason why they lost the election, because he breached their agreement that he had with some of the committee of the House, that when a presidency is on to the north, he will step down the position. So, and he refused to do that. So some aggrieved member have to, do what they need to do. So, and now, what I read from the reason why they sack him, it wasn't that serious, because he was not paying his due, and they said he was playing anti-party, which I'm still trying to find out where he played anti-party.
They said they lost his polling unit, ward, local government, and the state, which you still say they are not really serious. So it's a political sacking. It's a political suspension. Yeah.
Yes, they are not serious, because we have seen some presidential aspirants even losing their ward, losing their states, and all stuff. Are they sacking them? So I think they don't have any point by telling that because he lost his ward and state, that is why they will sack him. But when you come to not paying due for what is necessary for you, because you claim you're a big man or big whatever you think you are, I think that is where the whole point should be, not because he didn't win his ward or stuff like that. Then I think Wike is trying to fully own PDP, and I can see his finger in whatever is happening to Ayu. I can see his finger, because he's coming down with a full force to claim the party. And the reason why I asked you the question in the first place, because if Atiku is around, Atiku would have been, having some forces against Wike. But it seems like Wike force is overshadowing Ayu force. So I think Wike is the one behind the whole sacking and the whole problem. And in Benue, where he comes from, they have placed this man on the investigation stage, autumn, and Wike is not happy with that. So I think the whole thing plays out immediately. They went to that route. They started trying to find a way to get rid of him. And of course, they are going to get rid of him, and they will get someone to replace, because they can't leave that space vacuum. They can't leave it open like that. So they will get someone, and probably the person will come from, I think the person might also come from North, because they lost. So that when 2027 comes, they will have to,
They are speculating that they are going to replace him with Segun Mimiko. Do you see that? Because that doesn't permutate with politics, does it?
No, I don't think so. I think so. They will just have to maintain that chairmanship from that region too, because if they change it, and now they didn't clinch the position, which where they are, trying to get the presidential seat. So they have to maintain the position they have now, and Wike is not giving up. Wike is still coming up, but I think the main point here is that they must get rid of Ayu, because he really, really destroyed the party. I think so. He destroyed the party, honestly.
All right. But then you were speculating if Atiku was in Nigeria or not. If he's not in Nigeria, what does that say about his petition with the tribunal? Does that show that he's confident and really desirous? Does that show that he's really keen on that petition, or is he just doing it just for the sake of fulfilling righteousness? So if he's not in Nigeria, how does that show that he's invested in fighting for any mandate?
One man, we all know that they just eye service, as far as I'm concerned. What PDP they are doing, they are just eye service, trying to follow what Labour Party are doing. To me, the people that have case in the court are Labour Party. That's the people that have case in court, because they have evidence all over the whole space, trying to showcase they won the election. So PDP, to me, I know they lost the election, but they are just trying to shake the space. One thing I would say to this platform is that, irrespective of what the outcome will be in the court, I think I love what Labour Party are doing. I love the way they are shaking the space, starting from INEC to the judiciary, and making everybody eyes open to. In fact, Labour Party opened the eyes of many people in this election period, electionary period. So many things that have not been going on, that we don't know that has been going on, is what is the Labour Party actually open our eyes for. So PDP, they don't know how to play opposition, as far as I'm concerned. I think Labour Party brought different energy to this space entirely. So
I don't think anybody can argue with that. What the Labour Party space has brought, when everything settles down, ultimately what Labour Party has done has to be seen as a good thing, because they are interrogating for probity. They are not really interrogating for probity. They are going under a narrative of interrogating for probity. But then ultimately that will land us in a better space than where we were. So the rigging for the future is going to be getting more and more difficult, and more to it, the processes will be getting a lot tighter, because now they are saying, come in.
Emmanuel, what are you saying? You said you said PDP.
I was going to let you get away with it, Emmanuel, but I won't let you.
I want to hear Ajale Koko's point. Let me hear, because I know that PDP don't know how to play opposition.
Hold on now. First of all, you said PDP is just understanding that they don't have any case, but Labour Party that came third have case. So who rigged and Labour Party to be in third position? If you are claiming that PDP does not have case, that means that PDP is among the parties that rig against Labour Party. Because if PDP did not rig, how could they come second atop your Labour Party? So you are condemning PDP now. They don't have case, but you that came third have better case than PDP.
Yes, I think I agree with you at that point that they rigged. And we all know it's just like
No.
Akwa Ibom now.
Listen. You didn't listen. You are
Just like
condemning.
Akwa Ibom.
You said your party won, that they rigged against your party, meaning that APC rigged against your party. So PDP that came second. So you are claiming now that they did not rig against PDP, but they rigged against your party. How come that PDP that they didn't rig against come second, but your own party, they rig against your party that came third? I mean, what are you trying to say?
Before you respond, let me also tag on to what Adande Koko just said. If APC rigged against Labour Party, then Labour Party should have come second. So what your argument really is that APC and PDP rigged against Labour Party, because if PDP did not rig and only APC rigged, then Labour Party should have come second. So so then what's standing accused then is that two spaces rigged against you.
Rigged against your party.
Yes, and that is my that's why
they are all against us.
Adele Koko, let me answer you.
You are holding one party responsible for the rigging, which is APC.
Adele Koko, let me ask you. Sorry, let me answer you.
Yes.
Let me answer you. That's why I said initially that they don't even have anything to go and showcase in the courts in the first place. And what they are doing is just an eye service. You know why I was saying that? Because the two states they gave PDP in South, they did not win that two states. It was rigged. So, and that was why Obi
who gave PDP those two states?
They have a serving governor there. Of course, they ring that place.
Okay.
And the citizen of that place has been saying that they never voted. They never voted PDP in the first place. So why are they giving them such a vote? And from the situation room of the Labour Party, they won that two states. They gave them the agents slip. They won that two states. Even let's forget about Rivers because we know the Obi won Rivers, but let's leave that side. But the two states, is Akwa Ibom and West State, I think second state was it Cross River that they gave to PDP. Labour Party won that two states. Do you understand? So we know some just like Adamawa State that PDP also had to change some vote from Labour Party. Labour Party even came second in that.
So hold on. Are you not looking to recover your votes from PDP as well?
No, that is it. One man. That is what is going on, because when the forensic process completes, you will see that the vote that they gave to PDP and APC is just a shambles. They didn't give them such a vote. You understand? So when they finish,
but the petition of your party is against APC. It's not against PDP. You don't file any petition against PDP now. So what are you?
Yeah. So where the whole truth will come into place when that forensic is out, and they allocate the rightful position vote to the owner. So it doesn't, irrespective of whoever, because the reason why Labour Party is taking APC to court.
All right, I get your logic. Everything hinges on the forensic, and when the forensic comes out, all the votes will come back to yeah.
I think we should also ask the speaker that he has forgotten that Obi said is not challenging the result, but the process of the election itself. So the result that was collected as being in the database of INEC is challenging that. However, what is in the database is the official record. So the speaker was so particular about the Labour Party winning the River State, and that has not been proven in the court, except that it was proven this time around during the Tribunal. So you shouldn't be so sure that the other party did not win.
So what I'm trying to say is that just like I'm talking to you now, the forensic is still ongoing. I think INEC has given them space for the whole 1 month or stuff like that. So the process is still going on. But the prayer that Labour Party have, I think they will have to find a way to allow them input some of the result they will get from the forensic process.
The basis of Obi'S pleading in the tribunal is not actually on that IRF per se. It was his major
I
pleading
think you have to go.
is about
all right.
the disqualification.
If you read
Disqualification
the
of the
whole,
candidate, then the process which the vice president emerged, second, and the drug issue, third, and then that process about the IRF thing, but it was not really so particular about that IRF thing result. So his major pleading is basically on the candidate, not per se the
no,
result.
we have about
Hold on, Emmanuel. Address that, and then I'll move you on to another topic. So what
yeah,
they were
yeah,
just put you
Those
address that
they
now.
have about 5 prayer, and you just mentioned 3. So the one of Beavers is where the forensic comes in, and that is even where we have case, not even drug case and all those process that took place in selecting a candidate, which I don't know whether is it the duty of the Labour Party to to have a say in the APC party. But where I have the joy is that the one that has to do with forensic, because that's when they complete that process, that's the way we have case one man.
All right.
One man real quick for a second.
Right.
I want to point the speaker to something. When the results were collated and counted, and the results, sent to INEC headquarters, all the agents signs on those results, right? Now, let's assume that other parties, both PDP and APC, TPS some of those results and put their own figure on it. Do you realize that will become the official result, official number that will be recorded on an INEC database? And hold on one second. Hold on one second. And that whatever is being brought forward to challenge that result that is done in the database or in the INEC record would no longer be seen as official, but the one being given to INEC would now become the official. Do you realize that?
No. Hold on now. Dewale, what you are saying is self-defeating. Because if all the agents signed, if all the agents signed to say that this is it, and then a text version then appears on INEC, then that nullifies the text one. Because that's not the true reflection now, unless the copies with the agents are also text, then it's not a true reflection of what the agents. Imagine if you give me a check for £100, and then you sign it, and then I text it over and change it to £10,000. It's no longer valid because that's not the check you gave.
Yes,
my signature is already there.
Because you are the owner of the check.
No, but it's altered. It's altered. It's the thing.
Can I add, please?
To add to what you have said, the when they get the result from the server that that have not been altered, which is what is the process they are doing now. So they will compare it. That's what, if you read the petition, they will compare with the one the agents have. Their agents have. So now the one that is even the RF, they are not even going to check what is in the RF because a lot of blurring and TPS stuff is in the RF. So they are fixating on the one on the server, the one that is inside the Beaver, because the upload is there and the one they took. So they have it. They said they will compare with the one the agent gave. So it has to be one before they will accept it.
Can I add, please?
Okay, come in, but I wanted to move from that space. I don't want us to stay there for too long.
Good evening to you all. I just came in now.
Good evening.
I love the discussion of that. You see, there was process that they used to ring the election before now. And now is a new process to ring the election. How? If you said whatever that is in Beavers is what is the real authentic, are you also aware that thing that is in the Beaver can be rigged? How can it be rigged? Now, you see a situation whereby INEC official will tell you they have sent the result and they have not pushed it out of that beavers. They will go to somewhere. That is how you see that the PDP and the Labour, they are not even relying uh, their their proof on their agent, because your agent can be bought. If your agent are being bought at the polling unit level, they can take your agent to somewhere with that beavers and he will sign another paper which they will upload. Are you aware of that?
Oh,
So,
all right, yeah, taking us to some conspiracy theory
yeah,
space, but
and for my brother who said that they took APC to court, that not PDP they took the court because APC ringed the both PDP and LP. Now, if they really need to take people to court,
No, that is not what I said. Let me correct
no,
that. Let
hold
me
on.
say.
Let him just land that point. I want
let
to
me
move from
land.
there. Yeah, I
Let
want
me
to move
land.
from there. Yeah.
The state that PDP are governors, that LP did not win, that they claim they're supposed to win there. What they're supposed to do is take PDP to court, take APC to court. Just as APC have replied, both PDP and LP, cross-examining or cross appealing their suit against him. You understand? Because there are states where Article 1, where PDP and where LP and APC are claiming they're supposed to win there. There are places where APC won, where PDP and LP are claiming to supposed to win there. There are places where
All right.
LP also win, where PDP and APC are claiming to also win there. It means all of them have ringed themselves. For example, Lagos State, PDP have come out in a television, Daniel Bala. He said they were the one who told LP that they won in Lagos. You understand? The LP vice candidate was there at that conversation. When Sheung questioned Bala that now you people are claiming you took the first, LP is claiming they took the first. How come who will not be the person that court will give this decision to? Bala answered that, for example, in Lagos, they were the one, the PDP, that told LP that LP is the
All
one
right.
that win in Lagos.
Joseph, I don't want to spend too
It
much
means
time
that
on this.
it
Yeah.
means that all of them are relying on propaganda. They don't really know what is the answer. They are relying on what they have with them, the one they wrote themselves, not the one that was in the polling unit. That's what I'm trying to claim, to explain here.
All
Thank
right,
you.
brilliant. And I think that is really because they cannot on any authority say that they have anything, haven't not seen the INEC server, but I think they are just fishing. They are on a fishing expedition. That's just really what a lot of people think. But Emmanuel, let me take you to the Nwayanwu space, who is now trying to reverse what we all heard him say. He says, Nwayanwu, I did not call Yorubas political rascals. He did say you political rascals, and he did say Yoruba, and he did say it within the same sentence stream. So because we listened to it about 3, 4, maybe even 5 times yesterday, and we heard him quite clearly. So there is that. But then also the language that he was using at that event, very aggressive and very confrontational. So somebody that purports to be an elder, the chairman of the Elders Forum of Ohanese, is this language befitting of somebody of that position, Emmanuel?
One man, you say you listened to that video several times, right?
We just as early as yesterday, we played it here.
From my, I don't know, you people have different ear, or maybe my own ear, I can't hear properly. What I heard, what that elderly man said was that they are not in a war with Lagos people. Neither are they. The Lagos people are not in any contention with them. Let me just put it that way. That people that are causing the problem are political rascals. It did not even say Lagos are political. He didn't say that. To
He
be
said
honest,
he said the Yorubas are political rascals. That was what he said.
he didn't say that from
No,
that video. He said he want
that's
to
not
play.
what he said. That's not what he said.
He didn't say that. I don't know the ear you people used to listen to him. He said when somebody already said that we are not at war, and he had to go against and say another thing differently. So to me, he said, to paraphrase it though, because he said we are not at war, they are political rascals. So in the sense that what he's saying in essence that people that are maiming Igbos in Lagos are political rascals. And thank God he has come to clarify that that statement. At least we can rest that statement now. So we are not at war. They are just political
No,
rascals.
like what the man said. He said, rascal among the people does not mean the people are rascal. He also make it
Yeah,
understand that the
yeah.
people
I
in
think he was
Southeast,
trying to
they
refer
have
to the
political
For the
rascals.
Anglos.
He
fact
was
they have
trying
come
to
to
say,
clear the air, I think we should
yeah,
rest
just want
him.
to clear the air that
I think the
Yorubas are
man
not
was trying
rascal.
to. Sorry, Joseph. I think the guy was trying to.
Carry on.
Okay, yeah, I think he was trying to refer to the Agbero, but my issue with what he said is not what he really said. It's how he said what he said, and should that event really be the place to be addressing such issues? Is the problem I have with that, man. And that's why it feels awkward. I don't think it should.
I don't think that's a pro because the elderly man in the name of what is his name, say from West, Olusegun Obasanjo, have already make a statement about that conflict that's going on in the southwest. So them giving him a mic, he has to address one or two things.
Did you think his tone was aggressive, Mayao? Do you think his tone was aggressive?
I think he was pained by the way they treated his people, the way they killed them, and the way they, threatened them to leave Lagos. I think he was pained, but he was not really referring to the whole region as rascals. He was just saying that people that did it are political rascals because he said that Yoruba are not even in war with Igbos. But those people, I can say, I think what we need to establish here is APC supporters. Those people are in a different level.
But you see, what confuses people somewhat is that there were more incidents of electoral violence, 10 times more in the southeast than in Lagos or anywhere in the southwest. So what if it's pained by political violence? Why is it not going to the epicenter of where it happened? Why is it?
I think I doubt that. You know why?
We have the data now. What do you mean you doubt it? We have the data.
Because before that election, there was a threat. Yeah. Do you understand? There was a threat issue to that region. Do you understand? And everyone I was visited on that region because that threat was it didn't just come once. It happened during presidential election, and the threat came again the second time in governorship election. So they have to carry out their threats during the election, and that was why it was as if this Lagos thing was amplified. So
Emmanuel, I don't think any Igbo.
Hold on. Let him. Sorry, carry on, Emmanuel.
Okay.
I don't think there was any threat that comes from southeast, because if there is any threat that comes from southeast, they would have amplified it the way Lagos was amplified. Do you understand?
What do you mean? But is that not where the issue is? There's countless evidence of electoral malpractices in the southeast, underage voting under duress, suppression of votes, just an abundance of it in the southeast. But you never hear it on the.
You sure you have the evidence of what you're saying?
We played it here countless times.
Because
countless times.
I didn't see. I saw some video where some people were even complaining that they did not allow the Labour Party to. That was in Imo State, I saw that video.
We saw a man beaten up to a pub for voting APC. We saw people that were clearly not even at their teenage years voting for Labour Party. We saw old women being forced thumbprinted all over the Southeast.
One man, come on.
Don't do that today. Let us have a conversation without you doing that today. So Emmanuel capable. So let's not have that rowdiness today. So with all of that, and you too, let Emmanuel just have a go. Emmanuel, yes, to you.
Yes, one man. I think I saw the one of that elderly women. I think they were a bit elderly, and that it was just like they have told them. That's before the election. They have educated those women where to thumbprint, and probably during the day they came the queue on the line. Somebody have to direct them. Not that they were forcing them to. You can see they were even singing the song, not for them not to forget where the papa mama picking. I saw that video. It wasn't compelling.
What about clips of votes for the APC being torn up, being ripped out of the ballot? We've seen the clips here as well. If you still have it, I'll play for you.
One man,
all in the Southeast.
Because I'm doubting some of the things you're saying here.
You are doubting it.
Yes,
sorry, woman.
If you have the video,
can I interject?
I will accept what you're saying.
Let me play you a couple.
Okay, voters card. Okay, ¿qué party vote ni?
Labour Party.
Okay. ¿Qué fait ba fai?
Daniel.
Okay. Daniel, you vote in the Labour Party. Okay, so bad.
So that I will exempt myself in case there is any result from that polling unit. I have 12 polling units. No election was conducted in any of them.
I work as an SPO.
So you see that clip, the woman mentioned the polling unit, and we put it up on the. That's the returning officer. That's the INEC officials telling us no elections took place in that polling unit. But we went to the IRS space and we pulled up those specific spaces. And no, you get no prizes for guessing what we saw there. Peter will be 100%.
You go see voters card. Okay. ¿Qué fait ba fai? Okay, ¿qué party vote ni? Labour Party qui vote ni? Ba fai?
My name is Bira.
Okay. Afai?
My name is Ngozi.
So which party did you vote for? P2B, that is Labour Party. Can I see your voters card? All right, and you voted for P2B?
Yes.
Meaning you are obedient?
Yes.
Very, very.
I vote for P2B.
Kibafai? Okay, this is Nnamdi and Ifeanyi. Alongside with the other videos we've seen, they voted for P2B in the land of Ezi. But Ezi couldn't vote too. No matter what, you don't vote. You need to vote in Ezi. Okay, you need to Obo. All right, this is to assure that they voted in Ezi.
So I can bring in more and more, but yes, I think the point
let me interject, please.
Let me respond to that. I think for these children, it is very, very illegal for them to allow them to vote. You know, when I come to a platform, I'm always objective and I don't accept what is wrong.
Are you sure they are not actors? Are you sure they are not actors? Are you sure that's not APC? They are actors now.
No, one man. I don't know what they are, but for the fact they mentioned they voted Labour Party, that was wrong. So this is what we don't want in our country, where underage will be voting. I think probably.
How come those clips are not being played on Arise TV? It's all over social media.
Oh man, listen, you have played it, so and I'm condemning it here and now. And what I'm saying is that if there is possible that unit they voted, it's possible they should cancel that unit because this is illegal, right?
Well, Oba, why is one man? Let me say something. Why is one man trying to spin you? Let me just put in something, please.
I've been waiting to ask.
Hold on, Des.
You asked one man earlier on if he has evidence to things he was saying.
Thank
showed
you,
some now.
No, the one I was asking.
That wasn't the question. That's what I'm trying.
That wasn't the. I didn't ask them where there is children voting. We are actually talking about the elderly man from the Hanese, where he was,
Anyway, you were asking for proof and he put out some. That was why he actually put out these videos.
No. What he put
but
out was
question
not.
to you. Anyway, my question to you. Let's leave that. My question to you is: you've claimed that Igbos were killed in Lagos. Do you have any proof to it?
In fact, as I'm talking to you now, they have brought the obituary for one person, just as of today.
Yeah. Somebody sent that to me. What's? Hold on. Let me see. Somebody sent that to me. I don't know. You guys, man. Yeah. So anyway, it's unbelievable. But carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Yes. I think I know that person. It was very popular that day. The man was. He didn't die immediately, though. It was his. I think the leg was shifted or something. They're trying to move him from one hospital to the other, but he lost. We lost him.
Is it Peter Robert Kachi?
I think I don't really know his name, but I think I know the face. I saw the obituary picture today. I saw the face.
Is wearing a denim jacket and a white t-shirt.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, this is you guys, man. You guys.
You know, one Agbero was killed in Agor, you know?
One man.
On a live video.
One man,
was
not
shot.
just one. But do you know how many? Anyway, let's not go to that route. Do you know how many are in the hospital? But let's not go to that route. But what that elderly
my thing is, Uka, my thing is, if somebody
sorry to interject, everybody.
If somebody
how many ways are we? How many ways are we?
If somebody was killed, I think that would have been a picture in that scene, since it's an election day. Like there was an APC guy killed, and there was videos and pictures that are for the exact scene. You can't just come out now and say there's an obituary for somebody.
He didn't hear what I said. I said he was maimed. He didn't die immediately. He didn't hear what I said. That they moved him from one hospital to the other, but he eventually lost his life.
There was no video of it until the obituary. You can only see the obituary.
Wait, you mean there was no video of where Tom?
Yeah, is there any video of when it was happening or after it happened? Because you can't just come out with an obituary.
Let me interject, please.
Let me help you. Sorry, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah, come in, Solomon. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah.
Good morning.
Woman. First, I want to debunk that first video you just played. Now that video is in Delta State. Izzy is in Delta State. Izzy is one part in Delta State. Is in either Anocha North. Yeah, it's in Anocha North. And
they told us who they voted for now.
But it's not. No, that's Izzy. They speak Yoruba there too. In that Izzy there too.
They told us who they voted for.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to let you know it's not really southeast. South. That this will happen now. That because you who are painting these things on south is that video is in south. Then the people died in Lagos State. There are videos everywhere. Like even if they are not everywhere, I've seen videos that I never thought that it was very serious like this in Lagos State. To be honest with you, people really died.
How many people died?
Like I do not take count of all this things. And I can't take count, but I've seen videos that people, like, even if they even survive that injury itself, it's only the grace of God that would help them in surviving that in those injuries.
Can I interject, Solomon?
Yeah, coming.
They mention them.
Let me say something.
So sorry, sorry. Before you interject, let's manage the interjection. People don't just jump in the middle of, not you, Des, but just let's manage it so it's not rowdy. Yeah, Des, let's hear from you.
Yeah, someone was making a mention of, is there any video? What I would say is, if you find a place or you're in a situation where a lot of people are chasing you or people are beating you up, you expect someone to carry a video and be videoing when it's happening. Is that what you're trying to expect, or the video you're trying to look for? Is that, I'm trying to get that. Is that what
everybody has a smartphone. I'm not sure that there's very little that happens that is not captured in some form.
Okay.
One
There's
man.
video for where. Okay.
One man. You want to tell me that you didn't see all that played out in Lagos? Be honest with yourself.
I didn't say anything, to be honest with you. I heard a lot, but I've not seen, and I'm in this space every day. People send me stuff.
There was someone they plug his eyes out. You saw that one too?
I didn't say that one. Was that not in the east?
What do you do now?
Sorry.
It was this one that the guy had eyes. No, somebody had.
Anyway, one man, I have your Instagram. I will send you that picture of someone they plugged it out.
Yeah, but where? Where? You can send me any picture, but where? Where did it take place?
Lagos.
So I'll take your word for that.
Yes, and I'll give you the write up. It was even the person that came out. He was just he typed it himself. I'll send it to you. So now let me respond to Eze concerning that little children, irrespective of any region that picture was taken or that play was taken. It is purely illegal.
Emmanuel, please, please, one sec.
Let me finish.
Emmanuel, please, please, one sec, please. I said, please, one sec, please. One man, don't let us do any. Please, good evening, everyone. There is no propaganda here. If you have any clips, one man may not be able to show us. Send it to his Instagram. Let him have a look. We are not propaganding here. Please. One man, thank you.
Thomas, do you remember my question? I first of all asked him, are you aware of what played out in Lagos? He said no, and I promised to send him a picture. So what is wrong with that?
All right, carry on.
So those children voting, I think is not okay. And for the fact they mentioned Labour Party, it is not okay. So if possible, the way to cancel that unit, I think it will.
Do you think that those are isolated incidents? Are they isolated incidents?
Whether it's isolated or not, one man, any unit that those children voted, they should cancel that unit.
Because that was most of the elections in the southeast, underage children, suppressed voting, intimidation.
Wait, one man, they just told you that it's not from southeast Benue. But what I'm even saying is that irrespective of the region or the state that it happened, that is illegal. If possible, they should get rid of it. So that sanitize. Let's sanitize our political space. Make it like our principal always say, you have to do the right thing so that people behind you will learn. You understand? It's just like this whole process that took place now. He used to tell us that if you cannot do the right thing, so how do you go to arrest a thief or a Yahoo boy? Because you are the big thief. So we need to get things right so that when you start accusing someone, you know that you as a person, you're doing the right thing. So they have to learn from you. So let me go back to that elderly man. So what he was saying, which I have treated here, what I have mentioned here severally, that he wasn't saying that Yoruba are rascals, political rascals. He didn't say that. And for the fact that he has, even because Labour APC people, those people, they are terrible. So they thank God they have the man came out to at least put those narratives to rest. Now they have to go and pull out Pandora paper. I told them that we are not still in the election, that they would have even taken Obi to court during the campaigning season. Not even now, that they don't have any case, any at all. They don't have any case.
How do you mean hold on? How do you mean they don't have any case?
They don't, because P2B has put that to rest.
In what way?
He already told them that the account wasn't owned only by him; it was joint account. Yes.
Yeah. No, that's still illegal.
Illegal.
Yes.
Wait, Mama, you're saying
no. I'm going to have to replace you. If you don't let the conversation flow, then we can't have a session. Apologies for that. Carry on, Emmanuel.
Yes, but I don't. Maybe I have to find out the constitution where they say whether joint account or not. Something they have to declare it, which I have
You,
not
you,
seen.
you,
But
you don't even have to find the constitution. You just have to find a bit of logic. So you are required to declare your assets wherever they are held, so that when you are coming in, they will know what you own, and then when you are leaving, you declare your assets again. Then they know what you own, so that they can marry then what you came in with and what you are living with to see that you did not help yourself to public funds. So you cannot then say that because you partly own something and other people have stakes in it, therefore you are making the decision not to declare it. If your name is on anything as an ownership person of that space in whatever form, you have to declare it now. What do you mean? If you buy a house with your wife, because your wife's name is on it, you don't declare it. If you're running a business with partners, because you have partners, you don't declare it. That's a nonsense.
one man, I agree with you, but I think if they have faults in it, they should go and interrogate him. I think so. That's what I said.
Yeah,
Man.
no, that's what the law is. That's what the lawyers are inviting. It's the most indictable of all of the.
Do you know why? Because they have interrogated him before, so they are going again to interrogate him. He will still win them.
Who interrogated him before?
I think they have interrogated him on that Pandora paper before.
When? I'm not aware that they interrogated him when it was published. He lied. He lied on an official government document. He lied to hide money.
One man, I think Rufai asked him that question. He put it to rest.
Rufai, who is Rufai? What's Rufai got to? Is Rufai FCC? Is Rufai FCC?
Wait now, FCC have mentioned that case now, so I think they have the right now to interrogate him better, right? So
Right.
the reason why I know the reason why they are doing it because Obi puts drug issue to or they were trying to find the whole truth behind the drug case for Tinubu. So that's why they are trying to bring out some cases which it is dead on arrival. But if they have any case towards that, I think they should go ahead with that because we need to make things right in this country. One might say that I've been coming to this your platform. I stand on the rightful path, irrespective of whatever. You have to put things right. INEC really dealt with citizens. They thought we are fools. They made promise and all the electoral law. They just the day of election. They went against what they promised. So we need to make things right. As simple as ABCD. Make things right. Do the right thing so that everybody will be happy with you. That is why US government, they are just making mockery of us. We know we are not perfect, but let's just try and get it right a little bit. Get it right. Simple election that you spend 44 billion naira. You could not do simple thing. Simple election. You could not perform.
So what do you mean they cannot perform? The election by all of the electoral observers has been the best we have had so far. They've recorded marked and vast improvements in the process.
One man, I will not take it as the best. I'll take it as the worst because the reason why.
What better election have we had in Nigeria outside of this?
What better election? I think the Goodluck election was better. The one yes, I think it was fair enough compared to this one.
Because he lost, Abby.
Can I interject? Sorry, no.
Yeah, come in, Solomon.
Okay, let me tell you something. I don't come on this platform to just come and talk, follow the bandwagon of certain topics or certain people what they are saying, but is to just see it how I understand and to try to be rational. Like, for instance, now you saying Jonathan's election is the best. It's not the best, let me tell you, because the rigging DSF is was worse than this one. This one now, why you able to see this one? Because right now, the spread of social media, the way how social media has spread and your involvement, I think this is your first time of getting involved properly in
Facebook.
Election. Okay, but they see Jonathan's election. I know that in terms of violence, that is in certain place like where I know it was not really like this. But in terms of being, in terms of rigging, it was worse than this. And you know, rigging is malpractice, it's electoral malpractice. So
Solomon, we're getting heavy feedback from you.
Oh, okay. As long as my practice is high, you don't need to say that Jonathan's election was better than this one. Thank you.
What I'm saying is it was glaring that Buhari won 2015 election. It was glaring enough. But this case where we have you can't even compare, because the money was spent during this election was so huge that at least, like Peter Obi said, that like 15% of that money he will achieve as simple election, just 15% of that money. Technology is already there that you can monitor what is going on the day of election. In fact, this technology you have.
Sorry. What did you say Peter Obi said?
Peter Obi said that he will use he will not use that total money if he's in power to conduct such election.
Yeah, but he has never conducted an election before. So on what he refused to conduct local government elections in his 8 years as an Anambra State governor. So what antecedent does he have in conducting elections?
One man. What I'm saying is that the money we used for this election was much, and we could not even achieve 10% of that money. That's what I'm saying. But this particular election, this beavers and this process in Osun and Anambra State, the same thing, it was perfect. So during the presidential election,
what do you mean it was perfect? Osun State was overturned for overvoting.
Yes, it was overturned, but we saw it. We saw the result going live.
What do you mean? It's in dispute that it wasn't a credible election with evidence to show. So what do you mean it was perfect?
One man, for the fact that the result, the way they announced the result, for the fact that they did not follow their procedure, it was wrong. Let's get that fact to our head. For the fact that they promised to make that result live to everybody to see, and they shut their server for only presidential server. Right. So it was wrong. Because supposing that here in my unit now I voted and that man transmit that result or transfer that result to the polling unit, and there and right there I saw my paper on the beaver on the ROF. So if right from that unit I saw my result there, I will be happy and jubilating going home. But for the fact they shot that particular presidential poll, it was a big one man. It was corruption on top corruption, honestly speaking.
All right. So hopefully,
can I chip in?
Yeah, go on.
Again, I just think I have a question for you again. You see, my thing is, the way when it comes to Obi, the way you quickly wave things away. Tinubu, nobody ever have any evidence of Tinubu stealing money from Lagos, taking money from Alpha Beta. Every one of you was hammering it. It's drug case, it's Alpha Beta. Now they've pinpointed Obi not declaring something. You quickly push it aside and you quickly look for Obi has said something. What has Obi said? What Obi has done?
Maybe you didn't get my point. I said, let me repeat myself. I said that if the man has not clarified himself, they have to invite him and question him. Isn't that what I said?
You said he has been interrogated. I want to ask you, has he been interrogated? You can't even prove it.
Yes, I said if he has not been interrogated, they should question him about that. I even said that Rufai have tried to question him about that. But if the EFCC have not questioned him about that, they should bring him and question him. We need to get it right.
It's not judge.
We need to get it right, irrespective of who you're supporting. Nigeria is our country.
Okay. Stick to your gun. Okay. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me take you. Finally to the. Or should I just go into? Actually, let me stay with you. Let me take you to the Falana space. Who gives us an interpretation of Abuja's status as per the Constitution, and how the Constitution views Abuja essentially has the status of a state. So if it has the status of a state, that gives a direct interpretation to the Electoral Act. So now because slowly by slowly, all of these are Peter Obi'S petition and the article petition, they are already falling flat even before the tribunal sits. So if Abuja already has the status of a state according to the Constitution, so that then transmutes into the Electoral Act, which also deems it as a state. So now this phantom 25% the obedience space, the Labour Party space, looking for in Abuja, this 25% is just chasing shadows yet again, isn't it?
Yeah, one man. I think there is a case concerning that is 25% before now. I'm not too sure about that. I think there was a case before that. I think they have to maintain that case. I think they have ruled this case before. If they say it's not okay, I think they will overrule it. But if they have ruled it before and they say they should maintain that 25% in the FCT, I think it wasn't it was, I can't remember but I think they have ruled that case before. So, but right from all our presidential candidates or all the president that Nigeria has produced, all of them has made 25% in FCT.
Did Buhari make 25% in FCT?
Yes, he made it. He made 25% in FCT.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, both 2015 and 2019, he made 25%. All of them, from 1999, all of them has made 25%. I think it's only this APC time, this Tinubu time that they couldn't make that 25%. From the beginning, APC have not won it, but they have always, gotten their 25%. And I think there is a position for it before now, sorry. But I don't know whether they are going to go against it. If they're not going to go against, that means Tinubu will not be declared. But that's not even the main case for me. The main case is that they then finish the forensic and they bring result out. So, and that is where obedience are strong. Not even all these cases up and down. So we need to see our results. We need to get our results. That's the only thing we want.
Emmanuel, let me chip in something. I think what is with that 25%, it's basically not gonna work because I've actually studied that 25%. The only problem that is in that stuff is the Constitution wasn't written right. That's the problem I see there. Let me finish now.
Go on.
The Constitution wasn't written very, it wasn't explained, because what they say you have to make 2/3 of 36 states and FCT. It should have been. They should have just explained it like you have to make 25. Sorry, you have to make you have to get 25% of 26 states. Actually, that'll be 25 states, because when you do 2/3 of 26, 2/3 of 26 is 24.
Yes.
But when you add Abuja, that means if you say 2/3 of 27, which is 24.6. So now Tinubu already has more than 25. Abi 30 state that he got to 25%. So I don't think
31.
that case 31. So that case wouldn't really fly.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I keep saying it, that to me the 25% is not the case for me. The case for me is that forensic process that Labour Party is ongoing now. We need to get our results, like Rivers, all those results they took. We need to get it. They need to assign the result that Obi got to him. So that's only
they are more likely to cancel disputed results than assign it.
No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
What do you mean?
Yes, it's just like the two states that Labour Party have done, the Rivers State and Benue State. So they got a real result from it. So the only thing you need to do is to assign the results they have to them. So not to cancel it. Why will you cancel it?
All right. I'm hopeful that process comes to a head very soon.
Mama, can I interject?
Yeah, come in. And then after that interjection, then we move the conversation on to Patrick.
Okay. To assume that the Constitution was not structured in the right way is not the fact. It's not true. If you look at our Constitution very well, Section 229 further buttress that fact that FCT is a state. When I read Section 229, you will see that FCT is a state.
Sorry, where's all that background noise coming from? Carry on. Let me look.
If you read it makes us to understand that it's assumed that FCT is a state and Nigeria is 37 states. So that is what Section 229 said. If you read it there,
no, brother, listen to me very well.
Coming,
I understand what you're saying.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm coming, please. That is number one. Number two, if you give special status to an FCT citizen, it means if somebody win 25% in 36 states, if he cannot win 25% in FCT, he can also be a Nigeria president. What that simply means is this, that a citizen of an FCT have a special status above every other citizen of Nigeria. That is number two. Now, if you talk of where Obi win, they have to give him his result. For example, you also should be aware that the states that Obi win, like in the Southeast, where people like PDP and APC also, they are not satisfied. If they still deduct that vote from Obi, it means we are still where we are. That's number two. Now, we are talking of if we remove where Obi win, that they ring him hard, and add it to Obi, it might become first, according to the argument here now.
Obi has to make up. He has to make up in excess of 2 million votes from all of these.
Yes, that's what I want to reflect.
Yeah.
If you remove the 6 states that Tinubu won in the South, he is still ahead because he won 6 states in the South and won 6 states in the North. If you remove the 6 states that he won in the South, he's still ahead. In terms of total number, is ahead. In terms of requirement of 2/3 in 24 states, including FCT, is even getting more than what required.
I think I doubt what you're saying.
Okay,
what do you mean? What do you mean you doubt? It's numbers
if he
now.
That, if he
we're
that,
talking about numbers. What do you mean you doubt?
Numbers,
I'm talking about numbers.
Let me tell you now, right here.
Because
how many? What is the number? What is the total number Tinubu got from the Southwest? He only win 2 states from the South. What was the total number he got from the Southwest? Can you tell me?
Tinubu has 2.7 million more votes than Peter Obi. 2.7 million.
That's what I want to let you know. Can you tell me the total number Tinubu got from the Southwest?
One man, I know what you're saying. Based on what INEC declared, he has 2 million ahead of Peter Obi. 2 million
that is what I'm telling you.
Hold on, Joseph. Do you not see what Joseph is saying too? He says if you discount all of Tinubu's votes in 6 states,
where he won,
remove them completely, he still wins.
He still wins.
One man, we are not only in Southwest. We are talking about 36 states. Do you understand?
Right.
Are we talking about only that?
So they will discount all of his votes everywhere.
They don't have to. They have to give him the one they voted for him. They have to give him his vote.
That is what I'm telling you, my brother. Calm down. What I'm saying is this. You are not getting me clear. You are not getting me clear. Calm down.
I get your point.
You are not getting me clear. Obi have the area is challenging. He is not challenging the total result of the whole state. He has area that is challenging. There are areas he claimed that they ring him out.
Challenging 29 states.
Wait, Emmanuel, let him land. Yeah, go on, Joseph.
Calm down, please. Let's understand ourselves. If he's challenging the whole country, it means where he also won in the Southeast, there's also challenge. Now, he cannot be challenging the whole country. Why? he cannot be challenging 29 states because he won in 12 states. If he's challenging 29 states, it means the 12 states that he also won is among.
The state. He's challenging even Lagos, he won. He's challenging he's challenging some Southeast, he won. So he's challenging 29 states. So
nobody won in Southeast apart from him. He's challenging himself.
Yes, he's still challenging, especially.
It wants even more numbers. All right. Thank you, Emmanuel.
But what I want to correct is this.
Challenging Imo State.
What I want to correct is this, my brother. Let me tell you what I want.
Let me learn. The reason why he challenged Imo State was there's some polling unit, some ward, or like a polling unit. There was not even an election, but there was result that was declared. So he challenged that result. Why was it declared? So
a lot of those where elections did not take place and results were declared. They were declared for Obi. We've checked it here.
One man. That was why he put Anambra. I think he put Imo State and Ebonyi State. He was challenging those places. So he's not coming to do all this antimonious attitude. He wants to do it in a rightful way. The one that's not belong to him. Yes, take it away.
In a rightful way. The guy Pandora. All right. Land that point and I'll move on. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that for the fact that he's challenging where he won means that there's still something fishy there, irrespective of whoever is going to gain. So he's not challenging based on where he did not win. Just like Southwest, Obi made 25% in the whole of state of Southwest. But what they gave him, he did not even. I think he only made 25% in Lagos only. But the rest of the Southwest,
that is according to you.
No. I want him to land and then I'll move on. So land and then I'll move on. Yeah.
That was according to the result on ground, not according to me. You want to tell me that Obi will go and spend his billions of naira because of election, the one he did not win? If you don't know Obi, you need to go and study him first. He doesn't spend money where he does not believe in things.
We know Obi very well. We know him
but that's
well.
what you believe.
All right, thank you. All right, let me move the conversation on to Patrick. That space, we never make any progress in that space. Hopefully Patrick is still there. Patrick, are you there? Patoski. All right, we don't appear to have Patrick for the moment. So let's move the conversation then to Dewale. Dewale, hopefully you are there.
I'm very much here.
All right, brilliant. So good to have you, Dewale. So now it's a period of revisiting old wounds. So now Tinubu's is alleged drug, whatever it is in Chicago, that's now been presented at the Election Petition Tribunal. So now a law firm in Lagos now has written a petition to the CCB, which is the Code of Conduct Bureau, to now dig out the files of Peter Obi'S Pandora Papers shenanigans and effect prosecution. So now, are you expecting to see some action in that space? And also, why is a lot more not being made of now and in the course of the elections of all of the wrongdoings of Peter Obi? So Pandora Papers are coming up again. How do you see that space playing out, Dewale?
It's just nonsensical in such a way that things that are not even pertaining to the election is what they are bringing out in the law court. But there's no court that is worth a result is going to be, entertaining all those side issue, not related to the election itself. But at the same time, it was already out of the office by the time the Pandora paper came out. So I think it's also left for, the code of conduct to, if there's anything they want to bring out from there. But I don't see anything tangible or anything meaningful coming out at the end of that area.
He did infract a law. There's an infraction of the law. He infracted the law. He did not abide by the rules.
Well, I haven't really studied that Pandora paper after, because when it came out, I was just not, interested in it, because at that time it was not contesting for election. So, I didn't really pay attention to it. But nevertheless, just like the Tinubu drug case, there will be nothing that will come out of it completely. It's just a distraction to the proceeding in the court. It doesn't really have anything to. Won't hold any water. The same thing with that Pandora. But then, if the incumbent decided to, uh, you know, deal with it like the main issue, there won't be anything tangible coming out from it.
All right, brilliant.
Other than the electoral process, yes.
All right, brilliant. So we are all lawyers now. We are all Google lawyers now. So this is where we are now in the electoral phase. So everybody is a Google lawyer now, and what we are getting then from the space, Dewale, the Abuja now in focus and what role it plays within the requirement of INEC to declare somebody a winner. So Abuja up in play, and what Femi Falana is telling us is that Abuja effectively has the status of a state, and therefore it is consumed and swept up in that 2/3 requirement, which Tinubu meets and fulfills with extra. So do you think that a lot of those items within the Peter Obi petition, like that Abuja space, which a lot of lawyers have said is a nonsense, and the drug case, which is just ridiculous, do you think a lot of that is going to be jettisoned even before the tribunal says?
When a situation like this happens, I watched the interview where he actually confirmed that most of the judges being used are.
Are you there? What's going on today, man? Diwali, you're still speaking, but you dropped off.
You put me in the background.
I did not, but carry on. We were listening. Yeah, no, you're back on. Your voice was really way up. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So he actually attests to the fact that most of the judges will stay active and the cases in their court will be pending. So it's kind of delay some of those cases that are supposed to have been adjudicated. However, he really dealt with it because he didn't want to preempt the outcome of the court. He spoke to it, but because of the respect that he has for the court, him being part of the benches, he decided, you know what, I'm going to leave my explanation based on what I've said, previously. But I think he has already, said it all. There's no way a constitution cannot give a special status to a federal capital territory. It's never done. However, the only respect that it can be granted or can be given to a city like that is to seize it in an official capacity or in some occasional capacity as member of state, as a state itself, but to grant it a special status by saying that this particular region has to be some fulfillment has to be made in this place. Other than that, there's no way, even commonsensical. I mean, it's common sense. There's no way a city or a town in a country can be given. Other than that, the politicians won't have to go around the 360 states, only to stay back in Abuja and keep campaigning or flood Abuja with their loyalists. So it's already settled. To me, it's just a frivolous case that doesn't have any basis, legal basis, and its constitution is already straightforward. And in the first, it uses that word, is as the and is a conjunction in that context that and Abuja, but to say that is a must that the candidate must fulfill that threshold in Abuja. It's just not going to happen because it's a room for situation like this, and the fact that it was included in the pleading is just, to me, it's ridiculous. It's just to crowd the thing just to make make a case.
To make up the numbers. All right, brilliant. So let me take you then to the your chair, your space. A lot of circling around him, Bode George and James Wike now are traversing all the media spaces, insisting that Ayu is toast. So with their case still at the tribunal space, how do you think this will impact on their petition? This internal fighting that continues to rage.
Well, it seems the chicken has come to roost now. What they were, trying to patch before, has finally been taken over by the storm. Now, I believe a suspension from the ward level, not at the national level, is has a political undertone. And I watched the Weekend's interview where he granted and he was being boisterous about, what was happening to Ayu. But I think The Yoruba used to say, on the death of a elephant, you will see different knives. And I think that's what is happening. People are coming to the jugular and they're trying to grab whatever is remains of that party. However, what I see happening is that the poor performance of PDP is going to be everything is going to be the accused finger will be pointed at Ayu because he was the one leading the party when they ran into this where they found themselves, and unfortunately he could not hold that space. He could not unite the party during his own time as a party chairman. So all accused finger will be pointed at him. But what I see happening is that at the national level, they will try because most of these folks at the ward level, or should I call it local government level, they are just, yes sir people. So what I see happening is that they themselves will be the sacrificial lamb, while Hayu is trying to, somebody has a question earlier, where is Atiku? And nobody could give concrete answer to that, whether Atiku is still, in Nigeria or he has gone to his permanent base in Dubai. But that tells you that some people are just, let's do this for the optic and then go silence and go under. To me, how you as a chairman of that party is this unnumbered, because it seems and it shows that Wike as a outgoing governor now already installed his own stooge, and he will be able to use the fund, the state fund, to prosecute and to make sure those big names in the PDP will have no space to operate, because it's likely that it will go back to Oyo. It will try to rally around some of these ex and the incumbent, the old one that are able to retain their state and see if they can rescue the party away from these old forces. And if he's unable to do that, uh, that would be unfortunate. But I don't see how you going with them to the promised land. I don't see that happening.
Do you see the hand of Wike in this in the travails of Ayu? Do you think he's puppet mastering the space? Do you think he's orchestrating this?
He was asked this question during the interview, and he said, "Look, Ayu should have been." This should have even happened in the first place, that it should have been gone a long time. But I want to believe so, because it seems that for him to even have a public interview regarding what it befalls how you shows that he knew some things that public doesn't know. But I don't. I also want to believe that the outcome of the election gave him the confidence to be able to come out to grant this interview. Towards the twilight of his administration. But however, what I see happening is that I think if you put it side by side, there's a kind of like correlation between the event that is unfolding, the suspension, and how you use interview. But at the same time, in as much as nothing is linked to him publicly, we cannot assume. But of course, we are Nigerians. We know sometimes what this politician can and cannot do. So, in that space, I would say yes, he probably knew one or two things regarding to the suspension of the chairman.
All right. So, Bode George comes into play. I have no regret not supporting Jandor for Lagos State governorship election. So this is Bode George, the senior most PDP stalwart within Lagos State, who openly supported the Labour Party candidate. So he in the one breath telling us that Ayu should leave the party for anti-party activities, and in the other breath telling us that he went against his party at the governorship election. So this level of hypocrisy, is this typical of the Nigerian political space? Should Bode George also be suspended from the party for anti-party activities?
Hypocrisy, you call it. Chief Bode George should have completely gone with Ayu. Those people of his status or at that level should be completely swept up of that party, because it's just not founded when you have a party chieftain supporting another candidate from another party. What does that mean is that You purposely left your own party in your own domain where you have the clout, you have the connection, and decided to go with another candidate. That speaks to the narrative that someone is trying to take over Lagos, and he was also one of those people behind that narrative. Because if not, why was he so particular about the person with the rave of the moment? Why was he so particular about not supporting his own candidate in his own party? That shows that he knew what he was doing, because he knew Jado doesn't have, the widespread, or should I call the momentum, for him to be able to win the governorship. But at the same time, that tells about the kind of politicians that be parading themselves around. They'll come on the television and try to paint themselves as the most patriotic Nigerians ever. But these are the people that always, I mean, just to remind people, this man was jailed and went to prison because he was found to have embezzled money from the Nigerian Port Authority. So that speaks well about the kind of character body judge is. So whoever is listening to him, whether at the party level or just ordinary Nigerian, should take whatever he says with a pinch of salt.
Do you think the age bracket of the Nigerian, the topmost echelon of the Nigerian politics, do you think their age bracket is too high? Because as you were speaking, I was checking Bode George, he's 77, Buhari is 80, Obasanjo 86, Tinubu 70, and at the topmost end of the Nigerian, at the topmost end of Nigerian politics, do you think the Atiku is 78? So do you think at the topmost level, they're too old and they've been around the cycles too many times? And do you think a lot of the narrative coming out of Nigerian politics are people fighting old battles? Are these people too old now for the space?
I'm glad you asked that question. But if you go memory lane, we've always have it this way. You remember, after 1960, our political actors then were not in their 30s, though the military took over at their younger age. But if you look at the age of Wele of Onitsha and the Chief of Femi Awolowo in the 1979, these folks were relatively in their 60s, going to 70s, when they were contesting for the position of presidency in Nigeria. Alhaji Shehu Shagari, as at that time, I believe he was in his 50s, going towards 60s. So, and if you also look at it, by the time we get to the Third Republic, the likes of Shehu Yaradua, the likes of Alhaji Chinkafi and the rest of them, they were all relatively, at the advanced age. But, we've never really have a younger generations, getting actively involved in politics in Nigeria. I guess it was deliberate by this old guy, because they knew the moment the younger, because younger generation have innovative idea, they have a brilliant idea, but at the same time they don't want to leave the stage because they believe they have things to offer. Yes, they do have things to offer. They have experience. They have some of those tactics to offer, but at the same time they are reluctant. They are reluctant to leave the stage simply because of their selfishness nature, not necessarily that they have something tangible to offer. And it played out, because at the end of it all, you realize by the time Abiola won the election in 1993, it was relatively in his 50, I believe, going to 60 at that time. So that shows or tells that most of these older folks, they don't really want to leave the stage because they believe that the younger folks will make them irrelevant.
Do you think the way the Nigerian political landscape is structured, do you think it is impossible for anybody under the age of 65 to aspire to be president? Because the trajectory of Nigerian politics is that you go through the phase of either some lower ranking position, and then you become a state governor for about 2 years, for about 2 terms, and then you aspire to be president. So if you go through all those cycles, then that lands you around about 65. Do you think the Nigerian political landscape, the way politics is done in Nigeria, it is impossible for a young, except you are running as an independent, which gives you 0 chance. So do you think the way the Nigerian political landscape is structured makes it impossible for a young and relevant person to aspire to be president?
Before now, I would say yes, but now I think things are different. Why do I say that? Majority of the people, below that age threshold that you mentioned, are not usually patient to, you know, uh, get the power from the old guard, simply because they are very impatient because they believe that they can do things different. However, I still believe that a younger, you know, uh, candidate can emerge as a presidential candidate by perhaps maybe after
Not a candidate, but
a
because as
president, a
yeah,
substantive
because
president.
anybody can be a president,
It
a
is
candidate.
possible. It is possible simply because before now people used to be have a tutelage period under some of these politicians, learn and become their disciples and all that. And at the end of it all, I think in the likes of Tinubu, he has demonstrated that, previously in Lagos State, where he appointed people at the lower age, at 30 something years, of age. So I believe it's possible, but you still have to be under somebody, under one big man. You have to be trusted by them. You have to
But
be reliable.
okay, describe the pathway because, like you said, Tinubu, when he was governor of Lagos State, he appointed a lot of these young Turks. But then
Mhm.
out of those young Turks, a lot of governors emerged. Fashola and Bode,
Mhm.
now this latest one, they are all from the Tinubu school. So they started off as commissioners of XYZ. So, which is about 8 years of their life documented there. And then they don't then go from there to becoming a state governor, no, because they still have to. So they hop from one commission to another, mastering their managerial skills. So that takes them to round about their late 30s, early to mid 40s. And then when they become governor, they run that governor for about 8 years, which takes them to round about their mid 50s, late 50s. And then they have to do a cycle of orientation to aspire to be president. So the pathway to the Nigerian presidency, it doesn't open for a young person.
Well, if you look at his antecedent, we will be able to deduce this. My observation. How old was Osinbajo when he was selected as a vice presidential candidate? I believe he was in his 57, 58, 57, 56, 57 when he was
It's
selected.
about 65 now, so just deduct
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
So they're about like 57, 56 when he became vice presidential candidate. So,
Right.
and the fact that somebody in the 50s can be selected to become a vice president tells you that it is still possible. But that means that was after he had served and he has been, give his own due, so to say. But at the same time, it goes beyond that. Look at Fashola. Fashola was in his, early 40s when he became a governor of Lagos State, right? So, and they compare that to the likes of Lai Mohammed as the chief of staff when Tinubu became governor. So, I believe it's possible. The fact that you have to show that you are capable, you're strong, you're ready to learn us at the same time. I believe we are getting there because showing by the antecedent of these particular individuals, it is possible. It's just that how would that emerge? Would that emerge, while in the southwest, on the southeast, on the northeast or northwest? That is what if you look at it also, you realize that some young people who are getting involved in politics now. So it's going to time will come that it will become unfashionable to have old people, you know, above 60 something, being in the politics or actively be it's still gonna happen, but at the same time, you see more of younger, faces in politics. That's what I foresee in the future.
How
All
old is
right.
Good Luck?
Let
How
me
old is
check.
Good Luck?
Let me check.
Goodluck was in his 50s too when he became vice president, when he was nominated by the Obasanjo to Yaradua.
It's 65 now. So
So
yeah,
65 minus the probably he was in his 40.
Minus 8 years.
No, when he became a substantive vice president to Mario Yaradua, he probably was in his 40s.
Yeah, 40 something.
Yeah, it was in his 40s. So it's possible. Yaradua was in his
Yeah, I
50s
just
then.
got that now because he
Yeah,
was the
it
youngest.
is possible. That happens under the watchful of Obasanjo. Now, would the likes of Yaradua and the Jonathan would have been able to do that on their own successfully? I doubt it. But Obasanjo used the power of incumbents to install them, right? So whether installation or selective or elected is still going to be possible in the future because, there's been events like this shows that it's possible. But how they get there is what I don't want to, dwell
Can I
much on.
interject one man?
But it's possible.
Yeah, come in.
I think it is not possible to become a president of Nigeria, regardless of your age, without any godfather attached to you. Why? Why am I saying this? Look at Obi, for example, who is not from that caucus of PDP or APC, but still he have that godfather on his back. So for that simple reason, I believe if you don't have one personal godfather among those old folks, it is not possible for one person to become a president of Nigeria, no matter what the people will give you as a support. Because why? Politics is not just what individual thinks alone. Because in Nigeria system, we don't have independent candidates. So you must roll in a political party, in the back of a political party to become a president or a governor in Nigeria. For that simple reason, people are controlling that political party you want to use as a drive to become president or governor. For example, there are political parties. Now we have 18 political parties. Do you know that 18 political parties that we have in Nigeria, it is just 3 or 4 or 2 that is not that is more popular that we know, but the other ones are controlled by these godfathers indirectly. They register this political party indirectly, unknowingly to the public. They are controlling them from behind. If you like, you take it. If you like, don't. But when you want to contest in any of these parties, you will realize that someone owns those parties. Someone registered them indirectly and control them. So I still believe until we have our constitution amended for an independent candidate to contest, we will not have any person, a younger person.
Sorry, hold on. Why would we need a constitutional amendment for we have independent people now. You have to run under a political party.
Politically, one man. There's no even if that person claims to be independent, there's no independent human being. You will have structure. You will have people that will back you, whether at the regional or national stage. So what is said and what I said earlier, kind of like almost the same thing. You will still have people that will be like the strong pillar behind you that will help you, whether you like it or not. There's no independent, no matter what. You will still need people to campaign for you, to be sponsor you financially. So there's no independent person. So whether that individual will come from under one big man's shadow, or that person will become probably has been featured, in our national politics for so long. That is that question. But I believe that it's possible in the future that somebody younger, probably in his maybe early 50s to 40s, will emerge and become, a president of the country.
All right, let me play you this clip. I want to play you a couple of clips. Did you want to come in, Ajale Koko? Yeah, come in.
Yes. For you to be president in Nigeria, number one, you must be a political godfather. If you are not a political godfather, you can't be president in Nigeria. The way Nigeria is structured right now, the way the politics.
Well, Yaradua wasn't a godfather.
No, you must have, I think.
But it was pushed. It was pushed
hold
by
on.
a godfather.
Hold on. Let
well, what trying to say you must have.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, carry on.
Okay.
Number one, you must be. Number two, you must have some godfather behind you. Number three, participant in the national politics. A person that have contributed to the process or election victory of one president or existing president at time. Of one president at one time or the existing president before you. So you must be able to build a structure around the country. Yeah. So, and it's those structures that will propel you for that position of president when you are showing an indication to contest. So the structure are the people around the country that wants election, that have won election or did not win election but have strong followership behind the country, one way or the other. So it's so structured in a sort of
Adalokoko, you're breaking off a bit, but what are you making of my assertion to Dewale that it's very difficult for somebody of under 65 to have a realistic chance of becoming Nigerian president?
Under 65?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I will agree with you that it's so difficult because for one factor,
journey there, yeah.
The journey to get
Yaradua was in his 50s.
No. The case of Yaradua is different. He have a godfather. Who was Obasanjo. So, and Obasanjo specifically picked Yaradua, to destroy the presidential ambition of Atiku. Atiku would have been the person that Obasanjo will have sponsored. But since Atiku had it's a nonsensical, conflict with Obasanjo. So Obasanjo, in order to destroy Atiku political base, it then went for the junior brother of the Yaradua group in the PDP. And Atiku was the head of the Yaradua group in the PDP. So let me go for the Yaradua brother himself in order to draw sympathy from a large number of followership that will support Atiku. And he succeeded.
Who was the godfather of Shagari?
Godfather of Shagari?
Yes. Because I believe he became president at 50-something as well.
Do you know that Shagari has been in politics since the 50s?
But he wasn't at that same status of the likes of Awolowo's and Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Can I give you? Shagari was a minister.
Excuse me, sir. Shagari, as at the time he became a president, remember that election was rigged in his favor. As at the time he became the president, you still cannot compare his political status with the likes of Awolowo.
Let me tell you why. Shagari could remember. Shagari was a minister under Tafawa Balewa.
That's what I'm saying.
Of that Northern People's Congress group, Shagari was the most senior person that was available. Shagari, Matama Sule, and who were. So if that group want to present somebody, they can only go for those two people.
But you also remember there was a favorite of the military at that time.
Shagari, no, it was the political class.
He was the favorite. You remember that
Madam's father.
Obasanjo was not, the militaries were not ready to relinquish, but Obasanjo was behind his campaign, behind Shagari's campaign.
They must have told him, go ahead. If he was behind, I don't know, but they must have been the one that told him, this is the guy you should campaign for. I'm telling you.
So let me tell you,
so you're saying that Shagari doesn't have a godfather, but he was by himself?
He was a godfather. He has godfather, his group.
He is one of the. He was one of the.
One of the cabal. He was one of the cabal
from the north. So the cabal from the north appointed him or anointed him as their candidate, like those Siroma. What do you call it?
Matama Sule. This man that stole money. Sorry, that man that went to start and Malami's father.
Your connection is poor, by the way, Patrick, but carry on.
Really?
Yeah, there's a grainy sort of sound there.
And then you have a strong, what do you call it? Another godfather, financial godfather from the south, like Abiola, that came out to push him hard, supported him financially, gave every publicity, put every publicity behind him for his success. He created Concord newspaper specifically to promote Shagari candidacy. And Baba Saraki too. Those one came in to back him financially, godfather, political godfather from the north, then financial godfather from the south as well, push his case, and he was able to get it. So, but look, Nigeria, the way it is structured, I think I agree with one man. You must be a participant, a player in that national politics for a long period of time. You must know people. People must know you. You must have the political shakers around the country behind you to give you the way. To give you that pathway to the presidency. If you don't have that, there's no way you can do it. And that was why in the case of Obi, he wasn't able to have those pathway. The godfatherism, he doesn't know a lot of people. He doesn't even know. You don't see any strong political player in the north supporting him. You don't see any strong political player in the south as well backing him.
Ajale Koko, can I please come in, please? 30 seconds, please.
Yes.
Where are the commissioners of Peter Obi when he governed Anambra State for 8 years? Where are the PAMSEC? Where are the all political, everybody that he appointed as a political appointment in the Southeast? Where are they in this election? Thank you.
That is why he couldn't win. He doesn't have a strong political base, but however, he was able to have it through his, when the tribal sentiment set in, he was able to have people that came out strongly for him because, for tribal reason that, oh, this is our son, let us back him. But he doesn't have the political shakers from his region and outside his region to push his case forward, and that is why he couldn't make it. So, like one man, I think I agree with you. It's such a fraudulent and corrupt political
and also Ajale Koko,
it's an arrangement.
Also, Ajale Koko, there's also a long queue. For that, yes. So, yes. And a lot of people that have paid their dues. So, unless you are this exceptional human being So because to be Nigerian president now, you have to scale over from the base level, people like Sanwo-Olu, etc., and then you have to scale over people like Fashola, Fayemi, etc., and then scale over Oshibanjo and all of these people that have paid their dues and earned their spurs for you then to, and they pay their dues over the years, decades and decades and decades and decades. So you can't just
woman, nothing happens in practice.
You have to scale over El Rufai, Ganduje, you know. They are not going to open the door. Yes.
There's no level playing field at all. It's an arrangement. This is our turn now.
There is nowhere in the world where politics is played like a business, like, about bottom line. No, it's about power. You must have godfather. There's always place where there's always godfatherism or particular interest group that will be backing you.
Trump didn't have godfather.
Oh, you think so? You think so, sir? No, I bet you different now.
Didn't have godfather, and he almost won.
You see, hold on, Evangelical. Where do you put the southern, what do you call it, Christians? The southern part of the country is Christian. Where do you put it? Where do you clarify that?
Trump.
Are those people not blocks?
No, it was Trump rhetoric that draw them to him. So he didn't have Trump. No, hold on now. We all know we don't need to argue this. We don't need to try to say it. Trump did not have any godfather. Trump came in and started slamming some rhetoric against immigrants, on immigration issue, against fellow establishment within the party, calling them names, calling them failure, and then and all of that, with particularly his anti-immigrant policy. A lot of that energized some redneck and some other people to say, yes, this is what we've been waiting for. And everybody came out in their thousands, state by state, to line up behind him. They actually fought down the establishment. He doesn't have no godfather.
So,
he came in.
Well,
no godfather for Trump. Trump came with his rhetoric of fighting godfather in the party. It destroyed them, and that was what gave him that nationwide. That was what
woman. The question I want to ask about Nyaleko now is: Tinubu as a candidate, does he have a godfather or he doesn't have a godfather?
Can I come in?
Tinubu himself is a godfather, and Buhari
and the governors
is a godfather.
The governors was godfather to him.
He's a godfather of several godfathers around the country.
Can I answer that question?
Ahead of him was Buhari, and him and the rest of godfathers he have behind him were able to defeat Buhari's godfathers. Buhari and his cabal. So Tinubu is one of these, if not even the strongest godfather in Nigeria politics today.
But you have to answer his question.
Can I answer that question?
No, let me reframe that question so that I could. He was trying to tell you about Trump and said that Trump had a godfather. Is that you said no. But the difference I see there is that Trump, even though he doesn't have a godfather, he has a strong party base. If Trump had gone out of, this is the way I want to put it. Do you think if Trump had come out as an independent candidate, just like Ross Perot that time, and go out to that rhetoric?
All right, address that, but let's not go too deep into American politics, but address that. Yeah.
You see, the party structure is an advantage. to any politician whatsoever that is aspiring to be president. The party structure have that large spread than what an individual can do alone. So it's an advantage. So, but Trump, when he came in as a man that have studied the American politics very well, and he has seen the sentiment in it, and he used that sentiment, religious sentiment, anti-immigrant sentiment. He pushed out those sentiments well, and that was able to energize members of this party across the country, and that was why he energized them. They came in their millions behind him, and they destroyed the establishment within the party. Those people within the party now happen to be his godfather, his backbone, which you can regard as godfather. But when you are talking of a bigger person in terms of personality, it doesn't have anybody. Trump didn't have nobody. All the established power in the party were anti-Trump. The Bushes, what do you want to call them? All of them were anti-Trump. But Trump, with his mouth, with his sharp mouth, and very smart campaigner, he was able to destroy them because his campaign strategist was able to strategize, to energize people that have how do I say it? People that lost hope. He was able to energize them and bring them, to his support. He was able to bring them back and to support him. So that was what helped Trump. Trump is the only person that I have seen in this country that had no godfather and was able to rattle the what do you call it? The
establishment.
The establishment. So that cannot be practiced in Nigeria. You cannot do it. It's impossible. Those godfathers across the state, they are very, very powerful. They will not let it happen because Nigerian system is an RNG system. It's a turn-by-turn system, and those that in that cabal that arrange it to one place to the other and turn by turn, they know themselves. So if you are not a member, if you are not in that clique, it is not possible for you. So and that is why you saw the turn by turn factor that played out, that brought out Tinubu as a candidate of APC and Atiku as a candidate of the second party, the two largest party in the country. That is the way it is run, arrangement and turn by turn.
All right. All right, come in there, and then after you, I want to play a clip for Dewale, but come in there, yeah.
Yeah, it's true what everybody is saying about Nigeria, but I just, I would probably say you Nigerians, what is the, how do we solve this whole problem? Because as I see now, we've all been talking about Nigerian problems. How do we solve this issue that, we got ourselves into, because it's not working. As we all see,
I think there has to be a generational phase out, which is happening at the moment. So hopefully, because there are certain types of people that a lot of people like to describe as owners of Nigeria, and amongst those people, you have to add the names of people like Obasanjo, people like Tinubu, people like Babangida, people like Buhari, people like the Sultan of Sokoto, all of those sort of traditional names. So these people are Abdul Salam. So those people have held Nigeria from independence till date. The power always circles around them, and they always agree on who gets the power. So, God grant them life and all that. I don't wish anything on anybody, but they are now at the final phase of life. So, as soon as they purge, and I suspect that they will all purge with the Tinubu administration.
One man. What I'm saying is, if they die or whatever you're saying, you know that the people like El-Rufai is taking over them.
Yes, but El-Rufai doesn't have the strength. Nobody has the strength of those people, because those people have held power for such a long time.
You think so, one man?
I think so. Yes, I don't think anybody has the power and the reach of somebody like Babangida or Obasanjo or Buhari amongst the new generation coming through. They have power bases, but they don't have. Yeah.
You see, maybe they should leave that problem to we Nigerians so that we can solve. Since it's no longer part of us, he says, so how we go to solve the problem? This is how
I'm asking now.
It's turned up his Nigerian passport now, according to
What are you still doing here? Yes, I'm sorry. What are you still doing here? You are not in Nigeria.
I don't have to be in any country.
No.
It's welcome. It's welcome.
No, we did not do.
Is a senior member of this platform.
Stop harassing this. Stop harassing.
Some are marking our American cousin. Is a senior.
The solution. The solution is this. The solution is that those of us who are the new generation should begin to step up. There's not going to be a vacuum or a time when a particular owner is phased out. We have seen that some people claim to own Nigeria. All of us should also step in and own Nigeria. Now, it becomes a reality when more people are in that block than just a few. There will not be a time where nobody is at the forefront. No. In that case, then we won't have leadership. There will be people at the forefront of leadership, but they should not be few. They should be many, and they should have appendages of large collection of people, such that there will be more voices feeding those few in the front. And I said it one time on this platform that look, a generation is facing out, another one is coming in, and it's almost getting filled up. A set of new people have joined them. Look at somebody like Jack Reed. He had not been in the point, but he used his money to join that group. That guy will continue to gain relevance now. People like El-Rufai, they've come in as professionals, and with just a little of their money, they will continue to gain relevance now. A major one is taking place in the East with this Obi. But some people, instead of them stepping up into that pool, they are just talking on social media. And to me, a number of them are throwing their hearts into the ring and try to fight and do everything. By now, people like this will probably be House of Rep.
Patrick, we're still getting that grainy sound, but is it a lack of talent? Is it a lack of talent amongst the? If we are saying that, let's draw a hierarchy. So at the phasing out space, I don't want to say at the top of the hierarchy, but they are. So at the top of the food chain, you have those old guards, Tinubu, Babangida, Obasanjo, Buhari, the traditional names. So you have them there. So at just underneath them, you have names like El-Rufai, Kashim Shettima, Fashola, Fayemi, Oshibajo, all of these names, and Peter B maybe in that bracket too. So underneath that, there is nobody. There are no talents coming through. So that's why they can't, because they jostle now, because it will be a passing of the baton from those Babangida Obasanjo era to the El-Rufai Fayemi era, a seamless transition of status quo. But under that, do you agree with that structure first that I've just laid out?
I agree with that structure, but there's another structure after that you didn't know.
All right. So let me just say this, and then you can add the structure. Under then that El-Rufai, Oshibanjo, etc., there's no talent. there is no name. So yeah, do you agree with that?
Okay, I agree with that fact that those top one being phased out. There's another, a batch is facing in now. The Fashola, the Fayemi, the Erufai.
Right.
Now in the north, there's a phase in of a younger generation after Erufai. Erufai's son is in the ripe already. Ganduje's son is in the ripe already. Now another bike rider who say nobody's in the ripe already. The Jibrin Mimini is in Senate or Rep now in Kano. These young boys are already coming in. Now they have another batch who are chairmen who will now go to Rep, House of Assembly. So the North has a particular structure feeding the system. In the South, we have that already. I bet you if this guy finished, that Israel guy is likely to be the next governor. Go and mark it. That's Dayo Israel.
I doubt that. No, I doubt that. Sheyi Tinubu is going to.
No, let's be objective now. Let's be objective. Dayo Israel will be the next governor.
No, that's what they're speculating now.
If Dayo Israel is not
in.
Sorry, let me just round up. I'm going to finish it down. If that is not the next governor, there will be someone in that class. So you can see that the Southwest, and if they are having people like that in Ekiti State, Fayoshe's son was going to go to Rep now. There, in Oyo State, we have Akala's son, we have Lamadeshino's son, but the point is that ordinary people are not stepping up. We are used to complaining.
How can? What do you mean by ordinary people? Where will that ordinary
person is supposed to start stepping up into council and chairman? Wait now. Okay, this guy of Israel that I'm talking about, who was his father? This guy of Israel that I'm talking about, who was his father?
Who are you talking about?
That of Israel that is now the youth leader of APC, national youth leader of APC, that I said he might even be the next governor. Who was his father? Who was Sanwo-Olu's father before he became personal assistant to Femi?
Yeah, but Sanwo-Olu is a Tinubu product now. So
before you enter that realm, that's what I'm saying. You must be in there doing something so you can come in.
All right, let's hear from Joseph. Joseph, come in here. But be succinct though. Just give us a condensed there. Go on.
Yeah, the question from Des is still not answered. They say, what is the solution to Nigeria problem? I think, for me, the solution is our constitution. We should have a new constitution. If we have a new constitution that strategizes everything in the right way, every other thing will follow. That is for that. That strength that we, the youth, used during NSAS, if we use it on our leaders to change our constitution, that is a legitimate call.
But the constitution, forget all that. The constitution is already being changed. What do you mean change the constitution?
If you like, use more than that energy, you won't go anywhere.
I'm coming, Ajariko, one man. This constitution we are using,
yes,
this is not the right constitution. When you are using the wrong book to do the right thing, you can't get good results.
So but the constitution is being amended. You mean throw it in the bin and write a new one?
Yes, of course.
Well, what does that even mean? What are you talking about?
Our constitution is not a P matter.
Yes, it's been hold on. Can you hold on, Patrick? It's been amended.
I'm not talking of amendment. We should get rid of the constitution.
Yeah, and what will we function under when we get rid of the constitution?
Okay, now, until we get rid of that constitution.
No, forget all that. Don't forget the storytelling. What will we function under if we get rid of the constitution?
There are some certain things that are right in that constitution.
What will we function? Can you answer a question? What will we function under when we get rid of the constitution?
Before we get the new one.
Before we get a new constitution, before we got this very constitution, what was the country function on?
Decrees.
So let me tell you something.
Stay where the conversation is. What will we function under when we get rid of the Constitution?
There are some things
like what?
Like 80% of that Constitution can be get rid of.
My guy, did you not hear? What will we function under?
We can function on 20% of the Constitution and 20%. Get rid of 80%.
So you're talking about the constitutional amendment. Is that what you're talking about?
Not just a little amendment that they used to do. They should amend almost everything that is inside there.
Oh God!
Now, let me ask the question.
Hold on, Patrick. You can't take us on an essay if you are not on a solid foundation. So establish a solid establish a solid foundation. You can't build on sand. So establish a solid foundation. I'm asking you, get rid of the Constitution. What do we function under?
If we can get rid of 80% of the Constitution.
Right.
We can get it right. That is for the Constitution.
But one man.
Do you know that the names you are calling now, it might be possible that in those names, no one can become president. Let me give you the reason. The Fashola, the Amosu, the Ambode, all these names that have run governor before, the Oshomole and Obi that you are looking at today, no one will be our president of Nigeria. Let me give you why. Now we have started pushing for the campaign against age in our politics. That once you are 70, you are not supposed to be running for president. They see it as the group that is too old. This one just came to our political space right now. Today we have the presidency in the South. This will take another 8 years. It will go to the North. That means it will take another 16 years from now before it will come.
I'm sorry, let me come there, please. I asked this question yesterday and nobody answered. And I don't know why they keep saying this. Is there anywhere or any written something that says it's gonna be 8 years? I want to know that.
But what is going? What is
your constitutional right?
Hold on. What is going to be 8 years? What is going to be 8 years?
Yeah, it's supposed to rotate after 8 years. I want to. Is it like after 4 or after 8? Because I want to know if it's actually 8 years.
No. It's not written anywhere. And it's not a national policy. It's really a PDP policy, but the nation seems to have adopted it. So it's a gentleman's agreement, is what is the thing. So that's the rotation. But the 8 years, the tradition is that when a government comes into situation, they usually govern for 8 years. And that's always been the case, with the exception of Goodluck Jonathan. By whatever means, they will. We saw what happened in 2019. We saw what happened with Obasanjo's second term. When a government comes in, they pick the INEC chairman, they pick everybody. So the likelihood is that they will govern you for 8 years. Of course, an election will run in 4 years as required by Constitution, but often instances, the sitting government they return themselves.
Yeah, the Constitution empower individual to run for 2 terms in any position of Nigeria. So that to tell you automatically, if anybody become president, he will fight, or governor will fight to come back in the second term, because that's what the Constitution allows him to be. That is it. Is your question answered?
I'll play the video. One man. Let me get one man.
Yeah.
Play the video so that I can.
All right. Right. So let me preempt the. Let me build it up. So we've been seeing a lot of demonstrations for Peter Obi, Labour Party in Abuja. So here is now a counter. So there it is. So those are now protesters defending Tinubu's mandate in Abuja. So are we at that phase now? You roll out your crowd, I roll out mine. The possibilities of a clash in that space. What are you then making then of this? You protest me, I protest you. Going on in Abuja.
There's no limit to this level of ridiculousness in our society. I mean, I don't understand the. Actually, I've watched this video. I watched a few seconds of the clips online, where people protesting that they must congratulate him as a president-elect. It just doesn't make no sense. I mean, what is the basis of their demand? What is the basis of their protest? This level of, I won't say stupidity, but the idiosyncrasy is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. To me, it's just a way of let's just put something out there, and it will look. So, you've been IPC has been accused of not having their supporters jubilating across the country, but it just doesn't make any sense. Election is over, and it's been over more than a couple of weeks back now. But I guess the party or this so-called loyalists that decided to be unproductive on a day they are supposed to be, doing something for themselves, chose to become unproductive and put themselves in that harsh sun of Abuja. But to me, one man, it's just. I guess Tinubu's loyalists will say that as, yeah, we have our people in the street, but it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not gonna lie. It's ridiculous. It's even the same thing with what do you call it? Other parties that are protesting and working and doing some rallies around. I don't see what their rallies or the protest is going to gain. Who are you trying to attract? The foreign countries or INEC? INEC can see you through the window, and they are not entertaining. I know they are not yielding to your demand. It's as simple as that. You've gone to court. Go to court. All these people are just probably they've given them some kind of money to ridicule themselves in the sun like that. You remember when Farage was granting an interview on TVC and he started mentioning names of those individuals that call themselves civil movement, civil organization or something like that, and that they were members of PDP. To me, it's just I don't see anything coming out from there. It's just a way of, let me just show face. But how does that have, what value does they have to our electoral process? What does it, it's just making noise for nothing. Much ado about nothing. Nothing, zero. That's where I see it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Dewale. Stay with us. There are a couple more videos that I want to play, but let me play the next one for Ajale Koko, who hopefully is ready to go. So, Ajale Koko, there is no such thing as coincidence in politics. And when there's a big move being played, then a big move is in play. So all of that in ambiguity. So let me play you this clip. And then you have to look at the timing of when this is taking place. And then you have to look at the main actor in this clip. And then you want to permutate that then into the politics of now. Nigeria on a tenterhook at the moment. But this is what happened today. So that's the unmistakable torso of the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson arriving in Nigeria today. So Boris Johnson, a very high-profile international personality in politics, he arrives in Nigeria today. So they'll tell you that he's there to attend XYZ summit on ABC. But they would not send Boris Johnson into Nigeria if it's not wrapped around what is going on in the country at the moment. So this is the international space now taking a position, I suspect. But what position are they taking with Boris Johnson now in Nigeria? What are you reading into that, Ajanle Koko?
You said it's in Nigeria for what?
I don't know what is there for, but it's in Nigeria at this moment in time within the Nigerian politics. So it's just the former prime minister not quite a year ago. So he would not be in Nigeria if it's not to do with the politics, I suspect, because the tempo in Nigeria is too charged for him to be there for just a random reason. So are you reading into it that why he's there has to do with the politics that is going on now?
Well, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. We have to know why it's in Nigeria, number one, before we can speculate on.
What if it's there for some, let's say, poverty summit or environment summit or something? What would that? It is there now. That's the main thing. It can be there under any guise now. There'll be a reason which will be random.
Like I said, British citizens, particularly leaders, political leaders in Britain, can visit Nigeria anytime on any form of mission, business mission, and whatsoever. Maybe, reason for cooperation or whatsoever between us. So, but it's just visit. I believe there must be a purpose, and that purpose we must know before we can speculate. But for him to be there this time around, when we have our political space charged, maybe he brought some messages from the British government to Buhari, not to allow democracy to be truncated in Nigeria due to the way that the political space is charged up now. The ridiculous abuses and all sort of insults that and all sort of ridiculous whatsoever that is happening in Nigeria. The economic problem, the political.
All right, Ajale Koko, you're breaking up somewhat, but let me bring Patrick into that space. Patrick, are you there? Are you back with us, Ajale Koko?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we can now, but you were breaking up somewhat. Yeah.
So I believe that it's in Nigeria for, for a mission from the British government, and like I said, to encourage Nigeria to continue to,
We've lost you again. Ajale Koko, let's go to Patrick and come back to you. So, sorry, yes, let's come to you, Patrick. So Ajale Koko was somewhat playing it down, but I feel that the timing of it and the timing of it especially, and the profile of Boris Johnson, it cannot not be about the politics. But what politics is it trying to politic to? So Boris Johnson in Nigeria at this time, he has to be.
Can you hear me now, one man?
Yeah, no, that's much better. Yes, carry on.
Sorry, right. So I believe it's in Nigeria to the president to encourage him to continue to give that strong support for democratic institution and democratic governance in Nigeria, and to offer help that the British government are ready to give to Nigeria. This time around, that we are facing economic hardship, that we are facing political problem. Everybody should remember that Nigeria is attached to Britain. Nigeria is owned by Britain at the moment, except we want to deceive ourselves. There's nothing that we are running in Nigeria with regards to political as well that British doesn't have any input into. So Nigeria is their baby, and they will not allow Nigeria to fail. Nigeria look like a failed state at the moment.
All right, we've lost you again. So Ajale Koko, let's bring Patrick in, and then it's gone. So Patrick, yeah, let me bring you in. I'm not quite sure if Ajale Koko was reading it in the manner that I was suspecting it. But what are you making of his presence first? Let me not guide your thoughts. You tell me what you are making of at this moment in time. Boris Johnson being in Nigeria.
My phone has been dropping.
Oh, sorry, you're back. Okay, go on.
Yeah. So we cannot detach Nigeria from Britain. Nigeria look like a country that is failing to happen. They want to offer support in any way they can support Nigeria.
With due respect, please.
Yeah.
Can you get home? Or we wanted to hear from you. We are not enjoying you. Your network is too bad. Can you get to a proper place? Then one man will come back to you, please.
So you cannot hear me now?
We can hear you very well.
You can't hear me now?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Now, I just stopped at a gas station to fill up my truck here. So, can you hear me?
Yes, much better, okay. Karen.
Okay, so Britain will not allow Nigeria to fail. So I believe it's there for a purpose, and I can guess that is for a way to help Nigerian democracy to succeed. Because if Nigeria should fail, Africa will fail, because a lot of countries rely on Nigeria. The economy is attached to Nigeria, particularly in the West African sub-region. So I believe it brought a very important message, messages from the British government, to Nigerian state, to the president, and what is happening in Nigeria today, I believe to international community, they don't see it as a good sign for that country. And Britain, as the owner of Nigeria, I think they want to wake up to their responsibility to ensure that Nigeria does not fail, to give every support they can give to Nigeria, to succeed. So that is what I can speculate as why he's in Nigeria at the moment, woman.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, I'll play you another clip in a moment, but I want to invite Patrick's thoughts into that space. So Patrick, do you concur with Ajale Koko? Because I feel that there's a deeper meaning into Boris Johnson's presence in Nigeria. The country is just too charged up for him to just be on a random visit for some meaningless. And by the way, he can't even come for any economic anything, because the present government is outgoing, so they cannot take a policy position for the future. And the elected government is incoming but not in situation, so they cannot take a policy position on anything. So he cannot come and discuss a policy position for Nigeria, because it doesn't know, because the government is not yet settled. One going out in the next few weeks, another coming in the next few weeks. So, and it cannot come for some random summit to do with the environment. That would be a nonsense. So the only reason why Boris Johnson will be in Nigeria has to be wrapped around what is going on there. But what do you think that mission would be, Boris Johnson in Nigeria?
Actually, we're speculating.
Yes.
But let me correct one thing. Nigeria is not a failed state. It's not a failing state. So I don't enjoy what I hear.
All right. Go back to
But let's
all right.
the issue. Now, if we speculate, it could be that there's an independent program which the organizers had invited Boris Johnson to attend. Maybe something like that. But it also goes that it is possible that the British government is sending him to meet the Nigerian leadership and explain their position to the president with respect to this transition and some of the processes that are going on. I want to believe that the British do not want to interfere in our judicial process, but they will, like they've said through their embassies, that they will encourage us, they will support us for a smooth transition, and they will appreciate if the process goes smoothly. So I don't want to see them intervening or try to interfere in judicial process. No, I don't think they will do that.
No, they will interfere with the judicial process, but do you expect that in the course of this visit, it will visit Tinubu? And if it visits Tinubu, what will the optics of that say to us? And if it does visit Tinubu, must it then visit Atiku and Peter Obi? And if it doesn't, what does that optics say to us? And if it doesn't visit Tinubu at all, what does that optics say to us as well? So for whatever reason, he's in Nigeria and he has inserted himself into the current political situation. So are you expecting those visitations, and how do you expect that to play out?
Oh man, is Tinubu in Nigeria?
I don't know. It's in London, but it's not permanently in London, is it?
Surprise, he might just come into Nigeria tomorrow. If he's visiting the people, maybe Tinubu and Tinubu State, Chetima and all of them, he's going to be compelled to visit Peter Obi and the other ones. So I think the best option for them would be for him not to visit anyone. He could visit the president, encourage him and tell him to ensure that he sees that the judicial is independent and that the president should not interfere in the judicial process, and it should be that the judicial process should be as transparent as possible so that it could be seen, justice could be seen as being done to the people that are the parties that are involved. But I'm sure it sent a very strong signal actually. That guy, the weight is too much for just a casual visit.
Yes. Hold on, Dewale. If it does not visit Tinubu, how does that play into the narrative of Tinubu's mandate not being acknowledged internationally?
No, those ones are drama now.
So you say it's drama, but it's in play.
They will sing it now, but I mean that's the point. If he doesn't visit Tinubu and end up not visiting anybody, they'll say, "Oh, that's his mandate is stolen. His mandate is not being acknowledged." If man visits Tinubu and refuses to visit the other one, they'll say, "Oh, the British government is biased." You understand that the government, the judiciary, is still trying to take a position now with the visit. Is influencing the judiciary and trying to say this is the person that we are supporting. No, it's just that people will just come up with different things. So that one doesn't really bother me anymore. If I am the one, I will just visit Buhari and then make our position known and go back. If I want to visit Tinubu, I can visit him in the UK. I can visit him after May 29. You understand? But I think the international community just need to hold on till May 29. If by May 29, if before May 29 the issue is not resolved, then they can congratulate any president that is sworn in. You understand? At that point, that president is sworn in. Is the president of Nigeria sworn in. So
they've already congratulated Tinubu. Rishi Sunak, he's already congratulated.
So why are they making all this noise? The international community have not recognized him. They have not. How well should they recognize? Should they invite him to Buckingham Palace or to White House even before being sworn in? No, that's crazy. You know, all these narratives that this group have been tailoring around. But I'm sure that the APC is ready for them, Sha. So no problem.
All right. Dewale, come in. You wanted to
Yes,
come in?
while you brought the video up, I quickly went online to just check, and it was widely reported in Nigeria that he was in town. He was in town for the annual. This lady that makes movie that dies. I believe she dies in London. I mean, she dies in Nigeria, but annually they've been having the symposium or like a lecture in her memory. So she came. I mean, he came for that particular lecture. I don't know if you know her. She's a movie maker, Anya Mosigwe or something like that.
Right.
But there's a possibility that when it comes to covert movement, the government does some things sometimes. But I don't want us to read too much meaning to it because it seems that he's already back in the UK. His movement was mainly in Lagos. Even the dignitaries that were invited to be at the event were not there. Governor Sanwo-Olu was not there. I believe he sent his deputy, as reported though by the media. And some of the government officials that you expect to grace the occasions were not actually there. So, and if you look at the previously some of our previous elections, government don't usually send inactive member of the government. They don't usually send former governors, or they usually send active member of the government, to represent them in any official capacity. So I don't want to read meaning to our president because he came casually. You could tell by he came, going through. I mean, I've never seen any government official going through the immigration procedure.
Yeah, I was surprised, that they were making him.
If it were to be government, it were to be official capacity, it would not even go through the regular commercial port of entry. It will go through the presidential wing area. So I believe he came at the official, at his personal capacity. Most of this lecture, they get paid. That's how they make money as well. So I want to believe he came on a personal capacity, not on a government capacity.
He cannot travel as a former prime minister without the signing off of the Foreign Office. And the Foreign Office, of course, they are very much on top of the situation in Nigeria. And they know that as soon as he arrives in Nigeria, there'll be speculations as to why he was there to visit. So I'm not sure that he is just there for some random commercial reason. It's just it's like Trump visiting Nigeria.
Yeah, but if you look at it, he came through the commercial port of entry.
That doesn't really add anything.
It does. Any government official coming in official capacity.
But it's not a government official though. It's a special.
Special envoy, special agent, whatever it is. You come through that special entry. You are not coming through where there's a camera. Everybody's have to take it.
Yeah, hold on. It's a former prime minister of the United Kingdom. So even if he was coming as a private citizen, it will still go through the presidential. The protocol will still be to go through the presidential whatever it is anyway.
Yeah,
so I think him going through the commercial thing is just for optics. I don't think.
Yeah, but that place doesn't look like the presidential wing. That place looks like a regular point of
entry. No. What I'm saying is, even if he was coming on a private visit, him being the former prime minister of the United Kingdom, he would have still been accorded the full presidential treatment, even on a private visit. So
it was obvious he flew private. Commercial airline.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. He flew commercial airline. I'm saying even if he was on a private visit, as the former and most immediate prime minister of the UK, he would have still been accorded a presidential the facilitation of a walkthrough. Do you understand? It would still not have had to have gone through immigration or that would have been done. It would have been just sat in some room. They would serve him coffee and cake. Go and do the guy there will go and say welcome, sir, and that's it. So I think him going through that commercial stamping like everybody, it was just for optics.
Well, I don't see any. Boris Johnson as a special envoy to Nigeria, I don't see that correlated with what is we have going on in Nigeria. I don't.
You don't.
Because if the British want to have anything to do, they have their direct channel, not through this open where you have somebody. No, he didn't even go to Abuja. He was here in Lagos. So, and the fact that you have a low-level governors not even attending the occasion tells you that, it's there's nothing but God in there. I don't want to read too much meaning to it. This is how these people get paid. They get paid by making speeches.
No, I know they do book tours and talk tours and all. Obama is still doing it. Even George Bush, they make Tony Blair especially. He's making hundreds of millions on that space. So I know they all do that.
Even Clinton.
Even Clinton, yes.
Clinton even sent Tony Elumelu's goodwill messages during his birthday. He was donating to his charity too as well. It's just a way of buying themselves into those clubs and making themselves relevant. But hey, when Clinton came to Nigeria during the opening of the one in the VI, Eco Atlantic, he was given a presidential reception. Jonathan was the one still the president at that time. It was accorded the full-fledged presidential treatment. But then it was coming at his own personal capacity, not the representative of the United States, though. So Boris Johnson has just one British guy.
Adewale,
Yes, go ahead.
Still.
Where about Jale Koko?
Yeah. The reception is not good where Jale Koko is.
Oh, okay.
We are hearing you in stutters, like a word and then break, a word break, Okay, carry on. Let's say, no, it's getting better. Go on.
Okay, Adewale, that ex-president of the United States. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
We can hear you.
Yeah, that ex-president of the United States are still giving they still have that protection, security protection for them as, just like the president, they still have that security attachment to.
And they have it for life. It for life.
And if they are going outside the country, it's kind of like a president of the U.S. traveling, outside the country. They will facilitate that diplomatic arrangement, to guarantee his safety and everything like that. So I don't know the way that British.
It's the same thing. Don't be fooled by Boris Johnson carrying a rucksack and walking through. They'll be secure. There'll be MI5 all over that. MI5. They can kidnap him now or whatever. There'll be MI5 all over that place. Yeah.
Okay. So what Boris Johnson is doing, that I can guess, is like he's disguising. It's coming into Nigeria under this guy that is coming to deliver speech.
As a movie, something, it's just it's too ridiculous. Anybody that believes that is, it's there for the election, and it's there to tell Peter Obi to calm down. That look, what will the equivalent of your IRS, which is our inland revenue here, they are after Peter Obi.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's Next International, registered in the UK. They've not been submitting their returns for the last 3-4 years, and they're after them. They've shut him down. They've shut down that company in the UK.
Oh, okay, we don't know.
So Boris Johnson is there to tell him that look, my guy, Anambra bond. Look, they will show him paper that look.
What I can speculate on this Boris Johnson is that he is in Nigeria under the disguise that come to deliver speech, whereas is there to for a political reason, and because if they make it known officially that it's coming to see the president or for so political reason, it might be interpreted that.
So why coming through Lagos when the president is not even in Lagos?
Internal political affair. So don't let us be fooled. Yes.
I said, why coming through Lagos when the president was not even in Lagos?
Maybe we don't know. I want to do. I mean, since since he has it's been reported that he's coming to deliver speech, there is too.
Ajanle Koko, your reception is really bad.
It's bad.
Yeah, it is.
So what I'm saying is that is in Lagos to actually deliver his speech, and after that, he will go and do some other things unknown to us. I mean, you know the way they will do it.
Girlfriend.
No. He got married in Downing Street. Number 10. Yeah.
Oh, I see. But that still won't stop him from looking for those fine girls in Lagos. He's no longer a British Prime Minister, so. All
right. All right. Thank you. Ajale Koko, let me play you another video. Let me play you. Who's that?
I said, look at it, like Mr. Diwali to be
everything is possible, my brother.
He wants to take us back to yesterday when we were talking, fat bottom girls and whatnot. So let me play you this clip. This is Rufai Oseni. I think we lost Ajan Lekok again. Is he back? Yeah, he's back. Let me play you this clip. It's Rufai Oseni again. At least he is always copy for something to talk about. I think this guy's career is over in journalism. Watch this.
People saying he's run out of ideas, everything is happening. Then what do we do? And you being a major general, retired at that, then what do we do?
Well, you say he run out of ideas. I'm just saying we are not run by his ideas. I'm just saying it. But can't push it on me that I must accept.
And by the way, this is not a new clip, as you can see from Tudun, but people are now resurfacing all of the 4 parts of this guy. So, like Iocha, are you? They're about to usher him out of office.
People saying he's run out of ideas, everything is happening. Then what do we do? And you being a major general, retired at that, then what do we do?
Well, you say he run out of ideas. I'm just saying we are not run by his ideas. I'm just saying it. But can't push it on me that I must accept that he's run out of ideas.
No.
We're not run by his ideas. He's not just chief executive of a private sector. Okay. We're talking about the president of the Nigerian state, to which we all belong, and we all have our performances. We cannot have mass media educating our people in believing that their state is a failure, their president is a failure, their system is a failure. Then where do we go from there? You don't see any good in the Nigerian state, and we are winning gold medals in world athletics. Come on.
Okay.
Let us have some faith in our country.
Then, Major General, show me the results as regards insecurity. Show them to me. Show me.
Show them. How do I show you? You don't show it. You are at work. You are feeling safe. You are communicating. You want me to show you. Do you think if there was war or anarchy, you will be in this state of affairs? Why do you want to show me failure? You want me to show you failures? You don't want me to show you success? Come on, let's learn in Nigeria that make people have hope.
So, Major General, what I was trying to ask is...
You are represented in world sports.
So, Major General...
Then try to ask me what you are trying to ask me. Don't ask me what you are not trying to ask me.
So, Major General, this is what I was trying to ask you. So, since everybody is talking about running out of ideas and everything, then what next do we do? That's it. What next do we do?
Not everybody is talking. Say you are talking.
So there it is. That's profile. It's just unconscionable.
I like that one, bad dude. I like that. You see, when you have journalists saying people are doing this, there was a talk. Put the name on those people. Identify those group of people that are saying it, so that we will know where that is coming from. But when you hear people saying people are saying this, referring them in not in the third person, that means he's talking about himself. I'm glad that man pointed to him and said, look, if the country is totally up and upside down like you are painting it, you won't be in that cozy office, in that studio, talking to me as you are. But you are still sitting out there, you can eat 3 times a day, and at the same time, you can go home, sleep, and wake up and come to work. And yet you're here still saying, oh, there's a gloom and doom in the country. I'm glad that man showed him so that the people that were born during the Civil War will tell him something different. I mean, so he's exaggerated. I understand he's a media person, but sometimes you're doing too much. Sometimes you don't have to embellish simply because you want to put that person on the spot. I'm glad that man showed him that there's still, so he still got something in the tank.
All right. So that was long. That was a long time coming. Let me play you this clip. This is Shore responding to the Iwanyamu space, but then of course you know that Shore, he always comes in left wing, so he uses the opportunity to launch at Obasanjo. Watch this.
Here, I was reading a headline. Obasanjo is saying that Igbophobia in Nigeria. They have never seen Nigeria. This is a guy who went to the east and shot people dead because they wanted Biafra. Obasanjo killed. He was one of the officers that obtained the surrender of Biafrans. They were asking for a nation. Obasanjo and others, Danjuma, Buhari, Babangida, they went to the east and killed people, Murtala, and killed people up to 3.5 million people. They did not even apologize for it. And some maybe 60 years later, you are saying that you suddenly found out that people hate Igbos. When you, in Nigeria's uniform, went and killed children, women, men, boys, who are of Igbo extraction.
But the way you describe it is a bit more grievous and...
What is grievous? What is more grievous than war?
No, it might not be exactly the way you're pointing it.
Yes.
There are war scenarios, civil war scenarios that happened. There was a strife.
No, what I'm saying is that this is part of history.
So you
know why I brought it? You know why I brought the Obasanjo thing out? Because I was reading that I was really livid that he suddenly found out that there's Igbophobia. When the Nigerian army carried out a pogrom, carried out massacre of Igbos, and because he wants to play on the intelligence and emotions of Igbos, you will be clapping for him. Oh, Obasanjo is now our human rights defender. Oh, see, he's fighting for Igbo. I have never seen anybody amongst Nigerians that have probably killed more Igbos than Obasanjo. They kill people at the Civil War.
You don't have evidence to that.
What are you talking about? That you don't have evidence of soldiers killing people in Biafra?
But when you name someone as...
Obasanjo was the third commando now. Yeah. He took over from Benjamin Adekunle. Go and read history. He wrote it even in his own books.
But
are you saying that they didn't kill people? They didn't kill Igbos during the Civil War?
I'm not rewriting history, but I'm saying pointing one individual and mentioning his name.
No, but it's not about mentioning. He has a title. He was a military man. He was in the military. They killed people. What do I need to tell you again? I'm just saying that Nigeria did not start falling apart.
All right. So that was Shore's take on the Igbophobia narrative from Obasanjo just as early as yesterday. So what are you making of Shore's angle on that narrative?
One man.
Yeah.
I think it's Shore is saying the truth. It's referring to the history that is well documented. So it's not just it's not just talking with no fact to support what he's talking. So Obasanjo is a controversial leader, and most of the time, or sometimes, when he makes statement, that statement will be so controversial that sometimes he will contradict his past action. So I think that was what Shora was speaking to, that this man that was accusing some other of Igbocentric or Igbophobia, what do you call?
Ibophobia, yes.
Yeah, that he himself had at one time committed atrocities against the Igbo. So that was what. So that was just telling Nigerians that Obasanjo is an hypocrite. That you Nigerians or Igbo people should not be jumping up and down for what he said. That there is an Igbophobia against Igbo people in Nigeria. But in the real sense of it, if Obasanjo in his speech, after making that statement, he later concluded that Igbo people should make friends. It is time for Igbo people to make friends to those that they perceive as enemy, so that they can begin to earn that trust from those people. So it's a two-way to that Obasanjo statement. Number one, he identified the Igbophobia against the Igbo at the top level. He didn't mention the people of Nigeria. He didn't say that. So when he was making that statement, he said somebody came to him when he was the president that, why do you make an Igbo the central bank and the finance minister? So it is at the top level that he was referring to. So, and ending his statement, he concluded that Igbo people should make friends, should try and make friends to those people that they perceive that, people that are not comfortable with them. They should reach out to them and make friends with them so that they can begin to earn that trust from them. So it isn't. So Obasanjo, with that statement, I think he makes a statement that is a balanced statement. He identified the Igbophobia, and he as well advised the Igbo to move closer to Nigerian people, to make friends with people, and not continue to claim this to claim
victimhood.
Thank you, one man. Don't continue to claim victimhood all the time. Get closer to people. Move closer to people. Make friends. Do your politics well. Show to people that you see as people that you believe don't like you. Go and make friends. Open up with them. Let them know you better. Let them continue to trust you. And that is only the way out. So Obasanjo, in that speech, I think it was balanced in the speech. But Sowore, that is coming after him, Sowore is right as well, because Obasanjo, if he really he is trying to portray his image to Igbo that he really loved them. If Obasanjo really loved you, he would have made an Igbo man the vice president to Yaradua when he was leaving office. You understand what I'm saying? Igbo man would have been the vice president to Yaradua instead of Jonathan that he went to pick from the South when Igbo, in terms of population, are more than the minority people where you went to pick the vice president from. He should have picked an Igbo man, to justify that he really loved Igbo people and he wanted them to be on the right track towards the position of president. So Sowore is right. Baba as well. Well, I cannot say he's totally wrong with the statement, because he identified the problem that is confronting the Igbo and the Igbo themselves for what they are not doing right to Nigerian people in order to earn the trust of Nigerian people. So that's my take on that, one man.
All right, brilliant. And Ajale Koko, to the goings on within the PDP party, in your chair, are you out? Weekend now. Hopefully, you saw that clip we played, and then Bode George backed him up as well. So Wike was on Channels TV or whichever. It was on Channels TV and also curiously Bode George on Channels TV as well. So there's been a court judgment now solidifying the suspension of your chair Ayu that happened at the world level. So Wike now is telling us that, or really telling Iyocha Ayu that is fight to finish. Actually, let's watch the clip. Probably easier to hear it from him, just for the benefit of people new to the conversation.
Well, for a lot of people, well, maybe for some members of the PDP, when the news broke yesterday, yeah, they might have seen it coming, but some others wondered what exactly was going on, especially when you look at the video of those who were announcing the suspension of the chairman, Iyocha, which you had mentioned that all was not well with the party. But now that the suspension has been announced, I don't think the national body has made any statement as of yet. What informs the suspension?
First of all, if a member of the party, will you be happy the way the party is today? It's in this part of the country where you've seen somebody who has failed woefully and without any conscience would like to still occupy that position. If in advanced countries like the sea, and you are the head of the party, I feel with such colossal failure, first of all, you don't need anybody to tell you to train the towel. So those from his ward in Benue are angry. Why are they angry? Before now, you ought to have left that office. Before now. And people said, oh, we are pushing for you to leave. We have a hidden agenda to make PDP to fail. You remained. PDP didn't win. And it's what was to look. You lost your unit as a national chairman of the party. You lost your ward as national chairman of the party. You lost your local government as national chairman of the party. Not only did you take a distant third in the presidential election in your state, you also lost the state as for the governorship election. And they know the antics of Ayu. You know, if you know Ayu very well, he has told us before now that he is very close to the president-elect, Benaswaji Bola Tinubu. He also claims that he is very close to the presidential candidate of PDP. So whoever that emerges, whoever that wins, he has nothing to lose.
You said that?
Yes. Let him challenge me that he never said so.
Is it wrong to be?
All right. So that's Wike seizing opportunities to go at Ayu. So Ajande Koko, I think it's safe to conclude that Ayu is effectively out of that party now. I cannot say a pathway back for him, but with their petition still at the tribunal, them battling for a mandate are still at the law courts. What are you making of the timing of this one, and how do you think it impacts on their petition at the tribunal too? And there's a lot of speculation, especially coming out of it was coming actually from Isaac Fayoshe, that they are already speaking to Segun Mimiko to step in as the chairman of the party. So all of that going on at the topmost echelons of the party, just as they are battling in the law court for a presidency. What does all this mean, Ajanle Koko?
Aisha Adu is in a big trouble now. And like I said yesterday, this fight among the leadership in that party has entered another phase. Before it was just a verbal war. But now it has entered a new phase where they are going to use the power, the party machinery within their disposal at different level to destroy each other. And number two, they're going to use the instrumentation of the law and the legal power that within their reach, to destroy each other as well. Because just like you read it in your just as you read it to us, that how you what did you say the court did for him?
The court has upheld the suspension by the and they said he cannot parade himself as the chairman of the party. So with that is sufficient enough for people like Wike, because there's already the allegations. Where all these things started is that these people, they don't abide by rules and regulations and law. So now there's a law judgment now, a court judgment that this guy cannot parade himself as the chairman of the party anymore. So Wike and Bode George have now jumped on that judgment, and they are hopping from TV studio to TV studio, saying that he must not dare defy that legal position. But just the timing of it, as they are with the tribunal trying to fight a mandate with Tinubu. So what does all this mean?
Yeah, the timing is very, very bad. It's going to really affect the party in their presentation of their fact as they claim before the tribunal, from different states of the federation. Like in Benue State, the person that controls the party machinery there is Otom. And I believe the election result slip is in the hand of the party there. And he's the one that controls the party. If they need that documentation to attach as their fact before the, to present as their fact before the tribunal, they might not be given by the Otom group. Otom might not give it to them. And so that's going to be a serious setback for them in their legal tussle. The one for, and some other states as well, that doesn't believe in the national leadership of, national leadership of IU, will not supply them those documents. And that will cause a setback for them. And, they won't be able to present their claim, the fact, as they claim in their petition before the tribunal. So, but the way it looks now, IU is in a big trouble. It's in a big trouble because before that judgment was given, I think the Otom group were able to present some facts which IU violated as leader of the party, the contribution, or what did they say? They said he has not been contributing some money for...
He has not been paying his dues.
Yeah. And of course, he's not qualified to, occupy the most exalted position in the party. So they have their fact, they got their fact right against him. And it's going to be very difficult for him to get out of this legal tussle. And other than that, the more they continue to have this legal tussle among themselves, the better chance for APC. Because this is what they did before the election, and it cost them the election. And this is what they are doing now. When they have case at the court, it will cost them as well, because they won't be able to present their fact right before the tribunal. So what they are doing now is going to be an advantage to APC and Tinubu in particular, because they didn't get themselves right before the election. They are not getting themselves right now. So they will destroy themselves for APC to have to take away the victory. So it is bad for the party, but I believe.
Do you feel a sense that PDP rather, do you feel a sense that PDP are fighting for the mandate? Because in all of these things that is going on, you don't feel a sense that there's any fight coming from the APC, from the PDP rather. The only sense you feel is that there's a fight coming from the Labour Party, but there's no real sense that, do you know what I mean? There's no energy behind their whatever it is they claim they are doing.
Yeah, look, what will have been the energy behind it are these G5 people. G5 people did not supply them that oxygen they needed to win the election. Now they have failed. They are trying to call G5 people are fighting them again to destroy them. And they're going to succeed to destroy them. And Wike have started. Wike is always the man in the front, talking to the media, destroying them, breaking claim after claim. Now he has unleashed another claim again that this man have said, he was referring to the IU for what he said, that he's not going to lose anything for whoever that wins the election, either Tinubu or him. And that is true. Tinubu is his friend. They used to be in the Senate together in the Third Republic when Ayu was a Senate president. He was there with Tinubu. They were there together. And Tinubu was what do you call Tinubu? He was the chairman of the financial committee, or what did they call it? Financial and banking committee within the Senate under the leadership of Ayu. They are very close friends. So for Wike to release this statement again, that this man, this is what he said, Wike continued to tarnish his image, to destroy him, and to, rub it on the entire leadership of the party. So I don't know how they are going to get out of it. They cannot win this election petition. Just get that one out of the way. And the G5 and Wike them, they worked. Wike worked for Tinubu. And Wike will never supply them any evidence from Rivers State to fight against Tinubu. Or Tom will never supply them any evidence to fight against Tinubu as well, or against Obi. So it's a party in a that is going down the hole. And until Ayosha Aju leave that position of chairman of the party, they won't get themselves right. Only when he leaves, then the leadership will come together and then start to solve the problem among them. Ayosha Aju, the G5 will never succumb to its leadership. They will never accept its leadership as long as it remains.
Ajande Koko, sorry for coming in. Sorry. Can we say now we don't have any opposition party to tackle APC?
No. It doesn't mean that we are not going to have opposition party.
I mean now. I'm talking of now. There's no opposition party.
Well, the opposition party, they are in disarray. They are fighting among each other right now. But they could still settle the problem among them if Ayu step down. I won't say that we are not going to have opposition. We still have, but now they are there's just an infight among them, and Ayosha Ayu lack the capacity of that. It lacked that capacity of crisis management, to manage the crisis. It lacked that capacity. He failed to demonstrate it before the election, and now he is failing to demonstrate that, crisis management capacity. He lacks it in entirety, and the party will continue to go down the hole, except that guy leave. If he doesn't leave, the wicked group will not leave him alone, and wicked group will surely overcome him the way it is. Because the main objective, I mean, one of the main objectives of party chairman, a national party chairman, is to win national election for their party, particularly the presidency. So this guy, during his time, the party lost several leadership of the party to another party or to a different party. Obi left the party during his time. Kwankwaso left the party during his time. G5 left the party during his time. All this put together cost that party that presidency. And now, again, after the loss of an election, he still want to continue this his shenanigan. The party leadership, at a point, I believe they will come together and say, we cannot continue fighting unjust war, an effort that they cannot win. So I believe the party will prevail on him to step down. So Wike have started. This is the way it started. After the after the primary, and it caused them. He has started again. The fight has entered another phrase. It's entered a legal phrase now, where they're going to use the instrumentation of the law, the legal capacity within their reach, to fight each other. And I believe the wicked group, for getting the court judgment against him, they have won. Let us see if Shahayu will appeal. And on what basis he want to appeal, we want to know. Let's see if it's going to appeal. He might appeal one man. But let's keep watching and see what it's going to do.
All right, Bilan. Ajanda Koko, next, I want to take you to the Nwanyanwu space next, who made that controversial pronouncement at the Soludo event, and off the back of the backlash, he's now starting to reverse position. So he's saying, Nwanyanwu, I did not call Yorubas political rascals. So your thoughts on that. But before you go there, Ajanda Koko, let me acknowledge the super chat that have come in is from Rotimi RD. So thank you for that. And then let me also acknowledge. Buy the coffee from Ayo, who, as you know, always supports the platform via that space. So that's Ayo right there, clocking in. But let me also actually acknowledge Rotimi also, who actually did the coffee thing. But I think he did it after I had acknowledged Ayo. That was yesterday. He did it yesterday after I had acknowledged Ayo, but I didn't bother to go back there because only Ayo ever does it. But it looks as though Rotimi just went literally to do that as well. So thank you to Rotimi and thank you to Ayo. So let me get back to you then with to pick it up from the Nwanyanwu trying to reverse position space. But as you pick it up, Ajale Koko, let me ease myself out and hand over to Thomas for reasons of sleep. So let me go get some sleep and hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. Back to you, Ajale Koko.
Okay, so Nwanyanwu, for retracing himself or for making a clarity of the statement he make, I think one thing that we should see in this is that finally he's telling us that he wasn't referring to Yoruba people as rascal people. And to me, I think I will accept that from him. I will accept it because in the first...
But Ajale Koko, did he actually say that?
That is what let me learn. So if is making this clarification, I think I will accept it. So, but in the video that we watched earlier, that was carried around as if he called Yoruba rascality, rascal people that were tormenting Igbo people. I don't think that was what he said. I think he was referring to political talks in Lagos, because he made it clear in that statement, that video, the earlier video, that there is no war between Yoruba and Igbo. So, and now that is, after that statement that, some people put it on social media, look at the way he was referring to Yoruba people, and now for him to now come out and make a clarification on it, I think we should just accept it in good faith and let everything, continue to get on well between us and Igbo people. I don't think that I don't think that someone like him would have made that statement in the first place. And hearing what he said in that video, I didn't hear him say that Yoruba people are rascal. What I heard was that those people that did that were just, political talks or something like that. So, but the way, there are some statements that he made in that earlier video that doesn't sound good as well, because he showed disrespect to the constituted authority of Lagos State by not even at any point in that video, in a statement, to acknowledge the authority of Lagos State at all. He was saying they're not going to accept that shenanigan against Igbo people in Lagos, and they are ready. Next time it happens, they are ready to fight back. They are not going to accept it. I don't know, how do you want to fight? What do you want to do? Fighting for what? Where is the government? We have government in place that should be able to, deal with every situation, particularly when it comes to insecurity or any situation that threatens the security of the state. It's the government in charge of that state that will deal with that situation, and not any group of persons. He was referring to Igbo people, that we will not accept it. We will fight back. That was a total call for anarchy. That was where he got it wrong in that first video. But I didn't hear him say that Yoruba are rascal people. I didn't hear that. But I think I will commend him for coming out to clarify himself well, that I didn't say that. And, it is good enough for us as Yoruba people to accept what he has said, that he didn't say it, he didn't mean it the way it's been. Some people have, played it on social media and try to manipulate and, confuse people that is running an anti-Yoruba rhetoric. Yeah, so that's the way I see it. I don't see him as enemy or make a statement against people, but that's the way I see it. Thomas.
Yes, but Ajale Koko, I'm happy you said he makes some comments that can cause anarchy. And as a elder statesman, do you think it's very good of making that comment that we're gonna fight back? What are they fighting? Yorubas are not fighting Igbo. It's the APC thugs that are fighting the Labour Party, isn't it?
Oh yes. So he should have said it better.
what he said was some statement that he made was very bad. An elderly statement, or should not make that kind of statement. It's not it's a very unfortunate statement, very divisive statement that is capable of setting us against. So, and that is the only thing that I see that he did wrong. And maybe people should point it out to him that this is not what you said was very gone. I think people should have focused more on that instead of saying that he called Yoruba people, what do you call it? He called them... Yeah, people should have focused on the statement that, he didn't have respect to the constituted authority of Lagos or constituted authority of Nigerian state, because he was saying we are going to fight back. We have resolved in our meeting. We are not going to accept this. So how do you want to fight back? Who do you want to fight?
I wonder.
Who are you people that want to fight? Fight who? On what? So that is where he got it wrong. So, but he has done good to come out and say, to hands up, to say, no, I didn't mean it to, that's, he has surrendered. So let's just accept him like that. And I hope he will learn his lesson this time. He will develop, he will have a way of, making a public speech that will not be divisive and will not cause some kind of controversy between us Nigerian, between us as Nigerian, between Yoruba and Igbo, or between Igbo and Hausa, or between any us and Nigeria. So I think I think we'll have learned his lesson now. So I hope we will do better next time.
Hey, before you go, I wanted to ask you a question. Earlier on, we were discussing, I don't know, maybe you are listening, about, they said some Igbos were killed in Lagos. Have you have any account or video or audio or anything that anybody was killed in Lagos? I mean, Igbo was killed in Lagos during this election, particularly in the gubernatorial election. Because I was asking, Emmanuel Hooker came earlier on. He said he has some videos and he hasn't sent in any evidence to prove. The only video that I saw or that I heard about is one APC talk that was lynched by a mob. So I don't know, maybe you have anything to say on that side, please.
Thomas, I have not seen any video that anybody was killed. And Obedient have been saying it. Emmanuel is an obedient. So I hope you can supply us that video. You can send it to Woman so we can and check the veracity of it. Because sometimes the obedient know how to play propaganda on the internet in order to draw some kind of support for themselves and sympathy for their cause. So I don't know. Let's wait for him. Maybe he will supply us. He might be hearing us somewhere. So we hope he can bring up you, and maybe we go from there. So, but for now, I have not seen anyone. I have not heard of any incident that anybody was killed. So I heard their governorship candidate. I had him. Rodvivo. I had him on the TV claiming that some of their members were beaten. Some were in hospital. Some were in discharge. Some are in, some were injured. So he was saying it, and he was saying he pays some hospital bills and so and so. So I heard of that from him, not from the authority of the state, because it will be better for the authority of the state, particularly the police, to acknowledge this and confirm this. We
But
cannot,
Ajali Koko, something of such happened and is not being reported to the police.
and we don't know whether it's been reported. Maybe they reported it to police. We don't know. So, but for a situation like that, election, in election time, we had security forces that were in place to guarantee the security of people. And if at somewhere some people were beaten and were injured, I think the case should have been reported to police. And if those incidents if those incidents are so threatening, I think police should have spoken to that effect. So, but we have not heard anything from the police. We cannot really go by what he as a candidate is saying, because he does not constitute any authority of the state. He's just a candidate, and he can say anything.
But Ajali, can he be lying? Are you? I don't think he can be lying.
Politicians are liars. They can lie anytime to justify their what they are saying, or what they are claiming. So we cannot totally believe. I cannot totally believe him, and I cannot say whether he's lying. But we should, if he want to do, if he really want to do good for the party, I think if they have filed police report, should be able to get a copy of that report. They can post it online for us. They can post the picture of those people that were injured by APC talks, to really convince us that this is what's really happened. If police were not speaking to that incident, they can do. We're in the world of social media. They know how to use social media very well, so they can get those reports, the picture of those people, the situation that happened to them. They can put it online and let us see it, so to justify their claim. But for now, from the constituted authority, police, PDP are not saying their people were beaten. So, it's only the obedient that are saying it. We don't know what is happening. So,
but Ajali Koko, let me ask you this: how can you be identified as an obedience? Do you normally write it in their forehead before they will be? No, it's just one Ajali Koko. If I'm walking in the streets of Lagos, nobody can know that I'm obedient. No, it's just logic, isn't it?
Yeah, right. But sometimes in
Ajali Koko, let me say this.
Yeah.
If they said they are targeting Igbos, there are Yorubas that vote for Peter Obi, isn't it? Were they lynched as well?
Yeah, in different areas of the state, they know each other. The APC people know those that are obedient people, particularly their party agent and their supporter, their strong supporter, so as the obedient knows that APC. So the politicians, they know each other, so they can easily target each other somehow. So it is not the general populace. They won't know whether this is obedient or so. But among those, the party agents and those that campaign for them in their area, yes, I believe they recognize each other. So, and therefore, it is very easy for them to target each other, do some bad thing each other. So that's the way I see it.
Oh yes, beautiful. Ajalico, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. This is not the story for today. but it's just paying me what you guys are facing in the US. I saw the shooting in Tennessee. It's actually Coco. I will not lie to you. That is why I haven't stepped my feet in US till tomorrow. Even though I have a sister, I have a big family.
Down, man. Go and sit down. You have your sister, you have your people here. You said because the shooting, that's why you don't want to stay. What of us that are speaking to you from
What
you?
of his sisters that are there?
Have we?
Those ones, what of his sisters that are in the US? Have they shot them?
I am here for them as well. That is, I would actually go to be honest. You know,
forget you don't run this campaign of fear.
Actually, Coco, I'm telling you my truth now.
Campaign against America. Just forget, man. So
Ajale Coco, I am telling Ajale Coco, wait. You don't even let me land my question. This is my own.
I know where
I want Ajale Coco to
That's why I'm fighting you back.
Ajale Coco, continue.
Yeah.
This is my own fear. Ajale, you know me as an honest person. That is why I haven't come to US. This your shooting. There was a shooting in Tennessee. A woman shot at some people. It's just what can you do to this your shooting? I don't know. I'm just being honest to you, Ajale Coco. I'm just being honest.
Let me tell you. Yeah, it's bad, and it's saddening that this kind of incident happened in America time after time, and it's never stopped. What happened today is very, very unfortunate. This crazy, it's actually a girl. It's actually a girl, a lady that carried out this attack, this gunshots against children, elementary school. He went into elementary school. He got in there. He started shooting. He killed 3 children and like 4 of their teachers or so. The police got a call. They waited in. They knocked her down too. So the police terminated his life right there. So you see, let me tell you, in this America and in all the advanced world, a lot of people are mentally ill. A lot of people are mentally ill. But the problem that, the question I asked rather, that if you are having issue, the issue that is going on with you, that is causing that madness in yourself, that how does it get to a state where you decided that, okay, I'm going to school, I'm going to, cinema house, I'm going to a public place and go and kill people? What is that? Why can't that madness click in their head for them to kill themselves? Why must you go and kill other people that have not offended you, that have not done anything wrong to you, that have not done anything to harm you in the first place? But I just think that some of them just believe that let me go and do this so that I can get some popularity. Let me go and do something bad. They will run it in the news. My name will spread. And then after that, another person will feel, oh, I like what we have. A lot of mad people that are, want to die. So people that are spoiled from childhood, they spoil them. They've never been disciplined in their life, and they've been getting away with rascality from childhood. So coming to that conclusion that let me go and do this is part of the rascality that they grew up with from childhood. The society too itself does not encourage parents to discipline their children. If you discipline your child or your children, you could land in jail. If that child get to school and go and say, oh, my mommy do this to me last night, or this and that, they are coming to pick you up. You are going. So we found ourselves in a system where you have to be very careful the way you deal with your children, the way you discipline your children, the way you raise your children. The society the system, it does not empower parents to have a grip control of their children. Every severe, or let me just say, any step you're trying to take that is too harsh they can put it to you as an abuse of your child, your own child. If you take any severe step to correct or to refocus your child from doing the wrong thing, any harsh measure that you take to correct your own child can be taken as abuse of that child by the authority. And that is what I think is responsible for this rascal and barbaric, animalistic behavior.
Can I interject?
Yes.
You see, I like the way Thomas asked you that question. And when you were trying to answer, you answered by encouraging Thomas that no, your sisters that are here, were they threatened? Which is okay. But if that thing had been asked about Nigeria, the way you would say that country is a shithole, that country is mess. With all the negative energy, you will blame everything on government. See the way you first of all went around and blame the people. Oh, how can you say you are going to shoot people? How can you be thinking? Why can't you kill yourself? You blame everything on the people that are carrying out the action. But if it's Nigeria, you will blame it on government. I'm just trying to help you see how biased you have become now. More American-centric.
Hold on, Patrick. I'm blaming the authority too here now.
No, I'm analyzing it. You first of all started by blaming the guy. In this case, if it's Nigeria, you will not even blame Boko Haram, blame the system that involved Boko Haram, blame the way you analyze. You will say that government is rubbish. It's rubbish. You will go for the government. But later, here in this case, you first of all blame the people carrying out. Later, you blame the system, the upbringing of the system, the way they raise them. Blame them. You now say, okay, the system you now mention. You didn't even say government, or even point it to a particular government, maybe Democrats. You didn't do that. You were just diplomatic in that your response, and your response does not have the typical negative energy that you will have if it was Nigeria. That's the issue.
No,
I'm going to hear this thing.
Hold on,
I'm going to listen to this conversation once the session is over. Thank you.
Patrico, let me tell you. In the case of Nigeria, we have seen Nigerian government, particularly this APC administration, neglection of Nigerian people. Buhari totally neglect Nigerian people in the areas of security.
But can you also say that America is a failing society now?
Hold on. Because he is the one in charge of the security. He controls the security in its entirety. And that is why I will always come after that man, that he failed to secure Nigerian people. The security of Nigerian people is not in the hand of governor. It's not in the hand of, what do you call it? The local government, but in the hand of federal government. And he didn't do anything. And for us to see our people being killed by these criminals easily across the country, who am I going to blame? Am I going to blame the state government or the local government? No, I have to blame Buhari. Because he didn't do, and they were asking for state police, and this, he didn't want to do it. He allowed people to be killed at easy.
See the energy now.
Easy
the
way.
Energy now that they are talking now. See the energy and the way the thing is coming. But when it was in America, your speech was, you were almost speaking like Tinubu. You were doing slow. You were doing. It's true now.
I'm talking like Tinubu.
Ajale Goko. Patrick is on you today.
I know. No, it's because I know why he's coming after me. It's because I always go after their administration. He doesn't like it.
You always say the guy is failing.
He's a core APC man, So, but but here you see the local government in control of their security. They have their police. The county have their police. So the policing is in the hand of the county here. So it's the county police that went after, that visited that school when that incident was going, and they quickly stopped that mayhem by terminating the life of the shooter. So, but if we are to be in Nigeria, that person will just succeed. Look, what do you call it? Patrick, how do you want me to take it when a whole student, about 300 students, were packed away? What is the name of that school?
Chibok.
Ha! The entire, all the students packed away to nowhere. And you want
Ajale Goko, do you know what still baffles me? How did they ferry those 30 students?
Ha!
300 is not small number, though.
Did they put them in a cage? How did they do it? And you don't want me to call spade a spade that these people are bastards that are ruling.
With Chibok case, the only thing government could have done was to try to prevent that thing. Once that action takes place, it becomes like trying to rescue, like trying to struggle for an egg and try to forcefully collect an egg from somebody who's holding firmly to it without breaking it. That's the issue. Once it has taken place, the only thing that could have saved that situation was either preventive or let them take them to wherever they are and try to do a rescue. And the rescue is also even delicate. That's the truth. I'm just imagining this, how did they carry them? These are people who are ready to die. So they're carrying them. If you attack them, they will kill everybody and then they die too. So
it's because our security system is weak. That is why
we don't have that intelligence, right?
Yes, they don't have intelligence. They are very weak. That's why they are stronger than the state.
It's very sad.
But look at it here. This crazy one come. Even if there are 5 or 10 of them, the system here will overpower them.
No, but the question I will ask you is this: why is it easy to break into a school? Like here in Canada, I don't know how the schools, but I think it's like that in the US too. Especially when the school is now in session, not when they are just coming, except you join them when they are just coming in the morning and everybody's going in. But if the kids are already in the school and the entrance is locked, how is it easy to him to take a rifle into that the school?
It's easy. He can pose
as parents. And then don't you have scanner or something? If they have been having these incidents, then every school should have a scanner.
No. What you see the way you see the way the how do I the entrance the way the entrance when you are coming to go into the building, there's a door you can't come in. So there's what do you call it? A ring. You will press a ring, and there's a speaker by that ring. They will ask you you can, oh, this is who I am. Who do you come to see? It can mention the name of a particular student. It might be it might be familiar to somebody in that school, and it will mention, oh, I came to pick up so in grade level so. So when he mentioned the name, they will bust him open. They will bust the door open for him. And when he comes in with a gun, then the person that is on the way, the moment you gain entry through the front door, that is it. You are into the building. And that is where you will start his mayhem. So that is, I mean, in most cases, you see those people that are causing that problem, they are familiar to someone, one of the students.
That's what I'm saying. Since they already know that's happening,
yes.
I expect that in the morning, when children are coming in, they can open the door for the kids to come in. But mainly that afternoon, there should be a man-trap door. Just like we used to have a bank in Nigeria. Anyone that wants to come in, when students are already in, must go through that man-trap door. If you have a pistol on you, that man-trap door will trap you in.
You know, no, it's just
because this thing is America can afford the technology. Every school can do it. Nigerian banks have it now. So if you have public people, that large number of people, why can't you have a man-trap door? Here in Canada, in the courts here, you have all those kind of things here. If I'm going to the court in Calgary, they have scanners. You will think I'm going to the airport. You go through all those things. So there should be a man-trap door. You are coming in the afternoon, you go in there. And if you have a gun on you, he tell you to drop all your stuff. If you have a gun on you, then he traps you.
You are right.
Ajale Koko.
I agree with you.
Ajale Koko. I heard that now they were they are training maybe one of the teachers or two now to carry weapons for all this eventuality. Is that true?
They have some states that adopted that system of allowing teacher some teachers within the school to carry weapons, so that when that incident happened, whenever such an incident happened, before the police arrival, those teachers that are carrying arms can engage those people as well, in order to prevent them from causing
more harm.
More harm. So there are some states that have adopted that system of for teachers to carry arms as well. So it just depends, But America is a gun country. It's a country where gun is like a religion to them. So this can never end in America. It's just.
But Ajale Koko, what is the measure that can put in place to reduce the gun in the society? Because let me land, Ajale Koko. Because I heard for you to own a gun, just go to the gun shop, put your name down. Your name, they will send your name to maybe to police or investigating something. Check your name. If you don't have any criminal history, the next day you come and pay for your gun and pick your gun. Nobody even tests your mental capacity to know maybe you can even handle a gun. I don't know how far it's true. That is what I heard. So that should be a measure put in place that if you want to own a gun, you have to be tested mentally, physically. You know what I mean. in all ramifications to forestall all this. Ajali Koko, people are dying in America like chicken. It's just like chicken.
Well, we over here, I mean, we that live in America, we see incident of gun shooting and killing like this every time. So it doesn't. It's a tragedy. But to those of you that live in a country where they don't carry arms, it will look so terrific to you. But we have seen several countless of incidents. So it's just like a normal situation to us here. But you know, the right to bear arms does not, I mean, it does allow everybody that apply for it, once they run your background, your criminal, but I mean, when they run your background and you don't come out to be criminal, you have the right to get your gun. You have the right to get your gun. So, but you have to go for some training on how to carry it, on how to use it before you are given the gun. You can't just say, "Oh, I want gun," and they don't know. You must have gone for the training. You must have shown some things and all that together, and with your background that shows that you don't have criminal record. Boom, you have a gun and you carry it around. It's easy. I mean, some states here in the south.
Ajali Koko, sorry for it. It just pain me. Can I please tell you in 2 minutes how gun law working in Australia?
Tell us.
Yes, for you to own a gun in Australia, let me just say in Victoria, the state may differ. In Victoria, you have to be a group of people. We call them gun shooter. I mean, who use it for recreation. You have to be among their group, a member of them. After being a member of them, that is when you can purchase a gun. Purchasing gun here is for recreation, going to the shooting site and shoot gun. And let me tell you the measures they put in place. I have a friend that have a gun. He's the one that told me this. 3 months, they will come to your house, inspect where your gun is. Your gun has to be in one room. Your bullets and your gun cannot be in the same place. Your gun, where you are putting your guns has to be in lock key code. That is where that your gun will be. Where your bullet is has to be in a safe, very safe with code. So thirdly, they will come to your house every 3 months to inspect where your gun is, where your bullet is. You can't carry that gun on a normal day to day for safety. No. It's only when you are going out for your recreation shooting site, that is when you can carry the gun. Some people do carry it for safety. That is at your own risk. But the security is too much. Any house that has a gun, you have to have a security cameras in your house, in your parlor, in your surroundings. No, you can't. No, Australia is one of the most safest city in the whole world. Though we have guns, people have guns here, but there are many security. You know what I mean? That is putting in place that people don't just carry guns and go out there and kill people just anyhow. I have a friend that have a gun here. He's one that even told me he has 2 pistols. The day he wanted to show me the guns, he went to the room, bring out the guns, show me the gun. I hold it. He took the gun back from me. He took it back to the room, went to the room where there is bullets, show me the bullet. At any point in time, guns and bullets shouldn't come together. So you look at this measure that I talked about, and before owning your gun, You have to see the sacrality, check your mental capacity that you can hold a gun. So this is the measure in Victoria. I'm telling you, this is the measure in Victoria. So it's very rare for people to just carry guns anywhere and shoot. So this is just my submission. Make your submission, then we can move on.
Look, yeah, that your own gun control law is still strong. It cannot work like that in America here. You see, Thomas, this gun issue in America has been like that for thousands of years. So
It's just like a pandemic. It gets me annoyed every time. It's a pandemic of US. It's a big pandemic.
Yeah. Look, let me tell you. Here is depend from state to state. Some states, like in state of New York and some Democratic control state, they have a stiffer control. Gun control law than some Republican state. So, but still in those Democratic states, they cannot deny you to own a gun, particularly once if you are qualified to have it. Renown your background and you are not sure, they will still get it for you. But let me tell you this: American law for gun is first of its kind in the world. Some people are used to work with one guy that will buy gun on every payday. He already earmarked some amount he will use to buy gun.
So what's for?
So
what's for Ajale Koko? What's for?
Look, gun. Buying and keeping gun is like you are investing for the future. The gun that you buy for 2,000 today, in the next 5 years, if you want to sell that gun, you could sell that gun for 5,000. So if you have 100 of gun, you are investing in the future. That is the way it is in America. Some people buy gun every month in order to keep so that they can sell it. You see, some guns, when you buy it now, and when the manufacturer stop the production of that gun, for the fact that that gun is no more produced by the gun manufacturer, the price will automatically
skyrocket.
Yes. So if you that own that gun now want to sell it at that time, you are going to make a lot of money. So one of my friends he used to buy gun at every paycheck. He would surely buy one gun to keep. The day I visited him, in his garage, as 100 of gun, he hung up 100 of gun around in his garage. It's like a stockpile of military arms. Somebody that is getting ready one day to have people to go to war. Then I asked him, why do you have to? That was when he explained to me. He said, if I retire tomorrow, or if I stop working tomorrow, or if something happened to me tomorrow, and if I want to sell all this gun, he said he will make thousands from selling those guns, because the prices on each gun are times 3 than what he bought it. and he have hundreds of them. So it's a big business. Other than just having it, buying it, and this thing, it's a big business. So you have to understand it from
economic. Do you know there is a spirit behind guns?
Well, if you have gun, you feel on top of the world. You don't fear.
And what is gun for? Gun is to kill. So that spirit of killing always enter those people that has that gun.
No.
That go and shoot.
No.
You don't believe that?
Gun is Ogun.
No.
The spirit behind gun is Ogun.
Is it?
God of iron. Ogun. That's the spirit.
So it's not. Look, it's some few criminals that uses gun to kill innocent people or kill themselves that created this impression that having gun is not good or that. It's nothing wrong. It's for safety. If you run into a situation where some people want to harm you or do bad to you, you can use that gun to defend yourself. That is what it's meant for. So it's just like that. It's not any big. Imagine somebody that that have been attacked before, or somebody whose friend or somebody that is very close to him was badly killed because he wasn't carrying anything. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand, Ajalikoko. I have so many places gun carrying has saved life of people for their own personal protection.
That's right.
Yes, you are right in that. I don't dispute that.
So some people, when they are under, when they are facing a very serious threat or being killed by another person, they can use their gun to defend themselves, to save their life. So that is just it. But bad ones that are criminals that uses it for different purposes are the ones that are, giving all these bad names for, for people that carries gun. So
can I
oh yes, Rosie, come. Rosie, let me make this statement. Do you know my sister bought me a ticket? I refused to come.
I don't know.
I don't need visa. I don't even need visa to come to the US. I just need to buy my ticket.
Stop it.
Off I go.
Stop it. Your sister live here.
Ajalikoko, this is my fear. Ajalikoko, you know me as honest person. I will not lie to you.
I know you are not. I'm not saying you are lying, but what is the fear for? Your sister, your family live here. Your sister live here. What are they going to do? Just come. If you want to come and visit them, don't say because of one gun or this thing, you don't want to. You are fear. What is going to?
Thomas,
I'm interested in this topic too.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. Rosie. Yeah, let's hear from Rosie.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Talking about guns. I'm in Texas, and Texas. I mean, we are very famous for carrying guns and living in ranches and driving big trucks. You see, one thing about guns, it's like part of the white culture, especially those ones that live in the rural areas. You can see like a family, they stay like maybe some of them stay in maybe 200, 300 acres of land, so they have to protect themselves. It's part of their culture. Like right from 6, 7 years old, they start training their kids how to shoot. They have targets at their yards. They train the kids how to shoot, how to arm themselves. But it doesn't mean that every one of them go around killing with the guns. And then once you live in a place, you are alone, like you are staying in 100, 200 acres of land. I mean, you have to be armed. If not, somebody can come in there and mess with you. So if everybody knows I'm armed, you are armed, nobody will come to your property to come mess with you. And then, like, was it Baba Ajale Kukuda was speaking earlier?
Yes.
Yes, he
Yeah,
was the one. Yes.
like he said, keeping is a gun is like collection of guns. It's like amounting wealth. Some families, they have a huge collection of guns, and they keep it safe. They don't, like, they don't kill themselves. It's part of their culture. I mean, I have many friends, white friends, that have guns. But the thing with me is I'm not comfortable with it. But I mean, you have some girls, they move around, they go into the club, they have pistols, golden pistols, they have it in their purse.
Oh yes.
But Rosie, do you know sometime when you get angry, if
No,
somebody offends you, you have a gun in the house. There's a tendency of go and get that gun and just
most
shut
often,
that person down. There are some people who have some angers.
no, most often they don't. If not, that means all these people would have been killing themselves. They would have killed everyone in the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't do that. They don't shoot easily.
Rosie, let me tell you something that I saw.
Yeah.
And this is real life. I'm not telling you.
Sorry to cut you. I'll ask you that question. One question I'll ask you. If you're angry and you have gun in the house, you can go and shoot. But if you don't have gun and you're angry and you have knife in the kitchen, why don't you take the knife and go and kill
Yeah. What about
That's
knives
why I
in the
achieve the same
kitchen?
thing now.
Yeah, knives in the
You
kitchen.
can
They are
kill now.
weapons now. They are
They are
weapons.
weapons. Even hammer that you have in
Yeah.
your toolbox. You
Yeah.
can kill
I mean,
it now.
like, you are in the kitchen, you and your husband, you're having a quarrel. Are you going to take out a knife and go
Knife
and
and
fight?
stab, exactly.
So that's,
But
I mean,
let me tell you this true life story. I'm sorry for deviating to the US guns now, because this is something that has been bothering me lately.
but if you want
I
to talk
saw a
about
video.
guns, sorry, if you want to talk about guns and killing, do you want to compare the people that are killed in US with guns and those that the kidnapping, the Boko Haram, all those killing in Nigeria? Can you compare the rates? Is it just because we don't keep statistics in Nigeria? Do you know how many thousands of people that have been killed in Nigeria? You can't compare the rate at which people are killed in Nigeria to the rate at which people are dying in the US. I know sometimes maybe in a school you have like some mass murdering, stuff which is, I mean, a tragedy. But in Nigeria, almost every day they are kidnapping people, they are killing people.
And do you know that those kidnappers, if they suspect that you could be having a gun, it might even stand down the thing.
You see? Okay, look at all
Yeah,
those.
it's true now. They
Yeah,
just
all
kidnap
those.
an
Yes, now
innocent man.
let me chip in something because I have a gun, so I probably know a lot
You
of
have a
things
gun.
about it. I
You
actually
have a
have,
gun. Yes, that is very good.
I've
Thank
said
you.
it
Yeah,
a
go
lot.
on.
Yeah, even me myself, I'm trying to go get me one so that I can learn how to shoot.
I've
Yeah,
said it a lot of
Thank
times
you. That is
here.
why I will not come to the US. So if I visit Dirty now, you will have gun in the house with me. Thank
I
you.
mean,
Yeah, go on.
there is one actually here with me in the truck. I'm saying, there's nothing wrong with having a gun. Gun is always meant for protection. The last time I went to Nigeria, I said it. I took my pistol with me. A lot of protocols and all that stuff. Went through it.
okay, how did
Not the
you
last
travel
time.
with it? I thought you can't go with in the airplane with a
No,
gun.
you can.
You check it. You
You have
check
to
it
check
in.
it in, put it in a box, lock it. They will lock it. The policeman will come and check it and all that stuff. It's a lot of
Okay,
bullshit.
you don't put it in your hand luggage.
No. You
Okay.
don't. Yeah. So we doing that when in Nigeria is a lot. I'm not doing it to go and kill people in Nigeria. It's basically to protect myself. And reason why I think Nigeria needs some kind of law that kind of allow people, not everybody, to purchase a gun, because if wondering
Why
my
not everybody? Why not everybody? If you can get yours, why can't I get mine?
But
I
even in
wouldn't say
Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, in Nigeria, in those days, in the olden days, we have all these our fathers that have guns now.
yes,
Are they
we
killing people
do.
anyhow?
We
I know my
do.
father, all his brothers, there were four of them. They all
Yeah.
had guns. You know this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Damien guns,
those.
Shakabula.
Yeah, chakabula. Yeah, those big
Yeah.
Why are we
long guns.
talking
We
that
do.
far? Why are we
The
talking that far?
problem
Edo
with
State. In
Nigeria,
Edo State, everybody have the registered gun, pump action to a double barrel.
yes, the problem with Nigeria
Everybody, every
is
houses.
the law Nigeria has is you have a gun, but you're not allowed to bring it out, like drive with it or carry it. You have to keep it in your house. That's the law in Nigeria. You're not allowed to take it out, to bring it outside. Maybe if someone comes to rob you, because I remember then when they came to the village, then my grandpa brought his gun and started shooting. So you have to basically keep it in the house. The thing is, if Nigeria made the law in such a way that you're allowed to carry your guns and in a safer way, at least someone wants to come and kidnap you, you have a gun, you can defend yourself. I mean, all those kidnappers will think twice. Is this person carrying a gun? Try to. It kind of reduces a lot of BS in Nigeria. Maybe it might go positive, maybe it might go negative. I don't really know. I'm not sure. Nigeria being what Nigeria is, a lot of people has some kind of anger issue and I don't even frustration issue, I would say, because it's more like frustration can make
I think
someone
it's
do
the
something
stress
very
level. I
drastic.
think the stress level
Yes,
is so high. Many people have mental issues just walking
mental
around.
issue.
Yeah,
Yes,
the stress
it's
level is
not
so
it's
high.
not the same in United States where everywhere it's okay and you're stress free.
So are you
But
telling me you
Nigeria,
don't have mental issue in the US?
no, is it like, are you talking about me personally or people in US?
No, no, no. Generally, mental issue.
Of course, but it's not that. Once
Hang,
there are,
hang on, hang on, please. The lady that shot in Tennessee, Nashville. So the lady that shot in Tennessee, Nashville today. Are you telling me she's not having a mental illness?
that's what I'm saying. There are issues like that. There are people with some serious mental issues, and
Yeah.
if there is a way, I don't know how United States are gonna do it, to kind of, even if the United States is in such a way that you can purchase a gun anywhere now. I mean, unlicensed guns everywhere. Now you can just go to someone's house. Are you selling your gun? It's basically, I feel like they should do more about that. A lot of people has unlicensed guns. A lot of people. They should try and do
Des,
more
now you
about
are
it.
talking. Now you are talking. Now I'm happy with you now. Before now, I'm not happy with you. Now you are talking. There should be a measure. Do you
So what
listen
was
to
he
me
doing before?
when
He was
I
not talking, he
narrated?
was singing. Look at you. How can you say he's talking
But
now?
if you do that, that means you are trying to control. That's gun control,
Exactly, gun
right?
control.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what,
It's good.
yeah.
That thing is
Yeah,
not going to
that's
work. It's not going to work because a lot of these top
that's fine.
guys, yeah, a lot of these top guys, they have all these gun shows. They have all these stores that sells gun and gun. That's, I mean, big
My
money.
brother,
So
my
they
sister,
can't.
let me even tell you the danger of that gun control. When
Yeah.
you control gun, it's only the legal one that you control.
Yes, you
What
are
you are
right.
simply doing is taking guns from good people.
Yes.
Because
Yes,
the
and
bad people
giving
will
it to
not
the
come
bad
and buy
people.
it legally.
Yeah,
The
you are
bad
right.
people,
And
somebody
buy
who
it
has plans to
illegally.
kill, will
Yes,
not
that's what
use
I'm
a
saying.
registered gun to kill because they will trace
That's
it
what
to
I'm
him.
saying. Yes.
Do you understand? It's going to be easily traced to him if
Bullets
they
can
use.
be traced. Guns can be traced. Bullets
Exactly.
can be traced.
God,
Everything
bullet
can
can
be
be traced.
traced.
But if
So
it is in black market, then it becomes difficult.
yeah, that's why I said they
So when
should
you are
do something
controlling,
about
they should do
unlicensed guns.
more. Exactly. Because it's the unlicensed gun that really kill people and never really get caught
And
or
that's
difficult
why
to get caught.
and that's why in states where there is free, I mean, people carry gun freely, you don't mess with people anyhow. I mean, you can't just come to
You will
my
think
property.
twice now.
You can't come to my property and be messing up because you don't know if I'm armed and I might just come and shoot
Even
you.
those that are not armed are indirectly protected by
Yeah,
that
so
psychology.
yeah, that's why they say don't mess with Texas because you don't know who is armed and who is walking around with guns.
When I was in
Yes.
Dallas, sorry.
Look, Thomas.
That time, they say don't look at them too much. Oh. They say, do you know if he's carrying a gun? If you look at him, they think you are stalking him. If he pulls a gun on you, you know that kind of thing. I was like, really?
Thomas, let me.
Yeah, like I'm
Yes,
sorry to
Jale
say,
Coco,
like
yeah.
you can't be walking around, putting your arms in your pocket and moving around. It's like
Yeah, I was
somebody might
told.
feel threatened because
I
you
was
might be
told.
pulling. Yeah, you might be pulling. You might be pulling out a gun, and that's why when the police stops you, You have to put out your hands, put it on the steering wheel where he can see easily. You can't be hiding your hands because he might think you are trying to pull out a gun.
Yes.
So yeah.
But Ajale Coco, what of the people when they pull them over, police pull them over? The first thing is to grab the gun and want to kill the police. I don't. You guys are just.
Criminal.
I don't understand you
It's
guys.
not every day
It's
that this
just.
happens now. It's
Criminal.
just
It's the criminals that do that, not the normal people. That's what we're trying to let you know. So even if you control the gun, those people will still have their own gun. In Nigeria, where you control gun, how do armed robbers get gun?
Look,
those armed robbers, you control gun now in Nigeria. How are those armed robbers able to get gun to kill people?
So, Thomas, if Americans are not allowed by their law to bear arms, this country will be this country will be the
it will be Banana Republic now.
Jungle.
That will be the Wild Wild West.
Yes. It will be that gun that people carry saves a lot of life in this America.
Or kill a lot of life as well.
No, compared to life that is safe. You can't.
You live in US. People die of gun violence every day in the US. Do you agree with me? I've done my research.
Let me tell you.
Avoidable deaths. Avoidable deaths.
Don't yell too much. You are addressing.
Okay, what about Nigeria? Are people not dying? This AK-47. People carrying AK-47.
Are we doing what about? We are talking of US.
Are we
talking of? Are we doing what about?
Nigeria?
We are talking of US.
America #1 is bigger than your Australia.
Yeah,
I agree. But we are safer than you guys.
Hold on.
We live longer than you guys.
Who says that? The life span in America.
I know nobody will go. Since I've been in Australia over 10 years, I've never heard any mass shooting.
Hold on. America is bigger than your Australia in population, in economy, in activity, in everything.
I know we are 50, we are 25 million.
Okay.
We are 25 million, but we are safe.
Okay. Right. Let me tell you something. There are some people like this that do trucking business. There are some truck that are moving from state to state in America. Some of those trucks carry some product or something, some valuable that worth millions of dollars. Some that carry drugs, some that carry some other valuable things that worth several millions of dollars. And the criminals, those that are high top criminals, can easily identify those trucks that, this particular truck carries so thing. Or from the station that is moving, they can know that, from this particular place, when they are moving out, they are carrying some drugs that worth millions of dollars, some drug for pharmacy and this. So such person, as an independent contractor that is moving that truck from one place to another, do you want to say that person must not carry gun to defend himself if at any time some criminals are trying to challenge him on the way when he's doing his business? He must have something that at least he can use to scare them away or to fight back. So, look, there are so many reasons why America allow their citizens to carry arms. Safety, protection. And he helped the state a lot, because policemen cannot be everywhere at the same time. Incidents happen, It might not be you that is being affected at that very moment where that incident happened that we call the police. It might be somebody else. But before the police come, so look, some little store like this, with what they are selling there, maybe they are selling gold. In that little store, it's millions of dollars valuable they have there. Millions. How would they protect themselves if some robbers pounce on them to rob them of their gold if they don't have gun? Look, that gun save life, it saves the economy, it saves a lot of things for this country. So, but when an incident happens by some criminal, everybody raise an alarm, particularly outside America that doesn't know the way the system works in America. They say, oh, they bought the case for me. That's why I don't want to come home. Oh, you want to be like, oh, yeah, America, oh. You see? So, you see, this gun ownership, it's right to bear arms. Is the backbone of security.
Ajale Coco, I didn't say it's not right. There are some. I told you what measures.
Hold on, even the right to bear arms is the backbone of security in America. Without it, there won't be security in America.
That's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
Because America is a big country. America is a country where you have a lot of people that are criminal tendency one is high. And the only thing that can stop them is when you have your destiny to protect your place and to fight back. If at any time somebody wants to mess up. So that's why America cannot stop anybody from, because they don't know what you are going through. They don't know what you are doing, and they want you to feel secure. Everybody, I mean, it just, look, you can just say something to somebody. Maybe you just get into argument with somebody and you walk away. Maybe the person you have argument with is a mentally deranged person. And the next thing, if we want to go and call it and to say you want to come and fight you. But if you have your own, you can fight back to defend yourself. So it saves a lot of life in the first place than the loss of life that we record sometimes by
Ajale Google, can you measure the disadvantages and the advantages?
Also,
can you measure it and full percentage to it?
Please, can I just interject a second? Like in UK
Yeah,
now,
coming.
although in UK they don't use guns, but they are using knives to stab. They stab there and they kill people. They stab to death. And the incident is an epidemic in the UK, right? They don't allow guns, but people like the youths, they are always killing, stabbing, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think the only problem I have with the United, I think that they can use to solve a little bit of it is because now they have a lot of, you can go and buy whatever, to be honest with you. You can go there and buy an AR, you can go and buy an SMG. I mean, it's crazy what you can go and buy, and it's legal. I feel if they can reduce that to a pistol, it's probably okay, just to, if you're
Yes.
not, yeah.
Do you carry your gun through interstate? Or you living in your state of that you
I
reside?
travel everywhere.
And you take it with you?
Yeah, take it
You
with
know
me.
that's illegal, right?
No, it's
It
kind
is
of
illegal.
depends. It
It
depends
is
on.
it is illegal.
It
If you
depends on
register
the.
your weapon, in Texas and you're going up north, you dare not put it in your car with you. Because if you go through the deep, the what you call these people, the DMV people that check your the truck, you might get a felony. So just be careful.
Oh well, they've actually checked it once and they didn't really see anything. So I don't know if it's illegal or not. I'll check that though.
Yeah, check it out.
Um, yeah. So I think if they reduce it to just a pistol, it would probably reduce a lot of. You can like the last year, a kid was carrying an AR, went into a school, killed a lot of bunch of kids. I mean, if they had reduced the accessibility of
It
people
was, I
buying
think it was here in Texas too,
yeah, it was in Texas.
in
Yeah,
El Paso. Mhm.
yes, it was in Texas. If they reduced that accessibility of people purchasing air, I don't think he would have killed as much as he did because pistol.
Des, sorry for cutting you. I pinpoint something in what you say now. Why did you need a AR-15, AK or AK-47 or AK-49 to protect yourself? A pistol is okay for a citizen. Maybe
Yeah, that's
20
what I'm
rounds,
saying.
maybe 10,
Yes,
maybe 10 rounds. That is it. That is
yes.
enough to protect you. You don't need AR-15. You don't need pump action. You don't need AK-47, AK-49. Just talk of it. You
No,
don't
it's
Yeah, I
need
not.
it.
mean,
It's not. It's
Th-
not. You
Thomas,
need it. You need it. If the
Thomas,
assailant is coming, yeah. Okay. Let me allow
Thomas,
you.
Yes,
Thomas.
Adewale coming.
There are a lot of sick people wandering around in this country called United States. The people are cooler there in Australia a little bit. Here, there's a lot of crazy people like zombies. So
I
if
think, like you said, it's like there are more insane people than sane people.
yes, that is true. You walk into a
They
town, you
will
would
say,
think
we
this is a
rather
quiet town. You would think everything it looks the way it looks, like it looks so good. Behind those curtain and behind those clothes, people that are going around are like zombies. They are crazy. However, you're in your house gingerly sitting down, an intruder walked in with an AK-47 or AR-15, and you have a Glock or revolver in your hand. By the time you shoot one round, he has empty like 20 round or 15 round. If you have automatic, if he has automatic, he has empty 15 round. How would that confront with somebody with AR-15? So sometimes it's good to have a high power weapon next to you, so you can have a pistol as a standby. But it also depends on how good you are. If you're a very good shooter, then that pistol might do it damage. But if not, you better have at least shotgun beside you so you can shoot widely.
let me. Someone said it's illegal. I'm reading that it's legal to federal law 18 USA whatever whatever. Every USA citizen may legally transfer firearm across state lines as long as he or she is legally allowed to possess the weapon in both the states of origin. So I'm not you know not doing
You
anything
know,
illegal.
this. When you are coming to the south, I don't know if you come to the south more often. The likes of Arkansas, Mississippi, and the rest of them.
No,
Just be
no,
careful
no. I
around
don't
those.
go
Those are
there.
crazy, crazy. Even Missouri, these are crazy city. Just to be careful. Because once those police know you have weapon in your vehicle, they start tripping. So I don't know. Some of these state laws are very vague, and just check before you you drive in there. Okay. And if you are not sure, you can stop by any police station and check your weapon in there.
Yeah, sure,
It's,
I'll do
it's a
that.
lot.
No problem. Thanks. Yeah, I thought we were talking about politics, though. I don't know how we dived into American American bullshit. To be
No, it's,
honest.
it's Thomas. Thomas doesn't like weapon. I used to be like Thomas too. I used to run away from weapon. Thomas, are you
I,
there?
we need to buy a gun for Thomas. We need to buy.
Thomas,
Yes, Adewale, I'm here.
why you don't?
If I want guns, I love guns. I will not lie to you.
Are you
I
sure?
would- If
But you say you are scared of gun. Your sister bought you a ticket. You refuse to come
no,
with
no,
her.
no, 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 no. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. If
Okay.
I were to be in America, I will have a gun. but I will not have more than just one pistol. Is enough for me, just for protection. I will not lie to you. It's not that I hate guns, but it's the disadvantages that is what scared me away. So I think maybe we should go back to politics. I'm sorry guys for deviating a little bit.
Before we go back to politics, you know one thing, Thomas. We as the Nigerians, we have a culture. Our culture is not rooted in amassing weapon because we believe that there's no point having weapon around us. But it took me for me to immerse myself in this culture of called American culture, and not every part of the country also likes God. Let me put it that way. But in the southern part of the country, that is where they worship God more than anything. They can die because of a weapon, because of God. That's why individual will have 20, 15, 30 weapon in their household. So yes, Southern they love their God. They take that part of the constitution that allows individuals to have weapon seriously. Like some states in the up north, even the west coast. Not every part of the country worship weapon like that. But I think it's the culture, and we're not that kind of people. That's why it seems that we run away from having weapon. But until you get, you dip yourself deeper into it, and then that's where you will realize why the reason why these people love gun like the way they do. Go on, Thomas. Thomas.
I don't know where he keeps going.
This is his network.
Oh
Thomas.
yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Yes. My team and my guy want to speak with me. That's why I went. Yes. Thank you. I have a clip for us to respond to. This is another. I think my own session will be quite different from one man. One man is the one that normally speak big English. Uh, I have a clip for you. This is just about a lady. Maybe I should not preempt what I want to say. Let me just play the key clip and I'll help everybody to respond to it. Just give me 1 sec, please. Yes, I got it.
Okay, send me where you don't do reach. That's why when they call my brother, they answer call. They pick up. So I can't tell this thing to my girlfriend, my close friend here. So now I can't say, as far as be say your place don't far from my village, make her papa go meet my brother. So I can't say her papa. Papa reach there. He say my brother, where you for meet my brother and where they for the drink. He will gather friends for there. So the man called it like, come show me your sister land. Where she for they do something.
Yes, let me just build it up. This is a lady. He's been sending money to his own brother, blood brother, to build a house for her. But at the long run, the guy doesn't even get a land. Talk less of building a house. I think this is what has been going on in for so long. Family member giving money to their family member to build house, and on the long run, they don't even buy a land. Talk less of building a building or at all. So I just want to know our response on this. Let me start from people that hasn't speak at all. Do we have royalty? Am I pronouncing that very well?
Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening. Oh, I like that voice. How are you? Where are you joining us from, if you don't mind?
So I'm joining from Maryland in the USA.
Oh, you are the gun people. You are the gun people. That's all right. How are you, my sister?
I'm fine, thank you. Hi, is everybody? Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Good evening so much.
One conversation that made me want to join, but I
Wow.
actually,
You can give us your assertion. Then respond on the video as well. Thank you, please.
about the gun thing, I think with everything that has a positive, as it also has a negative. Just like we said, it's good for us to protect ourselves, but we need to understand that there are illiterates out there too. There are people with evil mind out there too. A lot of times, like today, there's a news out there now. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. Some teenager went to a private school this time around, killed 3 9-year-olds, and I think the death rate has gone up to 7 people as at this moment. I just checked the news as at this moment. So it just goes to say that even though we need the guns, we need to protect ourselves, especially in America. You need to protect yourself. I've gone to Baltimore City in Maryland before, and believe me, I was almost raped in broad daylight. If I had a gun that day, I would have shot everybody without thinking about it, and I know that I will go scot-free because it's self-defense. And saying that also, I have a 11-year-old daughter that you never can know what you can come home tired one day. I'm so sorry. My daughter she's distracting me. She's watching.
That's fine. That's fine. Go on. We can hear you. Yeah.
So saying you can come home one day when you're tired, you don't know what can happen. So it's like a 50-50 thing. It is also needed and it's also not needed. I don't have a gun, but if I can get a gun, I will get a gun without thinking about it. I have my own business here, and sometimes I sit down, I think about it, like if anybody is looking for me today, they know where I am. If you check my website between my open hours, you can really predict my movement. You can tell that, oh, this girl is going to be here within so time and so time. Or if you just see my car outside of my shop, you know where oh, she's there. So what if somebody has the wrong somebody has like evil
bad intentions
towards me? So the possibilities of what could go wrong also is very endless. But regardless, we have to protect ourselves. It's very different from where the gun culture in Nigeria is not as crazy as people barely have guns. But out here is a necessity. You can sit down in your car and the next person they're about to rob you. What about kidnapping? What about kidnapping where you're just walking on your own and somebody just pushes you into a van? And, because of where we come from, because of the way it is in Africa, you can't really say how I don't know how to put it. You can't really say how crazy it is just because of where we are coming from. But the people that grew up here, they understand why it is very necessary to have a gun. And we frown at guns because of where we come from. We don't need guns to protect ourselves in Nigeria. Everybody, the best way of protecting ourselves is Jesus Christ. If anything happens, blood of Jesus. If everything happens, blood of Jesus. Blood. There are times that blood of Jesus is a gun. The only way that blood of Jesus is going to work is you having a gun in your hands. So I feel like if you're out there, if you have kids, if you're a single lady, some people are disabled, some people they don't have that physical strength. The only thing that can protect you before you call 911, before 911 will come to you, kill somebody before they kill you. Better them than you. It's better for you to protect yourself. A gun is not really like a death sentence. If you handle it the right way, it can really protect you and your family a whole lot. So that's what I have to say about that. Then talking about that video of that girl, I think I saw that thing yesterday night, and I'm really...
Can I just say something, my sister, real quick before you move to that video?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with everything you said, but for everyone out there who is thinking of getting and acquiring a weapon for protection, um, I want that individual to think about it twice. Okay, you said that you won't think about it twice, but please think about it twice. Acquiring a weapon is easy. You know, when you have it in your hand and you're about to use it to protect yourself, that decision is very, very wealthy. Apart from that, you know, when I was having my certification, I got my own through my job. I realized the law of the state that I am residing right now. If you have a weapon in your hand, to use it, you will think about it twice. You know, one thing, Thomas, when you are defending yourself, when you shoot somebody, depends on the angle you shoot the person. You better wish that you kill that individual. If that person stay alive, you are in trouble. If you are trying to shoot somebody and you shoot a third party, are you listening, Thomas?
Yes, I can hear you loud and
So
clear.
the what do you call it? The 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 civil and criminal liability that you incur by using the weapon, how to weigh the purpose of you having the weapon. Even if you work for the law enforcement, you still have to think about it deeply, deeply, because people go for training on how to shoot, but when you're about to use it, it has a different ballgame. Because remember, that moment you are no longer thinking rationally. You are thinking of, you know, fight or flight, right? And in the process of that, you might use it in such a way that you will still be liable by civil or criminally. So let me just put out there. Thank you.
But
You can go ahead, please.
yeah, let me. It's not even just it. If you're getting a gun, yeah, I think the most important thing is, can you live with yourself? That is the very most important question you have to ask yourself. Can you live with yourself if someone comes to want to rob you or whatever, and you shoot the person and he dies? Can you live with yourself of knowing that you killed a human being? That is the most important question you need to ask yourself. Because getting a gun, it's protection, yes, and it's also that protection. It's more likely to end with someone dying. Do you understand? So you have to think that you have to live with yourself if that happens. That's just it.
Oh, thank you, Des. Let me start with royalty
No,
about the video. Did you
she's
saw the
still
video?
speaking.
She's
She's
still
still
Yes.
speaking.
speaking.
Oh, yeah, that's all
Yeah,
right. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
I
yeah,
wanted
that's
to
all right.
put say something on what they said. Can you live with yourself if you? So I would say better them than me. I'm not going to go out to just shoot somebody at random. If you threaten my life, I will threaten yours back. So the question of can you live with yourself? Of course, I will live with myself, knowing that I protected myself to the highest in the highest form that there is. So let's say for someone like me that has a child, and somebody comes to my house, and let's even take my child out of the, let's just say maybe a nephew, a niece, and I see somebody trying to hurt them. I'm not going to think like, oh, at that point you are not I'm not looking at you like a human being. I'm seeing you like the devil. And to go over what Adewale said, so before they give you guns, before you get the certificate to get a gun, you have to go through some trainings. They're not just going to, you can't just go to the what's it called, to the gun shop and
You
just
you
buy
you
a gun.
can you can in Texas. You can.
Yeah, in
I mean, you
Texas. When
can, not just in Texas. You
You
can
can.
yeah,
actually.
you
Just
can
walk
go
in
to
there and
any
buy
gun
it.
show, yeah, and pay
So
for it.
in
Yeah.
Maryland, there's something called something, is it something conceal to carry or something, carry conceal or something like that. So you have to take that class. You have to. It, I've tried it before. It takes a lot over here to carry it to have a gun, a registered gun. You have to register it. It has to be tied to you. So I feel like if you do it the right way, you're going to get the right results from it. Somebody was talking about in Australia, you have to keep it. So you have to treat the gun as it's a weapon to you, and it's also protection. So you have to treat it at the two ends of this spectrum. You have to treat it as something that you know that it can protect you and it can also kill you. I think that's the mindset that you have to if you're going to carry a gun, that's the mindset that you have to look at it through.
Yeah, but the issue is like somebody, you're at home, somebody tried to break into your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the because of like you said, flight or fight,
yeah,
you just bring out your gun, boom, 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 you kill that person. Only for you to find out that the person is not armed. Will you be able to live with yourself for the rest of your life? Because
so
that person coming in
yeah,
might not have intended coming to kill you because he's not armed. Maybe he just want to, just steals one of few things. He's not armed. But at the end of the day, you've taken that life. Will you be able to live for because life is very precious. Will you be able to live for the rest of your life with that mindset that you took somebody out of it?
So that's a very peculiar
Yeah, because
situation.
that could get you into depression. It could cause you a lot of mental issues too.
Yeah, but the same way, if you lose somebody to the fact that you were not protected, it will cause you mental issues too. It will cause you depression. So there are two ends of this. It can either, that's why I said there are cons and there are pros to this. So it's either two things can have in life, is either things go right or things go wrong. There are always mistakes with things. So that's why I said you can either see the gun as you have to see it see the both ways, as something that can harm you and something that can protect you. I don't know if you kind of understand what I mean. You have to see that something that can harm you and something that can protect you. If somebody comes to your door by mistake, so when somebody comes to your door, there are ways that somebody will knock at your door that will make you feel threatened. Somebody cannot come to your door and knock 1, 2, 3, hello, is somebody there? And the next thing you are pulling a gun. If you kill the person in that instance and there is evidence that was what happened, you can go to jail for the rest of your life for it. But if somebody comes to your door banging, boom, 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 you better come outside here, boom, boom, boom. Or maybe they are putting fear into you to make you feel like your life is in danger. At that instance, it's flight or fight, or how do you say it? So at that instant, your own mindset is, I have to protect myself. So it's two different things. So in everything that you have to look at the context at which things are happening. So you can't just come to.
My dear, you make it sound so easy to take a life. Trust me, I'm don't try. I've never killed anyone. So even to when I went to hunting and I killed a deer, there is this. I don't know how to explain it, but to kill a human being, I double for a lot of people that does it in the military or whatever. If For me, I would say if you're going to get a gun, the best way is to have a way of knowing how to shoot. Be a good shot.
Exactly.
So if you're trying to shoot someone, as a good shot, you might aim for a place that you can probably not kill, but
disarm the person,
disarm
right?
the person. Do you understand?
Yeah.
In that
Yeah, you're
way,
right. Mm-hmm.
yeah, in that way, when you do that, you can call 911 and they, do all the whatever they want to do.
You know
So
one thing, Dex. Even the
yeah,
911 would tell you to hide first before you even shoot that warning shot. But I
yes,
think in overall, American law kind of protect women to some extent when it comes to, protection. Because most of the cases that I've seen, um, most states have a relaxed law, and I think it has to do with gender. They kind of relax when it comes to,
And I think because they feel the women, they are the weaker sex. So
yeah.
she can't like physically be able to combat a man.
No, you know the funniest thing is that like the law in Florida, the one that says stand your ground, kind of. Look, if somebody intrudes into your house and you call 911, then one will tell you to hide somewhere. They won't tell you to shoot. They won't even tell you to give a shot, a warning shot. They will tell you to hide. Now, when you hide, and it seems that person, if an intruder is coming towards where you are hiding, that is when you give that warning shot. But however, it's in your house, and that is for Florida. But there's some crazy states in the South that the stand your ground law are not allowed. You are expected to escape or give a warning shot. However, that person, you see, your entire body is calculated. If you shoot somebody on the side, you are guilty. If you shoot somebody, you know, point blank in the chest, you are guilty because it shows you already, even though you're a good shooter, you are guilty. But if that person is, being shot at the abdomen or the some, then they can be, taken as, yeah, you try to protect yourself. But if you shoot that person point blank on the forehead, you better get a good lawyer because
What
no
ab-
matter
what
what,
ab- what about at the back that the person is even trying to run
you
and you
can't
see?
you can't shoot at the back. If you shoot at the back, you are guilty as anything. Going to jail, straight up. So it's easier said than done. That's why I said the liability of using it outweigh the purpose of having it in the first place. My first time I was a little bit reluctant, but by virtue of what I do, I have to have it. Or else you won't have a job. But then I realized that hey, you can get used to this thing. It's not that bad. Just a little bit careful around it. And you don't go around brandishing weapon. Most of the times you don't even need it. Even in your house, you don't even need it because if you know you live in a crazy neighborhood, that's where you know it's time for you to move. But if you know you can withstand it, then everybody go crazy on each other one day. You can get on gun blazing.
What I don't understand is some parents being so careless with guns in their homes. There
That's
was
that's
an
a
incident of
that
if was it
yeah,
a 6 year old that shot his
and
own
that is very
4 year
common.
old sibling. For goodness sake, where did you keep the gun?
That's very common too.
Kai, I mean,
Very very common.
imagine a 6 year old has taken a human life already.
Oh yeah. We Nigeria, we are kind of like we have sixth sense when we are in a surrounding where it seems our life is in danger. We know, we can tell. And Nigerians are not the type that would want to dare just to no, we're not standing anybody's ground. We move. It's better you take off than you standing your ground and start going to court, praying that they don't convict you, because you will think that you're right. You always hear it in the news. They will say, "Well, it was just a popcorn in his hand. He was a good boy." No, he wasn't. He was trying to rob some.
But do you know I heard that there's a research that says that there's a higher probability that someone who has a swimming pool in his house, that the child will die in the swimming pool than for someone who has a gun in his house to be shot by a gun. They've carried out that research and they found out that you have a gun in the house does not actually make that the child in a house with a swimming pool is more vulnerable than the child in a house with a gun.
Yeah, because children are attracted by water. That's why most times when you have a pool, you have to make it, child proof. You can't just leave your
Yeah.
pool open for your 2 or 3
Even
years old.
the homeownership association will not even allow you to construct that swimming pool if you don't have a child proof.
Mm.
That you can put in place.
Adewale,
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
we put it in the percentage? I want us to move to the other video that I showed. Can we put in
Okay.
Adewale and Rosie and Roya, three of you, can you put it in the percentage, the disadvantages and advantages of these guns and blah, 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 blah. So then we can move on. Three of you, please.
I would say 60-40. 60 on the side that gun can save your life more than an accident can occur. there are a whole lot of videos, a whole lot of stories how dead guns have saved people. That some stories that you use, like if this person had a gun, they'll probably be alive. The rate of accidents with guns is not as much as, in my opinion, is not as much as the lives that guns have saved.
I think she's right. I'll put the advantage over the disadvantage any day, any time. But it also depends on the individual. But that 60-40 is a good example.
As for me, I'm going to say it's 70-30. The advantages is 70, disadvantages is 30. Because, like, imagine those people that live in the sticks, they live in lands of maybe 200, 300 acres, and they are maybe on the highway. If they are not fully armed, anybody can stop there and want to go mess with them. But if you know you go right to somebody's property, you're gonna be, I mean, the person is gonna be blown off. You won't want to mess. And then most often, people that own stock load of guns, they don't go around just firing anyhow. They keep it safe. They train their kids. Like most of my friends that are white, the white girls, they said right from when they were like 6 7 years, they were trained to shoot, and they have not taken any life, even though they shoot good. So to me, having a gun, the advantages is very high, but then you have some few crazy people that will just get up one day and decide, oh, and most often those people have psychiatric issues. Maybe they have schizophrenia. They are hearing the voices telling them, go do this, or sometimes they are depressed and they don't want to, they want to do something. They want to go, but they want to go with many lives. But compared to the number of people that have been destroyed with guns, I think the people that have been saved is more. That's my opinion.
But 40, sorry, greetings everyone. 46,000 deaths per annum. I'm not sure it's saving
46,000.
lives
Where do you get that from?
from gun violence. That's the figures for 2020, if I'm not mistaken, of for the US.
Wow, 46,000. That's a high number.
Yeah, that's silly. Sometimes 40, 46, that's how it goes. But 2000, because I don't know whether it's because of the lockdown, I don't know, something happened and the deaths somehow increased from gun violence alone. So if it's higher than Nigeria. Nigeria has a kidnapping and terrorist problem, so
But Nigeria doesn't have the same amount of guns in ownership.
And
True.
then the size of Nigeria, to look at like Texas is almost bigger than Nigeria as a whole. So when you talk about the number of people in the country and the number of guns, I mean,
Yeah, because the Nigeria is a smaller country, 1.5. I think just about 50% smaller than that of the US. But the death rate in the US from gun violence is quite a lot higher than that of Nigeria, at least more than double that of Nigeria. So it's still higher even by population. If you go by population, from gun violence alone. Obviously, malaria. If you count malaria and all the other things that are killing Nigerians, we tend to top on the other charts. So, from the point of view of saving lives, I personally I won't subscribe to that, because if you look at Japan, not one person died in some years from gun violence. You don't need guns to keep people alive.
To Niger, you are still speaking, talking in the context of the culture that you are. America's gun culture, they are 5 and 6. So if you're trying to benchmark that, you consider the culture of the
Say that
country.
though.
you're right. Like owning gun is not part of their culture, and I think the Japanese culture is not. It's kind of more calm. They are not aggressive people, and at the crime, I just feel the American culture, gun owning is part of their culture.
I mean, gun has been part of United States since Wide West. It's just like something they can't live without. I have friends that can't just live without a gun. So to me, I think it's more of a 50-50, advantage and disadvantage. Who said, I didn't used to subscribe to owning a gun, but now I'm okay with it. It's basically based on what you want and how you feel. I mean, if you don't like people dying, then obviously, you wouldn't want to have a gun. If you want a peaceful or whatever, where everybody will be harmonized, which no country is like that. There's always something. I mean, I'm pretty sure in Japan that you're talking about, there might be an instances that, you know, a gun would have saved some lives. Do you understand? But who knows?
That's interesting. That
The thing is, that's a wrong analogy anyway to use Japan as an analogy because they don't have
Yeah,
a
right.
culture. They don't have a culture of that type of violence in the sort of crimes that they commit. It's not leaning more towards physical crime. I
Yeah.
wish our World Peace was here, but they are also and they have an honor system in Japan as well, where they don't like to lose face. So all those sort of they have this thing in Asia called is it filial piety? That you don't want to disgrace your family. So it's a different system entirely. So I'm not sure that's the right analogy, but I think royalty actually came here off the back of the conversations yesterday that Rosie was having with
Yeah,
Doopsy and
I'm
whatnot.
waiting for Gypsy to come on. Yeah, because
Eh?
we need to finish
Can you?
that.
I don't think you can handle Doopsy. Oh.
No,
Doopsy is
no. I just finished watching. I actually was watching when you guys were live, but I slept off, so I just finished watching. I'm always on this. I'm always listening in. But that conversation yesterday was what made me say, you know what? Today I'm going to go on it. There were a lot of points that Mr. Janle Koko he was talking about, and I'm like, this is why the world has to change. It says something about women are supposed to stay like you're. I can't remember verbatim what it said, but what he was saying is you are supposed
they
to
should
stay
stay in the
in
kitchen.
marriage. Yeah, like you're supposed. So I wanted to comment on the where they said a man went and brought a woman from the village, and you expect that woman to stay in the relationship because he brought her from the village. In my opinion, a man that will go to the village to go and bring a woman from the village is a narcissist. The only reason he wants to go and bring somebody from the village is for control, nothing more than that.
Is this narcissism? Is it not a new concept that is foreign to our culture? Because what you are describing, what you are describing as narcissism is what our structured society has always been about in the wider African space. You have defined roles. You know that in Yoruba land, I'm not sure if you're Yoruba or not, but in Yoruba land, traditionally, when a woman wants to serve the husband his meal, she kneels down to present it. So that's our structure. What you're calling narcissism is our traditional base. I think all these are Americanized enlightenment.
And
then
there is
another thing
nothing
again,
wrong with you
apart from
serving your husband.
wait,
There's
apart
nothing
from
wrong with you
Yeah,
kneeling
but
down
you also
to serve
have
your
to be
husband.
subservient
yeah,
to your
No,
then
husband.
I'm talking
apart from
about
the
oh God.
the fact that
Yoruba culture, even the Bible, the way that it's laid, it said a woman, the husband is her lord. She calls her husband my lord, just like Sarah. They just and the Bible said in the house the man is the head of the woman. So that's how the Bible principle also is. But these days, because of we have some women, they say they are feminists and all these things and
Yeah, but it's all
narcissism.
this American gun
no,
carrying
Yeah,
you
feminism,
forgot
like
isn't
to
it?
there's
talk
one
about
American gun carrying
like there's
feminism.
one show called I don't want to name the name. Every man is a narcissist. Every man is a this. Every man is a this. But one thing we don't know that there's some principles in marriage. The roles for meant for a man, the roles of a woman.
And a woman is meant to respect her husband. The man is meant to love the wife. But then when we start swapping roles and the woman wants to say, look, I have more right than you, and that's why many homes are having problems.
Do you remember yesterday, Rosie, that Zita was saying something about a study and they identified a culture clash? You know, so you have that village girl coming from that traditionalist African sort of setting, the conservatism of that space. Then she evolves into this highly liberated society, which
Then
is
yes,
America.
like you said,
And then of course, yeah.
sometimes when the girl comes from the village, so sometimes they overdo it. They don't, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman becoming more polished, more exposed, but it doesn't mean she has to become, I mean, I don't know what to say. Most often, that's what happens. Some of these village girls, really typical village girls, when they come, they get wild and they get crazy. But sometimes when you get some girls that are in the city, they come, sometimes they don't misbehave as much as these village girls.
Yeah, but you see, the thing with those village girls that they come through that process and then they evolve in that way. If they leave that relationship that brings them out of the village, because now they've gotten their degree, they're now a nurse, a psychologist, what they don't then go into another relationship to settle. They continuously hop from relationship to relationships. So it's not as though they go from that space and then go to another space where they then spend the rest of their lives. They become all these, like they essentially become serial baby mamas.
I think no, one man. I think feminism. I'm all for
You know about
feminism.
women? Do you know about women? Des?
Of course I know about women.
What do you know about women? Who told you know about women?
I've dated a couple, so I know.
Is that
I
for
think
is that for the fee? When you pay a fee, you do that's not dating, you know.
let me say this. Feminism, I'm all for it, but I think women should come out and basically define.
Are you for feminism though? Because feminism is a new concept, you know.
I am.
Is it not within the same brackets of same gender coupling? Feminism is it just a newfangled? Is it not
Yeah.
some gay concept?
I,
Feminism.
I don't. It's not a gay concept, so man. It's. I mean, my ex was more a feminism, but the problem was that there is a situation that the feminism benefits her, and she wants to use it against me. But a situation that okay, now let's do the feminism now. It doesn't work then. So I asked a question.
It's like picking and choosing what
Yes,
will
it's like
work
picking
and
and
what.
choosing
Yeah.
what will work,
If you
and
want to
that is not supposed to.
be a feminist to the core. But don't be
Yes.
practicing feminism when it suits you.
When
And
it
then,
suits you,
yeah.
yes. That's the problem I'm having with most of the feminists. I asked them.
Sorry, Des. Feminism is really speaks to equality amongst the genders, but the
Yes.
genders are not equal. So it's
Yes.
already failed at the initial stage. The genders are not equal now, not by any parameter, not by our world outlook, not by physiology,
Not by
not by
physiology.
mental.
Yes.
There's nothing that equals the. Is that different really? That is the balance, not equality. But sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I'm saying it in a way that let's even go to the top. You meet a girl. I mean, at first the girl doesn't really come to you as a feminist that she says she is. Why not walk up to me and toast me? You don't do that. You wait for me to come to you. That means it degrades your feminism. Secondly, we go out on a date. You wait for me to pay. It degrades that feminism. So I don't see the notion of saying that
And
you're a
and then she
feminist.
expects you to open the door. She expects you to treat
Open,
her like a
Can I
yeah.
come
queen.
in?
Open the car,
So,
when because it suits her. Then in other
so
areas, no, she's equal to you. She's in a
yes,
power
I'm
tussle
all
with
for
you.
it, but they have to come and stick to what feminism really is. Definition of feminism. That's just it.
So can I give you the definition of feminism?
Yeah, sure.
So in my opinion, feminism applies to every man but your man. There is a special place that your man stays. Just like we said, the man. Can you guys hear me? I think I
yes, we can hear you. I even laughed. Applies to every man but your man.
Yeah, it applies to every man but your man. Just like we said, the man is supposed to be the head of the family. Fine. But to the other men, if I'm working the same hours, doing the same job as you, I expect to be paid the same thing as you. That is what feminism is about. It's about equality, the equality of genders, you know. But when it comes to your husband, your man, whatever we're going to call it, the man is the head of the household. The man rules. So there are people that they actually mix this thing up. Everybody else but your man. There is always just like the same way.
Is there not royalty? Is there not an inherent contradiction, even hypocrisy in what you just said? So you subordinate yourself at home, but you assert yourself outside. So then there are two tiers.
So if I'm going to
address, if I might say this also. Okay, you at home you respect your husband, it's your head. Then at work, if a man is your boss, you don't have to respect him, right? Because
so no,
you are a feminist.
No, you're totally twisting it.
No,
Remember,
I'm not, I really want to understand it.
I use the example equality of genders, meaning that if both of us are doing the same thing, we expect to be paid equal. If both of us are, you don't expect me to keep quiet for you because you are a man. Everything that you're entitled to as a man, I'm entitled to as a woman too. But when it comes to my husband is, I'm not calling every man the head of my household. The only man that is the head of my household, the only man the Bible expects me to respect, the only man the Bible expects me to serve is my husband. I'm not serving everybody else. So that I feel like that is what femininity goes is for everybody else except for your husband. There are some things that will just live for. There are some things that your husband can do to you that you know that some men outside can't do to you. You understand? So just the same way.
But that's hypocrisy now. That's hypocritical.
I won't call it that. I won't call it that. You can't say is hypocrisy if the type of things that I can do with this man, I cannot do with this other. There are some things that your wife can do to you that you take. You just
can you cite examples? Cite examples of what will be tolerable at home but not outside.
So, for instance, let me see. I'm trying to think about something at the top of my head. There are some things that, okay, for instance, it says something about toasting, whatever not. My husband would, I'm trying to get this analogy right. See, for instance, opening of doors. I don't expect every man to open my door for me. I expect my husband to open my door for me. Those little things like that are the
okay. Stay with that example. Why would you expect your husband to open the door for you?
Because it's what's the word? I'm trying to look for
the natural word is because he's a man is what you wanted to say. But if you say that defeats what you wanted. That defeats your whole point. So that's why you stop.
There's a word. I'm trying to remember the word. I'm trying to remember that word. I'll remember it. I'll bring it up.
But what you are saying about doors opening, you know, sometimes you go out in the public, a man just want to be a gentleman. You will see, like the lift, it would leave it open for you. He would go open the door for you, not because you are his wife, but he just feels he wants to treat you right. And that doesn't mean you would take it for granted to say, yes, I'm a woman. So
if he doesn't do it, I'm not going to be mad.
Oh, okay. Would you do it for a man, and have you done it for a man?
That's not the right that's not the best example to use. I can't just think of something at the top of my head.
It may not be the example. It may not be the best example, but it's an example pertinent. Let's use the door opening analogy now. So traditionally, a man would open the door for a woman just as a matter of courtesy.
So would you, as a woman, as a matter of courtesy, open the door deliberately for the man to walk through? And have you done it before?
I've done it for women, I've done it for kids, I've done it for children, I've done it for men. That's why I said it's not the best example.
Let me give you one. Let me give you. Like
Okay.
I said, you're making an excuse about a man. Feminism is for others outside except your husband. If I'm getting it right. So when I made this example, if I'm trying to check a girl like you now, if I'm going to ask you out, I'm not your man. I'm not nothing to you at first. But my mindset is that this girl is cute. I want to ask her out. Do you have that mindset when you're just a single person now? Do you have that mindset to go and ask a guy out? Say, hey, you're cute. Can I have your number and all that stuff? Do you have it?
There are women that do it. I personally am not going to go ask anybody out, but there are women that do it. There are women that they go after what they want.
All right.
True. Those are the true feminists. Those are the true feminists.
So let's give that example of you want to go on a date and you expect a man to pay. There are times that I'll go on dates with my friends that are just guys who are going to eat, that who are going to like split bills. But when I'm going out with my boyfriend, I'm not expecting to split bills with you.
Why?
That's my boyfriend. Remember that feminism doesn't.
Because he's a man, Abby.
No, he is my boyfriend. He's not the rest of the men. So in the way I see it in the eyes of women, there is yours and the rest. I treat mine.
Is that not exactly what you said?
I have a question.
Sorry. Let me just make that's what you just said. That royalty is exactly the point Rosie started with. That is this feminism when it's convenient, but then female when it's not. So it's just this double standard, mixed signals.
It's not about convenience. It's just that there are some things that I was brought up in the old. How would I put it? I'm a mix of the new world and the old world. I'm like, I was giving birth to right in the middle of like right before the computer age. So I have both and both. There's no way I'm going to call you. I'm going to say this man is my man, is the head of the family, and I'll be dragging with him. For you to be the head of the family, for you to be the leader, there's that space I have to give to you as the head. But I'm not going to go out and give all the men that I'm meeting the same level of respect I give my husband. They are not my husband. They are just men to me. So when we are talking about feminism came from equality. You want to be equal. There is nothing other than physical strength that differentiates a man from a woman. The only thing is physical strength and maybe biological components. But other than that, really what a man can do, a woman can really do it if you give them the same playing field. But when it comes to your husband, he is different. Even in the Bible is there. The Bible did not say women go and be obedient to all the men that you come across. When the Bible was talking, it was specific about your husband. So feminism is you out there, I'm equal to you. I'm not going to come to work now and kneel down and greet everybody, or if I want to give my boss something, I have to kneel down to him. No, but I can crawl on the floor for my husband. I can lie down and feed him whatever. That is my husband.
Yeah, but you see what this thing like you are saying is this. Most women that are feminists, it's at home that they want to prove they are feminists. It's the husbands they come against. They want to show the man. They don't do it outside. That's why most of these feminist women, they can't stay married. That's why their marriages break.
That's why I gave an example of my ex.
Also said something about
because it's good for a woman to be feminine. I mean, not you are feminine. You know your roles. A man is masculine. He knows his role.
Of course.
But most of these feminists, it's at home they practice it. They are rude to their men. They show that I am equal to you. I don't have to listen to you. They want to
Go and
do.
watch the plates.
Yeah, they become like
remember yesterday,
like Fela
Mr.
song is Fela. That was one famous song that Fela sang. He said, "You talk Oyibo, you go say I be lady, yo." All these funny things. That's what's going on today. That's why most homes are being destroyed with women coming up with this mentality to say, "Oh, I'm equal."
Madam Rose, I have a question.
Yes.
And I've been trying to ask the question. How did the gender role, this is what a man should do, this is what a woman should do, how does it come into being? Who assigned those roles to each gender?
Can I take that quickly? I think that is self-evident that women are wired differently from men. Recently, I just found out that when they have a newborn child, the child cries and it does affect them physically. I couldn't even believe that. And we generally, I like to I subscribe to the school that men are like appendages of women, where they go out, take all the risks, and hence why historically men 40% of men go on to procreate, while women about 80% go on to procreate. Because men are risk takers, they go and die for the society and do whatever they need to do to advance the society, while the women are generally kept out of danger as much as possible. And this informs the behavior you see where men try to open doors for women, and this is a kind of a carry on from that kind of attitude. And hence, because if you are procreating, you don't want your next generation to be exposed to danger. Hence, the women have to stay back. You don't go to the battlefield where you have children with you. Otherwise, that society will not exist today. And hence, this role are self-appointed based on what biology has already decided. You see what I mean? So it's not necessarily somebody say, stay back. But the ones that didn't do that, they are not here to tell their tale, because all their children died in the battlefield. So, but the ones that survived are the ones that learn to keep the women away from danger. Because women are valuable biologically.
It's like a woman that is pregnant now, right? She's pregnant. She's heavy with a child. Would you expect her to be running around, run around to get to what would I use to, try to fend for the family when the man is staying at home, eating and sleeping, and she's heavily pregnant? She has to be running around, going to come fend for the family. In a situation like that, at that condition, she's supposed to be like the homemaker, raise the kids, do stuff like that. The man's supposed to be a provider. If he cannot do it, the woman is supposed to um support him, supposed to compliment him.
But that's what feminism, madam. That's what feminism is trying to reverse now.
Yeah. Because like now, can a man be pregnant and be carrying pregnancy around? No. It's
Men are getting pregnant now.
So there are certain things that happens. A man goes out to work hard, provide for the family. The woman stays home if it's possible, to raise the kids. Make a comfortable home for the man. And if it happens that she has to get to work, she works and then she still takes care of the family. Women, they nurture the family. Men, I don't know how to say it. So there are certain things that in any home, there shall be some. For a home to be successful, there's some roles that will be like the woman will say, I expect me to play this role. The man too knows this is the role I need to play, so that the home can move smoothly. But if a man decides, no, I'm not going to work, I'll just stay home, eating and be sleeping, then my woman be going out to be working to fend for the family, he's going to lose respect. He's not going to, it's not going to be the
Rosie, to the two females here, I want to ask the question, if you don't mind, please. Can a man be equally, can the female gender and the male gender, can they ever be equal? Royalty can take that from me, please.
I don't, I really.
Are you see any equality in male and female gender?
men are not equal to women the same way women are not equal to men, but whoever is the superior gender is decided by both the male and the female. We have relationships where the woman is the superior gender, where the man is on the backbone. I know of somebody here that she's the one that goes to work and the man stays at home.
Man is the Beudani.
No, it's not necessarily Beudani. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. The way our society has made it, we need to do what works for us as people. We don't have to conform to what we've been. We have to, especially us Africans, we have to learn to unlearn a lot of things that we were taught. I always tell my mom this, that the world that she was trained for doesn't exist anymore. Things have changed far beyond what we were taught. A man sitting at home today does not mean that he's the Beudani. Sometimes the society now have given more opportunities to women. Remember yesterday now you guys were talking about if the man is down, the woman will run away, this, that. But now society has given men that avenue that they can also sit down at home and take care of children while the woman goes out to work. I know of this girl, they are living happily. She's white. I not that I subscribe to it, but her husband is at home, she goes to work, and it works for them. So I feel like we need to be open to a whole lot of things to be able to find happiness. We don't have to generalize things. If what works for you is
that man an African?
No, they are white people. See, do you know that I don't even know how to address you, Mr. Ajani Koko. Do you know that if we allow couple do the things that they want to do, we might frown upon it on the outside, looking from the outside in. We might frown upon it and be like, what is going on here? This thing does not conform to Africa. This is not our culture. But those people in their homes, they are the happiest they can ever be. So we need to unlearn a whole lot of things, because that, for instance, I know a lot of young girls that the two of them are both hustling. I know this couple here in Maryland. They are not married yet. The two of them, they are both hustling. But the girl was lucky to start a cooking show on TV, on YouTube, and she started to make money from it. But the boyfriend has still not gotten something to do. Does that make him less of a man? So I feel like there was a time that being a man is the gender you are born with. But in the society we live now, being a man is an attitude. That's why we can say some women are very masculine. They are very in tune to their masculine side. And being a female too, being a woman is an attitude too. There are some men that are very in tune to their feminine side. So whatever works for anybody is what they should do. That's a man has to be this, a man has to be that. It really puts us in, it really does more harm than good to us as a people. You know?
What is the meaning of men have to be in touch with the feminine
you see that
side?
masculine side? Yeah, they're lower bit.
So there are men that are feminine. There are men that they bicker like women. There are men that behave like women. They are very in tune with their feminine side. They
are called Bobrisky. They are called Bobrisky.
When you are saying they are very in tune with their feminine side.
Those are people.
Beudani men.
You can't say that they would
Honima Binu Joloba Gbe makeup bag me wa.
Yes, my dear. Yes, my dear. Okay, my dear.
But one man, what is wrong with you going to go and bring your wife's makeup bag? What is wrong with that? See, let me tell you something.
It is
You know what I've
taboo,
realized
you are
about
laughing.
men?
You are laughing.
You know what I've
It's not
realized
being
about
romantic,
men?
one man.
Men are very
Romantic.
men. The fragile ego of men is just too damning to them. Like the things that men
Do you
think.
think you're a bit too westernized, royalty? Do you think you're a bit too westernized?
Not exactly. I'm like I said, I'm a very good mix of both, and I've seen what holding on too much to our culture can do to somebody, and being too on the western side can do to somebody. I feel like we need a good balance of both. There are a lot of things in our cultures that you just look at it like, people really survived this. Yesterday, Dupsy was talking about our mom. The fact that our mom died, dad will leave and go to his girlfriend's house. Do you know what that does to people? Do you know? I was going to make mention a point that Mr. Ajani Koko said yesterday about you just have to stay there. You just have to make it work. You don't have to make it work. Just because somebody brought you from the village does not mean that you repay them with your whole life. We have one life to live. Live your life on your own terms. Because somebody brought you from the village does not mean that you have to be with him.
After giving you, hold on, after giving you so much to succeed,
nobody put a gun on his head to do it.
Hold on. After giving him so much to succeed, all the love and everything, and after she graduated from school, only to repay that man is to leave that man and put that man in everlasting trouble for the rest of his life.
Do you think a man that would go and bring a woman from the village to marry, do you think that man loves that woman?
Yes.
He wouldn't bring her if he did it.
He sees her as property.
Yes.
He sees her as property.
Oh God!
Sometimes see her as property.
You are too westernized.
Royalty,
let me
royalty.
Can I say something? Royalty, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something? Sometimes when a man goes back home to go get a bride, it doesn't mean that he won't love her. Some men, they are attached, just like daughters are attached to their dads. Men sometimes are attached to their mom. They want a woman that would come and be like a nurturer to them, a woman that would care for them, a woman that would prepare the type of delicacies that the mom used to prepare for him. Things like that. They are nostalgic. They miss home. They want those things. So they feel maybe if I come with a girl that came up with that surrounding, she's going to bring a little bit of, what that good experience I had with my mom. It doesn't mean the man
Rosie,
there's a
hold on, royalty. Rosie, there's a term for what you just said. It's called Oedipus complex.
Okay.
Yeah, Oedipus complex.
It doesn't mean that the man,
men want to marry people in the image of their mother.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean the man.
I think I would probably support royalty in this one.
Because sometimes if you have a good mom, when you are growing up, she cooks. You tend to like her food, even if she doesn't cook well. She's your mom. That's all you know. You will enjoy the food. She nurtures you. She does all these things. Sometimes you want to bring a home girl that will have some similar attributes to your mom. And then it doesn't mean you won't love this girl. I mean, love, sometimes it can grow. It's like, to me, I feel it's like you have a plant. If you water it, you put the fertilizer, it will blossom. But if you abandon it, it will fade away. So sometimes it takes, the two of them will come together, live in peace and harmony. You give the man peace, the man gives you peace too. You don't stress him. Things like that.
But when we say love, 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 okay, you love a man. I mean, a man loves a woman, and the woman keeps treating him like shit. Excuse my language. You think that love will go on forever? No. Eventually,
So
it's
let
going
me
to
ask you a
What
question.
is more important in a relationship, love or respect?
love.
Respect to me.
Respect.
Both, both, both,
Respect will bring love. Love
both.
can bring respect.
No, love. If you love someone,
You will respect the person.
You will
yeah,
respect
That's
them.
you
that's
will
no,
You will
respect.
that's a
respect
lie.
them.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's a lie. Let me say something. Love doesn't bring respect because all of us here
Des,
love.
are you
Let
married?
me
Are you
Calm
married?
down, calm
love.
down. Let me make my point first. Love, why I said this is because I've studied this. Love, you
If
love
you
your
love
mom and you love your dad, and you
somebody, you
disrespect them sometimes.
necessarily
Do you understand me?
don't respect them. The men
I don't know if I'm.
that cheat on their wives.
I think you are breaking.
Okay, is it me that is breaking or her? I don't know.
No, they are both.
No. Royalty. Hold on. Royalty is breaking. Yeah. Royalty,
Okay.
can you change your position? Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
make your comment. Yeah.
yeah. Like I was saying,
Love them, but they don't
love.
Royalty, hold on,
respect them.
everybody hold on. Royalty, you dip in and out. So let Des respond, then you take back the floor. Please. Des, yeah.
Yeah. So respect is the most important thing anywhere, a relationship, whatever relationship you're in. Because I say that you love someone, I mean, you love someone, there's an extent, there's an extent love can give. Love, you can kill, you can die for the person, you know, all those stuffs. But love can bring disobedience, you know. If you're saying that you love your mom and you love your parents, there's no how all of us here in one way or the other disrespected our parents. You get. So I think
Ah,
love
are you
doesn't bring
talking?
out
How can you
respect.
disrespect your parents?
I mean, I would say I've disrespected my parents. I don't know for everybody, but for me personally, I know I've disrespected them in some ways. You
That
know,
that's you. You be your
does
mom.
that show? Does
Wait,
that show that I?
Sometimes a
Your
want
wait,
a
this,
woman
Let me
that
say
is
something.
similar to.
Does that show that I can't die for
What
my
about now? Is
mom
it better?
because I love her?
wait,
Yes.
disrespect doesn't mean like, I mean, you don't obey her in some ways, or I mean, because
Yes.
sometimes your mom might say she wants this, and you say, "Mom, I don't want that." That's not disrespect. That's
No,
difference in opinion.
like when she tell me go and do something, I might just I'm not doing this. Do you understand? Or she said she advised me in something, a direction that she wants me to go, and I go against it. That's what I'm talking about. Disrespect.
But
I've
that's not
done it.
disrespect. Now that is, you do not accept. You don't agree with
They
what she said.
disregard them.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah,
disrespect now.
disrespect is when you say, "Hey,
Disobedience is
mom."
can be
Disrespect is
described as disrespect. Disobedience is yeah.
Yes. I don't
But
know the definition
just
of
can
disrespect you
I
guys are talking about.
Hold on. Everybody hold on, please. I want to do some housekeeping. There are some people at the background. I want to test everybody on the screen. If you are not here, we'll just kick you out and bring the new voices. Eventually, we have Patostic. We know that we have Ajali Coco. Do we have Fash? Do we have Fash? No, we don't have Fash. I kick him out. Des is here, obviously. Rosie is here, obviously. Do you have Adewale?
I did here.
Adewale is here. Yes. Royalty is here, obviously. Yes. Thank you. Who is speaking? Before I came in.
Yeah, I think
Sorry,
it's
let me put a scenario to Royalty, Thomas.
Yeah, go on, one man. Yeah.
So Royalty, in this space of feminism, you know, so let's look at it in an African setting where you don't have all the modern gadgets and you have to wash your clothes by hand. So traditionally, the woman washes the clothes and the man just piles everything. So under your concept of feminism, does the man have to do the same for the woman, including, you know, all of the bits that needs to be washed?
So if you are paying the bills.
Ṣé kọkùnrin máa fọ pátá fún obìnrin àbí? Where's the cutoff line? Where's the cutoff line? Eh?
See, because you are washing, we have to put love into consideration too. Love has no bounds. Excuse me. Love has no bounds. Because you love somebody, you can decide to wash their underwear for them. You can decide you can do the things that other people would
wọn kì í ṣe yẹn ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá o. Irọ́ o.
Kì í ṣe yẹn ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ṣé máa dúró nǹkan tí wọn kì í ṣe ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá tá ti ṣe.
But wait, let me say, royalty, wait, let me say, like here in America now, you are married with your husband, and then your mother-in-law comes, just came to visit, and your mother-in-law will see your husband packing your underwear, packing everything, and be watching. What is she? And what eyes? What eyes does she want to look that son?
Uncle TJ for.
I think this is where I think a man. This is where a man should find a way to actually
passport straight away.
You are going to take your mother-in-law in a big
One man, what are you still doing? You say you want to go and sleep.
I was listening. I was going to try and sleep, but I was listening, and you guys are keeping me up.
I don't see anything wrong in that, though.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong.
It's not the kind of things women do for men.
For you, it's not wrong. How will your mother-in-law see it? Your mother-in-law is not a white woman. She's a typical Nigerian woman. No, she's seeing her son watching your underwear, even when you have menses.
You will not do in the presence of other people, but between the two of you is normal.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
I like that answer.
Yeah, that kind of other people,
yes.
But the two of you is normal. So yes. There are just some things that you have to. But the fact that you say that a man would, I swear to God, if you look deep down inside Nigerian men, the things that they found out, that they say that I cannot do this thing, I'm too mature of a man to do it, go and look deep down inside, they do it. When you really love somebody, you go to any extent to make them happy. There are men that when their wives come back from home, will come back from work, they are removing their shoes, they are massaging their legs, not because they are stupid. They might be the one doing it today, does not mean that the woman will not do it back for them tomorrow. So when it comes to
let me give you a thing. I think we are mixing some things here.
Wait, royalty. You mean the man is staying at home all day, eating and sleeping. So when the woman walks in with her, when the woman walks in with her briefcase, the man runs to meet her by the door, takes the purse from her. You want me work? Cabo, sit her down. Oh yeah, take the shoes off, take the socks off, start rubbing her legs, start rolling up and down. After a while, that man there, you know what you would do to that man? That type of man, you will sit on his head.
Do it to your woman if that is just what to make the day happy.
You do it every day. The man sits at home, and the woman is coming with briefcase. The man is rubbing her leg every day. What is that?
See,
the man will not go get a life.
This situation, it's actually the same thing now. A woman will stay at home and do nothing. The man will still complain. I've seen men like that, and this woman does they sit home. They do anything, go find work, lazy woman, all these things. I mean, I think in a husband and wife situation. I'm not married, but I want to actually. I think there should be like an understanding between a bit of love and respect. Love and respect should come together.
Let me ask you a question. Like you as a man now, you refuse to work. You sit there at home. You are early in the morning. Your wife is waking up at 4:35 a.m. to go to work. You are still sleeping. You eat and you sleep. Then your wife comes back from work. You run, go take her purse. You bring her, sit down. You rub her leg. You rub her back every day. How will you feel as a man?
If you say it that way, you make it sound bad.
No, I'm just saying.
I think that is now a personal issue. Me as a person,
How will you feel as
want
a
it.
man?
But
You're
So,
going to
Rosie, are you telling me that you don't
Rosie,
like a
there are men like
situation?
this. That's the truth. There are men like this, and they don't even think of anything. They don't feel it as anything.
They are, yeah,
So
you are
please, you
right.
understand?
You are right. There are men like that, like here in Houston. There are some men, their wives are nurses. They wait
lazy man that doesn't
every two weeks. You know, every two weeks they go pick up the wife's paycheck. They call. There's one restaurant called Safari. They sit down there, be drinking beer, and be
Hi.
waiting for when the checks are being paid. They pick up
Hi.
the check.
But is it not the same panel that said women should support men when they are down yesterday?
So those type of men, would you have respect for them? No. That's what I'm
Drinking
saying.
Heroes beer, Heroes lager beer.
They are
Can
sitting
I
there,
interject?
they are
For
drinking
me,
pepper soup.
let me just add
And
my own.
so a man should be a man, a woman should be a woman.
I think where where she said that women should help men now and again. I think that is in exceptional cases. The men, their primary duty is to provide and protect their women, their communities, and the next generation. That's the primal duty of a man.
That's not the
And
word of feminism now.
the reason why that has changed now is because most of the duties of a man has now become, they have done their job so well, that the women don't need that type of protection anymore. But that said, what is going on now, whereby the men sit at home and the women go out, is misaligning the family structure. In other words, it leads to dynamics that leads to families breaking down more often. And secondly, if you want a society where you want your population to grow, and you have that kind of dynamics where the women are in their productive years doing most of their career, that's not going to happen, and that is affecting the Chinese. Most of the developed countries now, they are struggling to keep their population going, and some of them, their population are actually declining massively. So there is the societal aspect of some of all these things that we do, that often we don't take into account, and when the consequences come, it will be too late, and you'll find it hard to fix then. And this is why, for me, the critical aspect is that you can do your feminism all you want, for all I care, as long as it doesn't misalign the family, that it starts leading to single parent homes. And in the context of Africa, we don't even have enough population compared to like other parts of the world. And then the birth rate start declining. I don't think that's good for us. Eventually, the other parts of the world will outcompete us. So I look at it from a slightly different aspect. I don't have any gripes whether a man washes a woman's leg or all that stuff. Yeah. You see, this is important. Population is the most powerful thing you can create in this world.
That's a lie.
It's a fact. You know that.
No,
Come
that's
on.
a big lie.
See, human beings are the greatest weapon you can create in this universe.
No, not in this. If you are talking about in the 70s or 80s, yeah. But now we are in the era of military power.
Like that, I think the conversation is more light-hearted and human style than politics. So let's keep it on the lighter side.
I'm looking at it from the point of view of the balance between how this affects how society functions, because I don't have any gripe in this thing, whether a man washes a woman's leg or all the rest of it. But if the families are breaking up while they are busy washing their legs, maybe they should revert back to their primary roles, because we all know that when families break up, outcomes are affected negatively. So from my point of view, that's why yeah.
All right. Let's represent the clip that that Thomas played us earlier, and then Thomas can build it up, and then maybe Rosie pick it up to initiate that conversation with royalty, and then we'll build it up from there. But this now, the story of this lady is the story of every other one of us. This is a familiar story, but Thomas will tell us.
Okay, send me where you don't do reach. That's why when they call my brother, they answer call. They pick up. So I can't tell this thing to my girlfriend, my close friend here. So now I can't say, as far as say your place don't far from my village, make her papa go meet my brother. So I can't say her papa reach there. He say my brother where for meet my brother and where for the drink. Even gather friends for there. So the man called like, come show me your sister land. Where she for they do something.
Yeah. So this is the story of a lady. I cut across this video. This is the story of a lady sending money to his own sibling, his own blood brother, building a house. At the end of the day, the lady discovered that even land, the man didn't even buy land. So I think this is more of a story of Nigerians sending money to.
Thomas, you're not building it. You are not giving them the. This is the story of a runs girl who is in.
What?
Who has
oh my
who
God!
has sacrificed body and soul?
One man, what's this?
One man.
Now to tell you the level of sacrifice he made.
Yes, exactly. She's some doctors sending money home. This is the story of a runs girl.
Let us hear from one man, Jesus, Gary.
Yes,
one man build it up, build it up. You build it up.
I don't. I mean, you are probably you are too civilized to know what a runs girl is.
One man, are you sure it's a runs girl?
No, it's not. I don't know, but the builds up. Okay, let's just. This is the story of
one man. One man. This is like. Are you saying he's from Italy?
Yes, Italy, Dubai. You know that sort of. This is a story of a runs girl who has used body and soul.
You wonder why girls they run from this platform.
No, the girls not they run for this platform. Oh, yeah, I have my demography. I have a very strong female form following. You know, so the story of a runs girl who has used body and soul to
one man, promote that runs girl now. Promote that one. I know the one. I know one here that. Let me bring the story.
Okay,
let me build it up. One man, you have a wrong.
You
have a wrong narrative. Yeah, this is one man. I think one man is just joking now. Just forget. I'm even crying here with what you said, one man. With my laugh. So I think this is the story of very many of Nigerians that are sending money home, build house, do something for me. I even heard a story of a man is building a substantial. Is it that English? Is building a wrong. Which English will I use? Inferior building for his sibling from America, and is building a strong and very good building for himself for out of the money his sibling is sending to him in Nigeria. So I think this is the story we should deliberate about. Is it wrong to send money to your siblings in Nigeria to build anything for you or to do any business for you? Is it a wrong thing? We can see how this lady is crying, is being scammed from his own brother. Who want to start first?
Can I say something? Can I start, please?
Hold on. Yes, let's start with who is speaking. Is that Rosie? Yeah, Rosie.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's go with Rosie. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, this story, it's something that is very rampant. It happens like all over. And then to me, I think some families, the people pictures of some yes, own property that
Rosie, you are breaking.
Hello?
Rosie, you are breaking. You are
Can you hear me?
breaking. Your network is breaking. Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
I said this story is something that is very rampant. There are sometimes some families, maybe somebody will send money, they will be sending pictures of somebody else's property
they'll be deceiving the person sending the money. Eventually, the cat will be let out of the bag, and it's a lie. In my own I think for me, before you do that, we are all from, where we're coming from. Sometimes among your siblings, you might know some that you think you can trust, some that is a no. So if you, like, when you are back home with them, they are showing some trace of being dishonest, why would you think such a person will change and you will start, trusting them with a project for them to carry it out for you? And then most of the times it's I don't know, it's just like really heartbroken for breaking for somebody to, trust you so much, and then you betray that trust. I feel okay, this thing even happened. There was a family that it happened here in the US. This is between a husband and a wife. This wife, she's working, the man is working, but she's earning more than the man. She had 4 girls. So she decided that it's time for them to have something back home so that when they go home, they would, have a place to stay. So she, like, from time to time, she was working, giving the husband the money to go home to, get a decent place for them to stay. The man was going home, he would come after a while. She was like the breadwinner in the family. So eventually, she now asked I think her parents to go and confirm what was going on. So they went. The family of the girl went to to where the man said he was building, only to find out there was nothing like that. That time the man was back in Nigeria. So eventually the man came back, and then she asked that, honey, the project that you said you've been working on all this while, I don't know, is it in a different place you are doing it, or what exactly is going on? That is when the man opened up to her and told her, you know what? He doesn't, that they don't even deserve to build a house in the village because all they have is all girls. What's the point going to go build a house there? Because eventually those girls will get married and they're going to move on. So there is no point. That instead that he has given the money to his younger brother who has male sons, so they would definitely, that's where the family. So this caused
But Rosie, if you don't mind, which
yeah.
side of the country is this
It
people?
happened in
If you don't
California here in
mind.
the it happened in California here in the US.
I mean,
This was
from which side of the country in
it
Nigeria?
was an Igbo family. Was an Igbo family.
Ah, yes, continue.
So
Why no, let me say something. Why ask that question?
Exactly. I wanted to say you knew.
Why?
I don't know, why did you ask that question?
But it's a question now.
No.
You're
Thomas,
trying to
that's
bring
not.
this
You're
thing
trying to,
again. I
yeah.
don't like it.
so
Yeah. I don't like
This is
it.
Come
important.
on now,
what
Patrick. Come
happened
on now. Waiting
eventually?
now.
No,
No,
What
it's
no,
true.
happened?
no. Let's be fair. I mean, it can ask question now. Why that we? Why you saying
No, you knew.
he
You
knew?
No,
just
for him
wanted to ask a
to
I
leading
didn't. How
question.
do I know? How do I know?
How
How
would
do
Okay,
you
I
know?
now
know?
knowing that answer now, how does it benefit you?
how
What
does it
light
benefit?
does that
That's the
answer help?
thing.
Come on,
How
come
does
Does
it
on.
that
benefit
add
the
what? Okay,
conversation?
Thomas, what does that help the conversation? What does that add
Exactly.
Hold
to the
How
on.
does it help the
conversation?
Just
conversation?
hold on. I am moderating. I can ask any question,
No,
Okay,
isn't
no,
it?
no, no. You are
can
moderating,
I
but you must maintain a
Ah.
balance that is fair.
can I
But
continue?
what did I do now? Am I biased?
I'm telling
Ajani
you,
Koko
that is
Egbami.
sensitive.
Okay,
That is sensitive.
So what happened? This now
Oh,
became
hold on, Rosie. Let's address this thing.
no,
Ajani
let's
Koko,
go on.
please
Let's go on.
rescue me.
Forget it.
Let's go on. But I mean, yes,
Let's move
sorry
on.
about that.
Let's move
I'm
on.
also I
What are
agree.
you sorry about? What are you sorry about?
But
I
it's
am
not.
sorry for the
Continue.
All right. If Rosie can carry on, we were all engaged in what she was saying. Back to you,
okay.
Rosie.
So what happened now? It became a rift between the man and the wife. The wife became very upset and said, you know what? And they started having argument back and forth. It was so bad eventually the man killed the wife. Let me not use the word so that I don't want you to get a strike on you. He deleted her. One day she went to work, but before this happened, she's been having some intuition that something, because she was telling her co-workers that she has a feeling that her husband is going to harm her, but she didn't, listen to her inner voice. One day she went to work. On coming home, she came, she comes through the garage door. Most of the time we park the car and come through the garage into the main house. So as she was coming into the house through the garage, the man was waiting for her. As soon as she put out her head to come into the house, he hit her with like a baseball bat, and she died. So now it's a case between the state took the children, and the man the man had definitely went to jail. So now the family back home now is now a family rift. The late wife's family is now and fighting with the man's family, because it's like from neighboring village. So these things, it happens. It's a very rampant thing that happens. Sisters sending money home for people to help them develop their property. They end up nothing coming out of it. Sometimes, they, even after doing it, the person that is building would claim it and will not want the owner to come back home. So it's just a rather unfortunate situation.
I think I have a personal experience to that too.
Please, can I conclude before, please? Me
Okay,
too.
okay,
Yes,
I
yes,
had,
conclude
conclude,
on to.
I
Rosie.
had,
Yeah.
I had a personal experience. For me, I, okay. Before, my mom, she was living in a family house, and there were some issues going on. So she moved out after my dad passed. She moved out to an apartment, and then my younger sister was with her. So every time keep sending the rent. Every year the landlord keeps increasing the rent. So my younger sister then advised me to say, you know what, why don't you just get a place, so that even if it's a room, you start by a room, gradually until you will complete it. So I said, okay, that's a good idea. So as she said, she can't give me a total cost of what it's going to be, but whatever I have, I should just be sending. She's going to be managing it. Do you know, when she started this project, people came to her and said, oh, you are trying to help your sister do something. Why can't you do something for yourself? Before you do her own, why don't you do your own? So my sister was like, no, 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 no. That this person that is trying to do this project, she, even when she comes to Nigeria, she's going to come maybe a week or two, she's gone. Our children and herself, they're not going to come back to live in this house. Whatever that is being built, they back home will be the one that will stay there. It's to their own benefit that she can't do that. So imagine she not even having the mind, people outside coming to, advise her on what to do. So at the end of the day, the building is completed. Who is staying there? They stay there. Whenever I go home, I stay maybe a week or two, maximum 3 weeks. I'm back. They are the one enjoying the comfort of the house. So, but that's what some people don't know. They try to, exploit the family. At the end of the day, it's going to be detrimental to themselves. Like, look at the girl. You see what she's saying. She says she's going to turn her back away from them. Anyway, that's what I have to contribute to this talk.
Yeah,
Okay.
let
Thank
me
you.
say
Oh,
my
thank
own
you. Yeah.
personal story, Thomas.
Let's Des. Des, coming.
Yeah, I have a really personal situation about this. I mean, first of all, if you can't trust your family, then sorry, just disown them. That's the truth about it. Um, my personal situation was, I think that was even, it's not 2 years ago. It wasn't that much. Um, my cousin was quite funny. There was a land in Oba. It was like, I should buy this land. Well, the thing is, he already built a house for me in that Oba. So that made me trust him, though. I still trust him. So there was a land. He was like, I should buy it, this one, this one. It was like roughly 7.8 million. So I sent the money down. Um, he told me he bought it, all that stuff, which he showed me the paperwork. Everything was intact. So that 2 years ago, I traveled to Nigeria December time. I met with him. I signed the land document and all that stuff. So we went to the land, and yeah, the land was a bit too far from what he said. You know, it was almost inside. So I saw the land and everything, and I traveled back to United States. Sent about 2-3 months later, he was like, I should build. You know, when you buy a land, you build a fence around it, just to like, you know, sort of
Demarcation.
mark it
Yeah.
or whatever demarcation. So I sent him 1.5 to, you know, do a fence, which he said he was doing. I'm like, okay. About a month later, okay, send me pictures of, you know, if they have done the fence or whatever. You know, if people are building houses around the place, if the place started developing. He said, yeah. So he sent me a video of a land that doesn't even look like what I saw when I came back. You know, when it was the land I saw was just so dried up. There was no, it was just dry, like with red sand. Nothing can grow there, or whatever. So he sent me a picture of a land that there was all grasses and everything. I'm like, ha, I beg, spinning, waiting to happen now. So the thing now made me started doubting. I'm like, ha, I don't understand this. Because I'm a smart person, I had to send it to my brother. You know, this is not the land I saw. You know, my brother said,
Are
"Don't
you
worry,
sure
we
you are
can't."
smart? Are you sure you are smart?
Of course, I'm very smart. So,
Go on, I was not joking. Yeah.
so my brother was like, "Don't worry, trust him, trust Spinny. Spinny go do him. You know, if he Spinny fit no fit do you something like that." I said, "Okay." Oh. About a month later or whatever, he was like, I should send him. They are requesting for development levy. I said that much. He said 1.8. Said 1.8 for development levy. He said, yeah, yeah, that one, that one. Okay, oh, I sent. About another maybe 6 months later again, I should send another development levy. Ha! Now when I say waiting they happen now, what's this? So I had to like, bro, what's in the happen now? This is the second time he asked me development levy, and I have to like started querying him well. He did one excuse like that, did one excuse. I still sent him another 1 million. Then when I now started like the last time this December I came back and I was like going to go to East. He was like, don't come to East. Even I didn't go to East to see that land, to be honest, you know. So it's when he now said I should bring another money to complete fence. Again, I'm I'm like, okay, no, this is not happening. So I have to ask my brother to go down there and see what's going on. So he started like explaining, say, let him. He now started telling me the truth. That the truth is that the first land he bought, that the Oba people, you know, dragged it away, said that it's not, someone already has the land and all that stuff. You know, this craziness that's happening when you start buying land. That he didn't know how to tell me. He didn't know. He just wanted to like
No,
get me
a
to send
lie.
money.
A lie. Why can't he tell you if you run if you
Yes,
them with the land? He
it
should
was like
to you.
he
That's
didn't know how to tell me and all that stuff. That all this money, but the thing now,
Hold on. So the first line you go and check is not actually your land.
wasn't. I don't know if it was my land. Do you understand? Because that first time is when they bought the land. I
It
don't
could
know
be
if he
that he
took
ran
me
into
to.
trouble with it. You understand? It could be that he
Yes,
bought the land and ran into trouble with it.
they ran
It
into
happens to
trouble.
us now,
That's
even the ones you buy yourself.
yes, that's what he told me, which I now believe because now what he's saying that all the money he was collecting was to buy another land again for me, so that I wouldn't know. For it,
Oh.
yes, to buy, which is he bought. He now bought the other land somewhere else.
Which
I
is
told
better,
him,
right?
but
You still
yeah,
you
which
have a good family. You have a good
yes,
family, my brother.
I told him, but if this was the first time that he's doing something for me, that would ruin the whole. Yes, that would ruin the whole relationship.
What should have told you? He should have told you. He should have told you in the first
He
place.
should have. Yes, that's the problem. I said you should have told me. Yes.
Look, there's a problem. But this is
what. If he had told you, you wouldn't have bought that second one, and you would have you would have been suspecting him too.
Yes, I would have. That's true. That's true.
And you wouldn't have bought that second one.
No. There's a way you can do it to open up.
I think you could have told your brother.
Yeah, you should have told.
And say this is what I want to do. Please don't tell him.
Run into problem.
And he could still recover some money from those people.
Yeah, so I mean, he should have told you, but anyway, but he ended up.
Patrick, hold on. Hold on, please. Everybody, hold on. Patrick, your network is very poor. If you can go out and come back in and see let it out, we want to. It's your network. Your voice is very cracky, very unterminating. Yeah, if you can go out and come back in. Yes, yeah, Remy, go on. Please. Yeah.
Okay. First, I will say one thing. The problem with Nigeria is that we continue to blame our leaders, but to me personally, I think followership are even worse. Family members are those ones that they always cheat us easily. And according to the family values and culture in Africa is that respect your brothers if they are senior brother or sisters. And we believe in them a lot, that sometimes we channel money to them to help us do something at home. I also have a personal experience I also want to share.
Go on, please.
In 2006, I was just 2 or 3 years old in abroad, and I've saved a lot of money. So I bought a lot of new things. I even put a boss inside my container. And the business total, the value of what I bought, it was about 2.5 million naira. And I was expecting to, at least, if I don't make anything at all, I was even putting a 25% profit. Maybe I can make 250 or something like that. So when I shipped the container down, my brother, who happens to be clearing agent that time, my personal brother, is the first one, but he's like 16 years older than me. So it's just like a father. He said, just send the container down. Don't need to send me money to clear it. I will help you clear it. And then when you come back, you sell everything and then you give me the money. You give me the clearing money. So I sent everything down and I was expecting him to clear the stuff before I arrived in Nigeria. Behold, by the time I arrived in Nigeria, he has not cleared anything. Another problem is that he also told me that my container is now on demurrage. If you used to clear in Nigeria, you understand what demurrage means. That means already past some days I'm supposed to clear, which is I'm going to pay additional 500,000 fine for that one. Okay, I have to source for money from my friends and they send money back to me in Nigeria. And I was able to clear it and also pay money for demurrage, which at the end of the day is also a lie. The demurrage also goes to his pocket directly. Because I was eager to return back to my base, so he also found a buyer for me for the bus. The bus I sold for around 700,000 that time, but I was only able to get 200,000 from the 700,000. Okay, I got the 200,000. The next day I just bought my ticket and I want to go back as quickly as possible. And I leave everything in my brother's hand. The total value plus the remaining bus is about 2 million. Calculate 2 million in 2006. To tell you the truth, as of now, the balance of that bus, I couldn't get it. All my stuff I bought from where I used to stay, he sold everything off. Even some items he continued to use, because these are new stuff I bought, like AC, air conditioner. They are new. I did not buy used one. He just sold it off. Till today, fast forward 2023, I didn't get a dime back. And it took me 3 years to stabilize myself again. So the point is that I reported to my mother, reported to my sister, because he's 15 years older than me. What can I do? At the end of the day, they were begging me. He's your brother. What can you do? Do you want to take him to court of law? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? So it's a forgotten money. So since that time, I've learned a bitter lesson. I don't trust anybody anymore. Because even people I don't know, even if I say I want to use person that I don't know, I don't trust them because the people you don't know too, they also want to cheat you. So that is the society problem in Nigeria. Everybody wants to cheat you. The people that will cheat you first is your family member because they know you are not going to do a hoot about it.
But Remy, if your family member cheats you, is it not better than outsider?
But it's almost the same thing because the suffering is the same thing. Whether it's family
it's
member,
not better. Thomas, it's not better. If your
even
family
if your
member
family
cheats,
member
what?
cheats, it's even worse
It's
because
not
the
It's
painful
even
person
when
worse.
you're
It's
a family
worse.
member.
No, guys, hold on, please. I will prefer my family member to cheat me. I can overlook it. Do you know what I mean? I can forgive them because they are my family member. Do you guys understand me? But if it is outsider, I'll be more
No, I think
pained.
you are getting it wrong.
You are
Let me ask
getting
you a
it
very
wrong.
good question.
You are getting it wrong.
Your brother cheated you, and each time you see that your brother, what will your mind go to? Is that thing your mind continue to go? Oh my, this is my brother. I've seen him more than 10 times after that. But
Remy,
yeah,
Remy, won't you forgive them at the long run? Is your blood?
Listen, I have forgiven, but
No. I asked you that question. Don't run away.
I'm
Won't
not
you
running away.
forgive them at the long run?
To be frank, I'm just pretending. In the eyes of everybody, I might have forgiven, but I never forgive or forget. That already strained our relationship. And you won't believe that this is person that if I'm coming from abroad, I'll first go to his house before I go to my own house. So the trust is already broken, and there's no way I can relate to him like I used to relate with him before.
But you will forgive him. It's still your blood. It's still your blood.
It's my blood.
It's still your blood.
It's my blood. But that's why I'm telling you that there's nothing I can do.
I think if I
No. That is the extreme now. Ajale Koko.
No, hold on,
that
man.
is the extreme now.
Hold on, no.
Do you know that kind of person can kill you?
Kò lè dùn. A kò wò pé well, èèyàn burúkú ló lọ.
Ajale Koko, you are going to extreme now. It's just property.
So that is what I'm trying to say. The society.
Thomas, because it has never happened to you before.
Tó bá gbá ẹ, tó mọ̀ pé kékeré lọ ṣe fún. Tó bá gbá ẹ in such a way tó jẹ́ wípé o expect bí gbogbo savings ẹ o tún gba loan o commit ẹ sórí nǹkan kan bí kò bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ní Nàìjíríà kò wá gbá ẹ seriously.
And the irony part of it, the irony part
I'm a Christian. I have to forgive. I want God to forgive me.
It's a lie.
Christian,
that is the lie. The irony part of it is that this my supposed brother does not apologize, does not care, because he's older than me by 16 years. I cannot look at him and talk to him freely. And you know Yoruba culture, you have to respect your head dialogue.
I have same experience.
Yeah, let's hear from Flash. Remy, I will come back to you to round off your thoughts. Yeah,
it's like it's somebody that is older than me. I'm the first one of the family, and the funniest part of it, when I was in Nigeria, because me, I used to live my life like I didn't care then, you know, and he doesn't like me, and he started working then. He was earning big money. So when he was rich, he spent his money with the last born of the family. They don't care about me because me, I have my own, and then I should be true. But got so good. I traveled out of Nigeria, and while I was here, my mom just called me that my brother he wants to do he's doing a contract that he needs money that he has spent all his money. And the funniest part, me and this my elder brother, we don't talk. You know, nobody talks to me in the family. So I don't even know anything about him. All I know about him is a good man. I never knew he's such a person in life. And I went to give him my last card. And even that period, I had a problem that I couldn't work, I couldn't do anything. I sent him 10 million naira. Till today, I can't get my money. And the funniest part, he didn't even call me, say, Matt, be sorry, I didn't get the money, I'll give you back. It's almost like 5 years now. He won't say anything about it again.
But Flash, in some maybe they were scam. Maybe they were scam.
No. It wasn't. It wasn't scam. It wasn't scam. That's. I mean, I don't know. Now I've been hearing so many stories about him. Like, you collected money from this one, and it's my brother. Yeah, the first one of the family. What can I do about him? There's nothing I can do about him. But it pains me anytime. And the funniest part, when he was rich, I didn't enjoy him. You know, they used to stereotype me like I'm a bad boy, and he spent his money with the last born. They don't care about me now, and it was just unfortunate. I gave him the money because I don't know anything about him. We don't talk. Me, I do my things, they do their things. Now, just knowing the kind of person he is, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have gone into that. And he does not even say anything about it anymore. Even a friend here, he called me to doing what's it called? This job contribution. The person I trust, okay, I don't want to put the money in my account. How much is it's my turn? Okay, £10,000. Hold it for me. Because that's the way I grew up. I don't, if I know you, I don't, I cherish our relationship more than money. And I left the money to you. I never believed. And when I had issue with my account, I needed the money. I asked him, I bring the money. And said, he started giving me story. I couldn't believe. I trusted this guy. Like, where's my money? He couldn't give me my money. And he turned it to fight. I never knew what's called Ogboju. Because me, I have free mind. And the woman told me he's using Ogboju for me on my money. Till today, I didn't get that money. And that period, he bought a car. Him and his wife, they bought a car. That's what's
Are you too nice? Why are you too nice?
No. That's the way I grew up. Growing up, I used to have money, and I don't know what's the meaning of money. Now I know the meaning of money. Me and money now. I can't use my money to play with anybody, even though the person I love in Nigeria. The person, no. The person I love, even my sister. I have a sister that I know I trust her. If I can give money to her, but she too. She's God's husband. The husband will go, will go into her brain. Something will happen. If it's woman being and money, something must happen. Just leave me and my money. This period,
okay, Fash, that incident between you and your brother. So, what is your money? Your mom. What did she say after the incident? She's the one. She was the one that convinced you to.
She didn't even say anything. She didn't even say anything anymore. She just said, but I said no, she hasn't given me. And she too should be lamenting like, oh, she came to collect 500,000 from me last week. He hasn't returned it. So, but you didn't tell me all this. But what can I do? We are from the same father, the same mother, and growing up, he has helped the family, So I just let him go. I'm still not happy.
That's what brought me to my comment earlier. I said, "Is your family? There is nothing you can do, isn't it?"
Yeah, it's my family, but I won't. Me, okay. For example, my in-law, my sister's husband. About 5 years ago, he told me there's one farm in somewhere. I should come and buy the farm. He will help me manage it. Okay, I sent money. I'll be begging them now to just give me fruit out of the farm. Okay, he was meant to send me money. Okay, every year, maybe January, February. He turned it to March. April. Now it's April ending. The first part, he won't even communicate with me. He's even behaving towards me as if I'm bad towards him. I told his wife, which is my sister. So I don't have the right to talk, even though he looks at me like I'm abroad, that I shouldn't be monitoring such kind of thing.
No investment, yeah.
Yes, now and the first part, I've run. It's all shortage. It's shortage already because when I sent the money, the pounds was still like 2 something. If I have to exchange the money now, okay, I spend like £5,000 on this. Okay, what's my money? What's my benefit? Nothing. And they say, oh, they only made 300,000 this year. And thief came into the farm, they stole the banana.
That brought me to this question. So, is it better to deal with outsider or deal with your family member.
Thomas.
Because let me say this, I still prefer my family member. If my sister do me, let me finish now. Let me finish.
explain something.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. If my sister dupe me now, he will not pay me. That is me. The next thing is I will not trust anything in his or her hand anymore. But I will forgive him. I will never trust anything on money on him anymore. But I will still forgive him. He's still my family. But blood is thicker than water.
Thomas, let me say something.
For me, at this point in time,
it's quite better to deal with outsiders. Reason: if an outsider does something to you, you will have mind to do whatever you want to get your money back. You get what I mean? You will have mind to go to court. You will have mind to get him arrested. So that
Or
you can
shout
get
on them, scream for them, fight for your money. Yeah.
So it's quite better to deal with an outsider, because when you want to go to court with him, nobody is telling you you are going to court with your brother, your own brother. All those kind of things that Nigeria do.
No. Just wait. So I disagree with you.
Thomas.
You people, hold on, please. You people in US, you take your brother and your mother to court now. We saw them on TV.
Are you talking about what's that? Are you talking about United States people? I be Nigerians. What are you
United States people, yes, United States people. I saw Nigerians.
We're talking about Nigerians now.
No, come on now. We have saw Nigerians in US taking their family to court.
In United States.
Of course, don't you watch George Martin?
I don't know, but even if it's in United States, nobody is it's not like in Nigeria when you are dealing, that traditional saving phase for the family. It's more in Nigeria than if you are here, nobody really cares.
Yes, I understand you. I understand you. Yeah, I understand. But I still prefer dealing with family members because I can still trust family. I can still trust family member more than outsider. And if they even eventually dupe me, I will not. It won't pain me. It will pain me, but I will forgive them. But I will not give them any opportunity in the nearest future. That's my own ideology.
Yes, if you forgive, yes, but the problem is forgetting. Remember, forgive is very easy to do, but forgetting is another thing. When you forgive and you don't forget, that means you're not actually forgiving. Do you understand? Because when you say you will not deal with giving money again, have you actually forgiven? That is a no.
I forgive him, but I will create that boundary.
Okay, you're forgiven, but you haven't forgotten. You still think that he will cheat you and all that stuff. So
of course, once we twice shy.
I think it's better.
But your relationship with the family member may be affected because of that.
No, it won't be affected. That is me. It won't be affected.
But you said you are going to create a boundary.
But what I'm saying, anything monetary aspect, I will never have anything to do with. Let me tell you my philosophy of life. The money I cannot give you, I will not borrow you. Do you know what I normally do? If you come to me to borrow money, let's say $50, I will give you $10 free. I will not borrow you money. I will say I don't have money, but I can give you this $10. Then you go, because people have duped me, borrowing money. So I changed my philosophy of life. The money I can't forget, I will not borrow you. If I'm borrowing you money, my mind is you are not going to return it, and it's not going to pay me. That is my philosophy. Do you understand what I mean?
You are willing to live with the loss of that funds that you borrowed out. I think that's a wise policy, because like even in families, the thing I always say within families is that whenever you borrow money to a family member, be ready to forfeit it. It may never come back. Because otherwise you're just going to start a fight.
Yes.
You're going to start a fight in the
It's
family,
a
and nobody
different
needs that.
case now, to Niger. We're talking about if you say that you won't trust your family, or you're dealing with your family when they dupe you, then you're not gonna trust them, and you won't trust an outsider. Even you rather deal with family that has already betrayed you, which you won't try again. Then you're basically trying to put yourself in a situation that you probably won't progress in life, because especially when you're dealing with trying to invest in Nigeria and trying to take opportunities that Nigeria has. Do you understand? You're trying to create that scenario that you won't progress. So you have
But
to find a way to deal
I
with
hear what you
both.
are saying, but do you think working with outsider necessarily means they are not even more likely to do the same thing?
Yes,
They
they
may
are more
still cheat you
likely.
anyway.
No, let me tell you, they are more
Sorry?
likely to dupe
I'm on
you.
a
But
program.
are they more likely
Come.
to dupe you in a way that a family will? No, because now the
Yeah, we're
only thing an
discussing
outsider
something.
would do is
Yeah.
maybe you send them 10 million naira to build or maybe they tell you that what is needed to build this house is 50 million naira. Why
Pardon, this
what
is
is
so.
needed is like 40. Do you understand?
This is
But they
so.
still do the job. But a family can actually
They
eat
may
the
not
whole
do the job
50
at all.
million
Yeah,
at all at
that's true.
all. Do you understand? And
There's
you
some truth there.
yeah, and you won't get your money, you won't get justice, nothing. Nothing,
But
you won't
okay,
get nothing.
can I ask this because it's really concerning because I saw that lady's lamentation. Um, what is the percentage of Nigerians that are like this? Is it all everybody that is like that?
No, no, it's not everybody. It's
Well,
not
okay,
everybody.
percentage of good ones versus do you like 10%, 20%, 50-50? What do you think?
Facebook, YouTube.
Hello?
Yeah, it depends.
I
It,
think a bigger percentage of Nigerians are like that. When you give people when people get
do you hear
very
my voice?
entitled to other people's properties in Nigeria a lot.
Do you hear my voice?
Before Rosie left, she was talking about a family member
Yeah, discussing issues, general
house
issues.
for
Yeah. It's a
that
forum.
person was trying somebody else was trying to tell them that, oh, you can you do it this way, maybe a lot of people, I think maybe
Even the person I love now, yeah, I
poverty
can't
out
deal with
there,
money like my family.
people are
You didn't hear me say my
there's
brother
blood
we
in a lot of
discussing.
people's
Fash,
eyes.
sorry, Fash, are you
Ah,
having a private conversation
man.
or you are talking to everybody?
Hey,
Because I'm
Jesus.
a bit confused. Fash is talking to somebody. What's going
Yeah,
on?
Fash,
Okay,
can you
He thinks
mute
that he's
yourself,
muted.
Fash? Yeah.
okay, sorry, go ahead.
I've muted. Yeah, continue, Royal.
So
I've
a
muted
lot of
him. Yeah.
people, there is blood in their eyes. Sometimes we go and give there's a Yoruba adage for it that, like, you go and put something in the mouth of the bear. Some people are just looking, they're just waiting for, people. And the funny thing is, people will go and celebrate this type of thing in churches, and they'll call it blessings. Somebody will ask you to do something for them, you will not do it the way, or you will scam them, and they will call it contracts. They will call it blessing. So there's a very, just because of the suffering out there in Nigeria, because of the situation of things, it has made a lot of people that are not even supposed to be greedy, they are greedy just because they have to survive.
I think the first comment you made about Nigerians feeling entitled to people's resources funds is there's some truth there because okay, you said it's because some of them they're suffering and that's why they do what they do, but the Indians suffer too. And if you look at Indians, when they come to the West, you see how they cooperate. All of us know how they cooperate in the West. Yeah, they went to stop, but what they realize is that when they work together, they tend to rise together and rise more. But we are so individualistic to a fault, where we just want to better ourselves. We don't think about the bigger picture. Like if a family member now you are in the UK or in the US, you send money to them and both of you are doing business, chances are that you guys are going to build a good business if both sides work very well together. But somewhere along the line they will break the chain by just taking the funds, and then trust is broken. Like that lady now, trust is broken, not much is going to get done. And she now will like not want to work with family members. Maybe next time, even working with strangers, she's going to be very suspicious. So less funds from her is going to leave the country she's in and back to Nigeria because of it. And I think we are all poorer for it. That culture is really corrosive on the continent where everybody just is just out for themselves and just take money and run away with it. Because I've been in that situation before where I want to work with somebody and I like there is nobody you can trust on the ground to work with. And there's a lot of money to be made, but there's nobody. Because the moment you put money in their hands, they run away with it. And it's a lamentable situation. And one of the thing I see is that whenever like you see somebody working with somebody for a boss, and the boss is paying them reasonable salary and doing well, they are doing well. But whenever the boss sends them to go and buy anything, they will put money on top, like continuously, like remorselessly charge more money. And if I'm the one selling the stuff to this person, I have to do it. Otherwise, they will not even come and patronize me. And this is in a country where I don't want to do those things because I feel like that man, I'm running a business with that man, that he's being charged more for every single thing he wants to buy. His business is suffering because of it. So I have to witness this type of thing and actually be a partaker in it, which is not a very good thing to do. But if otherwise, my business will not get business because this guy feels like he has to charge the boss extra all the time. Even when the boss tries to buy something from all the way from China, he will still contact the people ahead of time to give them a higher price. It's like, how are we like this? Where we always want to cut something off somebody all the time. For me, I don't know, man. That culture has gone way too far and it's very corrosive. Because the boss now, everything the boss does is costing more, 10, 20, 30% more every single time. What kind of business in the West will survive with 30% loss? You can't survive. No wonder businesses go down all the time. So it's just my experience anyway.
Do you know that even family member, they always do that? They will add money to anything you send them. Even family member.
Yeah, and sometimes I sympathize with that to an extent because they have to, pocket change,
That
a
one
little
is
bit of
normal.
markup here
That
and
one
there.
is
But
normal.
some of them is just the one I find a little bit problematic is that relentless one. That sometimes the amount is almost 100% even, like double it. It's like, don't you feel sorry for your boss or something? And he's paying you, and it's
You
like,
can't blame people though. You can't blame people. I always put people in my shoes. There are some people that I feel like we as African people, our moral compass is very, very low. Our morals are very compromised as people. We as African people, it's just this thing you're talking about. I've done it to my mom too before. When I was younger, she would send me to go and buy
Royalty.
no, that
Let me say
doesn't count.
this.
That's your mom. It doesn't count.
That's why I
Royalty.
say it's
Let
normal.
me
It's
say this.
normal.
Then you said one man said one day that average African man have a criminal mentality. Do you agree with that?
Yeah,
Average. Yeah.
we all do. See, we are wise people. We are very smart people. We just don't channel it into the
I've
right.
never done that, Funny, I've never. Maybe in my time, I never like thought
And
about
do you
increasing the
know,
money. I've taken money, but I've never increased money when I'm going to buy stuff.
in some ways is when you listen to people that do this and you see their thinkings, they'll tell you that it's just business.
So
Yeah.
that they never say no
It's just
change. There's no change.
Oh no, change what? No, I don't return the money back. I don't give change. You know what? My popsy was like, I know you have the change, but you can keep it. That kind of attitude, you get that kind of attitude. But I don't mark up the price. And for business where you are getting paid as a responsible adult, you have to also consider that you may kill the business when you are continuously knocking, making your boss buy something more expensive, 30%, 20%, 100% more expensive. And what we are talking about is not just little cost. To some things are worth almost $1 million more. Continuously charging your boss like that. There's no way, when you look at it from the point of view of a business in a country with such high inflation rate, you are killing that business. It's going to die eventually, especially if it involves things that are involved in tech or something like that. That business is going to die eventually. Because Western companies, even banks, don't make that kind of interest profit. You see what I mean? So, and that for me, I feel like if you are a professional and your boss is paying you good money, at least now and again, yes, you might. I will say, okay, yeah, do it now and again, but not when you do it to the point where, even in China, you still find a way to ring. It's like Jesus Christ.
Middlemanship, that's what they call it. You know, we
Goodness.
Africans, we make it look like it's really a business where, oh, I'm the middleman.
Yeah, exactly.
White people call it middleman. They call it middleman, where you are.
But you are supposed to be an employee. You turn into a middleman. The employee that turns into a middleman. What is that?
Yeah, in the employee sense. But in my own situation, I remember that when I was younger, my mom used to send me to go and buy jeans for her. If I buy the jeans 1,500, I'll come back and sell it for her 8,000. So I started to sell. That was how I kind of got into business. You know,
I think that's fine.
From my mom, see, thinking about it is the same thing that I did it to my family member.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but just in a smaller scheme. So from my mom, I started to do it to her friends too. Then it became a business. It became a business for me.
I think you are entrepreneurial. That is slightly different. You are doing good business.
Well, but there was a little bit of shady entrepreneurship in that, if you think about it.
Are you not supposed to make profit? You're not running a charity here.
Yeah, but that's the same mindset. Those people that they inflate prices. That's the same way they think about it. They'll think about it that, oh, we're just doing business. Some things are business, some things are scam. For my mom, it was scam. To my mom's friends, it was business.
Okay, but even your mom will know that you are being creative with trying to make money on top
my
of
mom, they really believed me. So if I go and buy it for my mom, now everybody will pack money for me. So I was making money. To my mom, it was scam. But the thing is, if I didn't do that to my mom, I wouldn't have seen the opportunity there to like make it into a business. Back to the saying that we Africans, we are smart, but we don't just channel it to the right direction. You know, we think and it's because of where we came from. You know, a lot of us sitting down now judging somebody like this, like that. We are all capable of doing the same thing if we are put in the same situation. That's just what I'll say. We are all capable of doing.
But Indians were put the same situation now. Is it not a cultural problem instead?
I won't say more of a culture. Africans, we have that also blood. We have that. I know we come from a better past my neighbor society where everybody has to shine.
Individualistic
exactly
pursuits.
So you find a lot of us just doing. We just channel our creativity towards the wrong things, and we find a way to justify it and say, "Oh, na business."
Okay, you see, look at me now. I'm also excusing some of the things you did with your parents. But to be fair, family, you know, personally, I would look at family different. But when you're an employee that is employed based on contract and your boss is physically actually paying you a salary that sustains your family, that's a contract of trust there. And societally, like if you look at it as from the point of view of a business, if you kill that business, the next person is not going to come and do job there and feed their family. So it is damaging when it becomes corrosive and damaging for the society, so nobody gets a job. Then you have to ask yourself whether that kind of behavior should be encouraged. And this is the kind of stuff this lady was doing. You know, when I saw her, I was just feeling bad for her because there are many of them, many stories like that. You see that over and over again, and our people are poorer for it. The Indians, they cooperate. You can have 10 people living in one property and they'll just buy up the whole street within how many years. because they just copy.
Like
This
that,
one buy the property, this one buy the
let
next
me
door
ask you
property.
this question: is it wrong, because I said is when my dad had so many boy homo boy like they call it, he had like 4 then. Most of them they shine. In fact, I they follow them chop my papa money. Man, no lie. But the thing is it wrong? Maybe they are selling something, and the price tag of that stuff it's let's say let's use the price tag is 1,000. That is what the Oga told them to sell it, right? And they are selling it for 1,300 or 1,400, and they are keeping the 400 on their own. Is that wrong?
I don't think it's wrong.
No, that business
That's
keeps going.
business.
If anything, they've given the Oga
That
a bit
what
of
he's
breathing
expecting.
space. Yeah.
Mhm.
I think they are not doing the Oga any damage. You could argue that if they may not sell enough, let's say they were supposed to sell 10, but because of the hike in price, the markup they put on top of it, then the Oga didn't sell as much. So they could be still cheating the Oga like that if you look at it from that point of view. So some of all these practices, I don't know. I just feel like in the bigger scheme
Can
of
we
things,
call it
it's not helping us.
sharp traffic? Can we call it sharp
Yeah.
traffic?
Yeah, it's sharp practices now in the West. Some of them are to me, some of them is basically a sin when it gets so deep and so strong. And
You know
because
this also
I'm at the
happens. You
receiving
know this
end, I
also
see
happens in
that.
the United States, right? When you're a dealership, you're a dealer. When you're selling cars, the profit you get in that car, is what you take. So I
I've
don't
seen.
think it's necessarily wrong.
So I think where it would be wrong is, say if your boss asks you to sell it for 1,000 and you see a customer for 1,000 that wants to, maybe they price it down to 1,000 and you don't sell it because of your
Aha,
own
now it's
selfishness.
Yes,
That's
exactly,
where
now it's
you're wrong.
wrong.
exactly.
Yes.
You are
But if
killing the
you
business.
can sell it for
But Rosie, when you influence price sometimes, it slow down the business, isn't it?
not
No,
necessarily.
not really, not
Not
really.
It
necessarily.
does. Let me
No.
explain. Let me explain, please. If I have a budget of $1,000 to buy a used car and you inflated it to 1,005, I will walk away. But if you sell it at the normal price your boss told you to sell it, I will get the car and the boss will have the money to buy another car and the
So
business keep on
Thomas,
moving.
So remember
Thomas,
when
let
we
me give you
said
an
that if
example.
he doesn't sell it for 1,000 is where it's wrong. Look at it in
Yes.
this light that there are some people that they leave home with the budget of 1,000, but they end up spending 1,800.
Yep.
So it could go, it's either way. It could go both ways. There are sometimes that you mark up things and people will be like, oh, I like this thing. I have a budget of 1,000, but because I like it, I can buy it for 1,500. And there are some people that are very rigid. But where I would say they are hurting the business is when the the client is now at, oh, I have only 1,000 to sell it, and they refuse to do it. That's when you're hurting the business, because then you're now acting on your own selfish reasons for not selling the car. That's when you're now hurting the business. It's never wrong for you to make for
Yeah, but you see what she's doing, what you are doing. You see, I'm sympathizing with what you are saying, but it's clear that you grew up in that generation that is used to this type of practices. But in the bigger scheme of things, it's a contract. It's a contract of trust between yourself and your boss. And if they gave you something to go and do, you are meant to fulfill it the way it was meant to be done. And when we have a culture of saying it's okay, let's just hike it, and the boss doesn't get a cut from it, let's just hike it and it's okay to do that. I think it bleeds. Before you know it, it starts bleeding into areas where you start getting selfish and not wanting to, when somebody gives you the 100, this is $1,000, you don't accept it because you want to make your profit that day again. It just keeps eating away, and this is what builds and builds, and before you know it, you have the kind of corrosive culture we have now where Anybody, however he made the money, that the end justifies the means. There is no morality in
Let me
place
give you an
anymore.
example. When I came to America, when I first got here, I used to work for a Nigerian man. He was into shipping. And I knew that a lot of the guys there, when they want to come and load their containers and everything, they, whatever price that I tell them, they will not argue just because they want to have like 5 minutes, 10 minutes more extra time to like just be feeling around me. They won't argue. My boss says I was supposed to load this container, load this container. For all the individual goods, it needs 2,000. Sometimes I end up loading the container for 4,000. I'm not giving him that 2,000 because I did the work for it.
Okay, did he tell you that all I need is 2,000,
Yeah,
but
he will
you
tell
are
you
free
that.
to do whatever you like?
He gives us the price. When I get the container from the shipping this thing, I already know the price. I already know what the company is expecting me to make. But I saw an avenue to like, if they say, oh, this small bag, okay, I can help you to get this thing back to Nigeria for 150. What I used to do is I'll make sure that I get to that. Something that I can charge you for $100, I can charge you for 150 for it. If you fall for it, fine. If you don't, wow. So the moment I get to that 2,000 cutoff that he wants, whatever I'm getting after that is all mine. That was how I was able to like get
But if you
myself.
declare it to him, would he give it to you? Would he say, yeah, it's your hard work, keep it?
No.
That means you're robbing him somehow now.
No, I wasn't robbing him. I wasn't robbing him. I was actually bringing the company more clients because I would be the one to call the people that, oh, we are loading container, bring so and so. We are doing this, bring so and so. So all he asked me, my responsibility was to make sure that we load those containers with extra goods. So when you have the cars in, they have to use other people's goods to like pad the containers, just make extra money. So I'm on the phone throughout the whole week, like calling, while loading container, do you have this? Do you have friends that do this? Do you have... So at the long run, I give him what he needs. Mind you, that 2,000 is making money off it too.
True.
So the fact that I'm doing that extra, the extra calling, pushing for it, I go home with extra 2,000 too. So it's like a win-win situation for everybody.
I think that one you are quite right. I think the reason why I'm just questioning it a little bit is because the moment it's a slippery slope, isn't it? One person does it for this reason, you go and tell your sister or your brother, then they will be like, oh my god, let me go and try with my boss. But in their own case, it's a totally different case. The boss wants them to go and buy a tool, and they just increase the price for the boss, and they keep doing it on everything because they think sharp practices applies everywhere. In your own case, that example you gave is one of those areas that you can often do it, and there are no clear victims of it. So, but there are cases where it
I
actually
think
damages businesses.
sharp practices is okay if I'm to say on my own view, because like I said, my popsy get many boy then, and he sacked quite a few. I've seen some people, like Elder and Chinedu, got fired. And the thing is, yeah, these people, if you have a boy, if you understand what I mean by oh boy, all this, how Easterners do now. So when
Yeah.
they bring them from wherever to come and help them, and later around maybe they serve for 5 years, they settle them, you know. So what happens then is that this
Hold on, please. I'm very sorry. I was told by my Oga to carve it under 8 hours. Please, don't. I'm very sorry for that. I will give everybody 2 minutes just to round up. We want to carve it under 8 hours. Thank you.
Okay.
Go on. There, start with you. 2 minutes, please. Without
all right.
intervention, please. I'm very sorry. Yeah, thank you. Go on.
All right. So I think in that situation, if these boy people, they do a lot for the oga, they wash clothes, they sweep the house, they do all manner of stuff. To be honest with you, they fetch water, doing that those times, more person suffer. But but the thing is, after 4 or 5 years of doing that, they don't get much, to be honest with you. They get, most of them is 1 million naira for that 5 years and they start their own business. And that wouldn't go far for you if you're not a sharp person, to be honest. If you're not a sharp person doing that 5 years, trying to save up, as much as you can, not trying to eat into your gas profit, or like trying to do it in a normal way, sell whatever you can gain from selling higher prices. That is fine. That takes you up there. So I think for you to build up a home, for your future, build your own empire and become your own Oga, I think is quite necessary in that situation.
To have sharp practices.
Yes, it's quite necessary.
Personally,
Yeah, thank
yeah.
you, Des. Thank you, Des. To you, Sunaija.
Yeah, I think that there are middle grounds. I think royalty gave some cases that are relatively benign. It doesn't necessarily hurt the boss. And in family dynamics, there are cases where you can do certain things. One should expect it. And like if I am doing something with family member, I always give them extra so that they can operate. But when you go over the board and damage the essence of what the provider, the main provider of that opportunity, is trying to achieve, and you damage it, now the next person is not going to come in to come and serve and get the same opportunity that you've got. And we have to keep that in mind when we do some of things. And the idea that we have to do it, I'm not sure I subscribe to that.
For
Sorry, yeah, I'm not sure I subscribe to the fact that we have to do these type of things. I think we have to change to a culture where we work together, because when, generally from my observation, is that when we work together with family or bosses or whatever you do, you tend to achieve better outcomes for for the individuals and the community at large. Clearly the results is showing it. Nigeria, we are some of the people that practice some of the sharpest practices. But look at our nation. If the result was so good, you will see better outcomes. But it tells you that when people work together, their outcome is magnified beyond what any individual stuff can do. And that's what Indians are doing. The Prime Minister of the UK is Indian. The Mayor of London is Indian. Now, just today, the Scottish First Minister is Pakistani. These people have managed to literally take over all the these levels of power in the UK because they work together. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Do we have loyalty?
Yeah, so I think
Yeah, 2 minutes, please, to
I
round up.
think
Thank you.
um people in diaspora should just be very watchful. Going back to the video, to just be very watchful, and you if you work that hard to make that money, please be very watchful about um who you're sending your money to, and don't rule out family. Don't say because this person is my blood. It can really be anybody. Just it can happen to anybody. No matter how careful you are, you can still fall a victim of it. I just pray we don't throw our hard earned money into the hands of the wrong people. Yeah. And please, tomorrow Dupsy be here because I'll come back.
Are you after Doopsy?
No, I
Come
know.
on.
I feel like she's going to be. We see things in the same light. She's really the one that
Yes,
made me
yes,
join
yes.
this. Yeah,
Oh, that's good.
yeah,
Doopsy, if you are hearing, you have a fan.
yeah. She was really the one that made me like want to come in because nobody was backing her up. I'm like, I'm coming here to back you up. I got you.
That's good. That's good. Thank you, Royalty. Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
want more of you. Thank you so much. God
Thank
bless you.
you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
You're
Bye.
welcome. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Do we have Fash in the house? Fash is still lost in the fridge. Fash. Oh, thank you, Fash. Uh, do we have Remy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Thank you, Remy. Give us a round up in 2 minutes. You want to carve it under 8 hours.
For me, I think people in diasporas are torn between, they are in a dilemma. You cannot trust your people, and even giving the job to outsider, you cannot trust. For me, I think first thing I wish is that institution of state is working in Nigeria. If institution of state is working, that will be fine. And then the government also need to do an orientation to orientate the people entirely, because the fabric of society has been totally depleted for the last 20 years. There's no value for life. Everybody is just after money, money, money. They don't even care who they are going to cheat, whether it's their loved one or not their loved one. So I think orientation have to change, and institution of state must work. And I hope that the new coming government will work more on security. Because if there is security and new orientation, people, but my belief now is this: anything you want to do, your eyes must be there. You can't totally trust anyone now. So if you want to do something, maybe in the beginning, your eyes are there. You bought everything by yourself. You have all the documentation, the paper by yourself. But entrusting everything in totality to family member now is quite dangerous. I hope we can turn a new leaf. Thank you. Hello?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Remy. Do we have Patoski? Do we have Patoski? Patrick? We don't have Patrick. Thank you, everyone. It has been a good section. I really love it. Sometimes we deviate, but finally we come to a conclusion and a good interactive section, informative, and a lot of wisdom for you, for our ladies, everybody. Thank you, everybody. And we acknowledge the what they call it, the super chats. Yeah, I think some super chats came in later. Let me have a look. Yes, thank you, Ayo. Thank you, Augustine. Thank you, RD. God bless you guys. If you guys are not here, we will not be here. Thank you so much. God bless everyone. And to all our listeners, the comment section, you've been a. If we are talking here, if nobody is in the comment section, we will just be talking bula balu. Yeah. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Yeah, it has been a good session. We want to carve it under 8 hours because of our listeners that watch the section after we drop from the online. But thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. Oh, thank you. I'm out. I will leave you with
when it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As it sweet us, we go to pay them. As it pay them, we go to sweet us. As it sweet